Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing
Yeah.
well today.
I mean, when you get the trigonometry right and you get the angle just correct, so when you start the projectile vomit, it lands in the toilet.
Actually, I was talking to Chad. I was hoping they were doing all right. You could
Oh
suffer.
shit, we're on air. Fuck.
Yeah, nobody cares if you're doing all right, Setch. Come on.
Oh damn.
Especially considering what we're covering today. Pagan, you've previewed some of Bob's video, haven't you?
Yeah, the Dune one.
How bad is it?
Pretty bad.
Oh boy.
At least from what I saw, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Oh boy. Well, before we get started, there was a super chat pretty much immediately from when I scheduled the stream, so I'll get that
Yes.
first. $2 from Metal Murderer. Thank you. Film Robert just needs to stop. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, Daniel K. Hope you're doing well. I watched MovieBob's review in full. It was awful. It's Bob. All of his shit is awful that I've seen.
Yeah. And honestly, while I'm open to seeing way more opinions and stuff like that, Jesus Christ, Movie Bob I don't think has ever had a win. So
Well-
I can't think of the last time I agreed with him. He always manages to find the opposite of what people think.
yeah, that's how he always has that weird okay, I see where you're going with this, and that's why she believes in the lizard people on the moon. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
How did you do that? You're on pace. You're going in a logical, clear direction, and then all of a sudden it's fucking Looney Tunes land.
I think last time we talked, I mentioned that Yang Yi is gaming circle jerk. Well, Bob's like the opposite of that. He's like whatever most people think, he thinks the opposite just because he has to be right in some way. So he's like almost predictably contrarian.
Yeah,
It's
he
weird.
has to be superior. It's his snobbish, smug way he talks as well.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's just a crazy person and talks so fast, or if he literally just speeds up his voiceover. But I remember on EFAP when they covered him, they had to basically run it at half speed or 0.75 speed just to be able to be mildly comprehensible.
Yeah,
When I previewed this one, I was like watching it, and I was having a hard time understanding what he was saying. I was like, "Cree, if we cover this, you're gonna have to slow this down because I can barely understand what the fuck he's saying."
Well,
Yeah.
that was something I was going to start with too. Is we might have to slow this guy down so we can even comprehend what he's saying.
Yeah, so you know what? We're just going to, off the bat, 0.75.
Oh, you're doing that already? Okay.
Yeah. I think what happened was, because I don't remember Movie Bob always being this way, when he was back with Escapist in the early days. It was after Yahtzee, who can just do that naturally. It was after Yahtzee that his video, Movie Bob, suddenly picked up the pace.
And that was Yahtzee's literal brand, zero punctuation. So that's like the whole
Yeah.
point. And I'm sure he kind of he probably would record sentences and then kind of just scrunch them up in editing a bit. But yeah, Movie Bob just, he speaks so fast that I swear he must use some sort of mild post-processing to make it faster. I'm thinking it's got to be, right?
It feels like it, yeah.
So
Movie Bob is why YouTube added the speed down feature.
Also, that comment from Joe M is fucking brutal. Yang Ye's content has as much effort as Reddit text-to-speech videos. Fucking brutal.
Oh, no.
It's not wrong though. You listen. I don't even watch his videos. I just have Young subscribed, so when I see the title of the video, then I can go do my own research because I know I'm gonna get more information in a more expedient time than listening to him speak.
Yeah, that's how it is for me as well. I stopped watching him because it was just like he says like the most summarical version that you could possibly give, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, and he just tangents off like way almost worse than we do. And it's just
Yeah,
like,
but,
oh,
but the difference is we're doing a stream, not like
Yeah.
a scripted. Well,
Yeah,
I
no,
guess it's
that's
probably
the
not
thing.
scripted, but like a video's just supposed to be like, hey, here's Bethesda's power armor helmet with mold in it. It doesn't need to be a 25-minute video.
Yeah.
There's a certain breed of critic which I really can't stand. It's the critic that will like something not because they like it, but because they're supposed to like it.
Yeah.
A perfect example of this, and he actually admits it as well. What's the Stuckman?
Yeah.
Chris Stuckman. He for the longest time didn't like Blade Runner, couldn't get into Blade Runner, and then he said he watched it enough times that he eventually kind of forced himself to like it. And I'm like, if you don't like Blade Runner, don't like Blade Runner. It's fine.
Yeah.
Just not your type of movie. That's perfectly fine. I think it's a fantastic movie, but I just spoke with two friends IRL and they didn't like it either. I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's slow. It's definitely not a eminently action packed or super intuitive movie, but I think it's great if you can get into it. But if you don't, perfectly fine. You shouldn't have to like something because it's culturally unacceptable not to like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, to me, that kind of highlights just how fake a person is. It's like, oh, this is the thing you're supposed to like, so that means I like it. It's like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. And I
Yeah.
get the MovieBob is like his particular clique likes blah blah and blah, and therefore he must as well. And it's just kind of sad. I find it.
Yeah. $5 super chat from McDingus. Thank you very much. I have almost 3,000 tabs in one tab group on my phone alone. Get on my level, bird boy. Also, read The Expanse. Terrorist waifu is best grill.
I don't even believe you that you have 3,000 tabs. Like, that is insane. That is insane. What I have is normal. What you have is...
No,
that can't
what
be
you
real.
have is not normal. What you have is abnormal. Who's
So-
MovieBob? He was a reviewer that worked for The Escapist, and that's kind of where he made his name and everything. But he was always, whenever you watched him, he always had a smug air of superiority. He was very pretentious, very full of himself.
I just thought it was funny
And,
how you
yeah.
spoke about him in the past tense as if he doesn't do reviews anymore.
Well, no, it's
Well,
because he's
he doesn't
graduated
do
to
it-
being a supervillain.
Yeah, you know what I mean? He can't. How is he going to do movie reviews anymore? And to go, come on. He's spending all of his time stealing all the sugar and eating totally reasonable amounts of food for a normal person.
He's too busy trying to wipe out half the planet.
If he came out tomorrow and said that this is all an elaborate troll and it's just a character he played all along, like
Hats
would-
off to him.
That would be like, damn, man, you stuck to that role for a long time.
I know, like he just like peels off a bodysuit and he's like, "Aha, I got you all," and it's like, "Wow, we've been trolled this whole time."
I've got you all. You will not understand the lengths I went to sound like a pretentious douchebag.
It's
Holy shit.
It's like a movie reveal where they dramatically pull off a rubber mask. It's just someone completely different underneath.
That would be brilliant because you'd have such a recognizable character that you could put on screen, and then you just take all that off, and then all of a sudden you're unrecognizable. That'd be genius, actually.
Yeah.
Except for that he's like every single public experience. I don't think it's a character, but that'd be incredible if it was.
Oh yeah, I'd be scared of encountering him in the wild.
Oh. 20 Danish crowns from Gangwin47. Thank you very much. I'm going to assume they meant guess the quote, MovieBob or the Austrian painter.
Yeah,
Oh,
EFAP did an entire fucking... Well, not an entire stream, but it was a segment of a stream they did where they... There was this questionnaire where they had quotes where they had to decide, okay, was it a Nazi or was it MovieBob? The results weren't good.
Oh, I did that. I forgot what score it was, but it was like 50-60%. It was actually insane. I did it. It was really, really bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just saw that for the first time like a few weeks ago when Cree sent it to me. I had never seen it before. I watched it and I was like, oh my god. Like I would not have done very well.
Yeah. I probably would have done worse, but in the opposite direction because I would have just associated all the worst things. Unless it was like a famous quote or something, and I'd be like, okay, yeah, I know who that is for. But by God, I probably would have associated with, yeah, MovieBob would say something like this. And then to be like, no, that was actually Goebbels on the 5th birthday of... I was like, oh, well, shit.
Yeah, for those not familiar with it, somebody put together a bunch of quotes from like both 1940s Nazis and like modern like neo-Nazis, and then a bunch of quotes from MovieBob, and then deleted or like redacted the particular race and or group of people they're talking about, so you can't detect whether they're talking about Jews or whatever else.
Yep.
So like the exact same quote, the exact quote as spoken by whomever bad person said it, but removed the group of people that they're talking about, and most people get like 50 in the 50s and 60s range on who said who. It's like that bad.
Yeah.
Really, really disturbing,
Yeah.
actually.
Like, oh, that's gotta be a Nazi. It's gotta be. And then results come in. No, that was a MovieBob quote.
Well, he has tweets talking about how, like, we'd be better off if certain people were eliminated from society. It's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
$5 from Dylan G. Thank you. MovieBob, stop. That synagogue hasn't done anything to you.
Oh, God, yeah.
So should we get on with the video?
Let us begin the dive into Dune.
Oh.
Boy.
Someone isn't in the watch together yet.
Oh no, I'm not. Oh crap, sorry about that. Let me pull open one of my windows here.
Does the speed change for all of us, or do we need to set it separately?
It changes for all of us.
Yeah, because
Okay,
we wouldn't be able to stay synced if it only changed for one of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I was worried about.
Shout out to Watch Together, by the way. This is an incredible tool.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
I
I've
used to
done...
use
It does
Rabbit.
break every now and then, but you know what?
Yeah.
At
Yeah.
least they got it working.
I'm
Yeah.
just glad that the YouTube API still allows things like that. I know that a lot of things don't work the same as they used to, but the fact that you can still kind of tap into the YouTube API, like I still occasionally use HookTube just to kind of get a back end into a YouTube video without giving it a view.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I used to use Rabbit, but that site didn't last very long.
Oh god, that was great for like first time I tried it. Well, I mean, great as in it technically functioned, but I've not gotten it to work since. It's terrible.
Yeah.
I used to use Blip TV. Wah wah.
Yeah. Honestly, if you want to watch anything off YouTube, Discord streaming is probably the best way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Enough rambling. Enough going on. By the way, chat, if you're playing the bingo, that does not count as a tangent because we haven't begun yet.
Yeah, that was the intro, not a tangent. Yeah, I guess we haven't mentioned it yet. In the description, there should be a link to a bingo card that will generate for you with a lot of the terrible arguments we hear of and other
And other memes that have
spaces.
just spawned from us.
Yeah. So, let's begin.
And now, Denis Villeneuve's Dune, the big-budget blockbuster adaptation of monumentally influential, infamously challenging to adapt genre fiction for anyone who watched Fellowship of the Ring and thought, this would be a lot better if the pre-title prologue were 2.5 hours long and then the rest of the movie ended when Gandalf takes off after the birthday party like, I think I'd better go look into this whole ring business.
Okay, so that's just not even fucking accurate. There's so much that happens in Dune.
Yes. And again,
Yeah.
you have to set up a lot of this stuff. There's a reason it's notoriously difficult to adapt, okay?
Yeah, mostly because it's just an absolute world building like labyrinth. There's so much world building, and it's all tied into the Bene Gesserit and prophecy and all that kind of stuff. So you have to understand the world building for the story to make sense. And yeah if you're gonna do the kind of comically lazy sort of comedic recap, just make it funny. That's kind of a necessary part. Either do a brief, correct recap, or you be funny. This wasn't particularly funny.
Yep.
I also want to point out a comment in chat. What the fuck?
Yeah.
This is slowed down? Yes, this is
Yeah.
slowed down.
Yes, this is slowed down.
Also,
And,
that
like, okay, I just want you to picture something quickly. if you go on to like a random YouTube video of a normal like person, and you put them on 2 times speed, that's what Bob sounds like in his videos on normal speed.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also, the super chat. Oh my god, I did not know about that. What the fuck?
$10 from Scootmeister, thank you. I remember coming across MovieBob's video on Halo, calling Spartans a military quasi-fascist wet dream, and named after the warriors who wrote the book of a military quasi-fascist wet dream. God.
Oh,
What?
wow.
The fuck?
I didn't get any of that. Sorry.
It's just
I don't think any normal person gets that out of a Halo. But yeah, okay.
Oh, Spartans, the Greek Peloponnese.
Yeah, he's talking about the Greco-Roman sort of era empires and everything.
I just my only response to that is like back then when everybody was killing everybody, war was constant, and civilization was just starting to be kind of democratic civilization was just starting to kind of take its root.
Yeah.
Life was different, and a lot of civilizations that were successful were extremely hardcore. Call it fascist, call it whatever. Spartans got shit done because they were very strong militarily and had a very high standard of performance. So I don't know what to say. Today they wouldn't be looked upon so great, but at the time it kind of was necessary to be strong and to defend your people. You know what I mean?
it was just
Yeah, they
necessary for
also-
survival, and so you didn't get wiped out or enslaved by the other, I guess, tribes.
Yeah.
And they also had a really fascinating system, which was the two king system. So, unlike how you ever think of monarchy, the way that Sparta worked was that it had two kings. One was a king of war, and the other was the king of peace. He was the king that ran the consulate and everything like that, and was in charge of the people and the day-to-day runnings of the empire. While the king of war was constantly the one training the soldiers and prepping, so that they were always ready for a fight. So you always had the king's authority, the voice of the gods, there on the battlefield with you, and at home when you needed to deal with crises that happened at home. So it was a fascinating system. And it worked ridiculously well because Sparta lasted until they got rid of the two king system, and then it died almost immediately.
Yeah, don't if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's a historical good thing to keep in mind. But yeah, no, I mean, and it's not just because of the Greeks or just because of European civilization. Same stuff was happening in Native Americans. All the different tribes were fighting each other. There were cannibal tribes. There were peaceful tribes. There were war tribes. There were all sorts of tribes. Like before, I think people are really, really just their vision is so clouded by the lens of modern times because we have so little war and conflict compared to any other era in history. There were 100-long-year wars in Europe, multiple of them. So it's like the fact that our biggest conflict was a skirmish in the Middle East that lasted 20 years is trivial, honestly, pretty trivial compared to history.
And it wasn't even a skirmish that lasted every single day, or it wasn't every month, so like that. It was long periods of drought and everything like that, then high intense action, and then both sides pull away from each other, and then it's just kind of a period of nothing happening, which is, by the way, a thing that happens to soldiers a lot, especially modern soldiers, is boredom. It is the battlefield boredom, where you are constantly on edge, constantly waiting for the extreme levels of violence, and that just frays your nerves so much you get bored ridiculously easily. And if you ever want to watch some funny videos, watch those bored in Iraq or stuff like that videos where
I've seen
you
those.
see
Those are
soldiers
good.
trying desperately to have any semblance of like sanity.
Yeah, I did security for a few days for an event once, and it was the most boring thing I've ever done. I'd rather be doing like desk work. It's so boring when there's nothing to do.
Yep. And the Marines, I think every military branch can say the same. We called it the hurry up and wait. And my God, it sucked. You got to be here now. Okay, now you're here. Now you're going to wait. We got to see what's going to happen. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it
Still
sounds
waiting.
like it would suck.
Sorry, I keep laughing during this because I went a little further and read that other super chat. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
50 Donkey Kong cash from Gangwin47. Thank you. Danish crowns, right? Or krona.
Yes.
Okay. MovieBob. That's a fairly small amount of the population to be removed.
But you need to put by an average person.
Yeah, by an average size person.
Yeah.
Or an average person, I guess, yeah. $5 from Dylan G. Thank you. I'd be careful with talking about SS Oberst Guppenführer MovieBob. He's not a man to be trifled with.
Yeah. Oberstgruppenführer MovieBob.
And $2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. I'll put the sauce of that bit in your Discord.
He's talking about the source from the thing about the Halo.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I hope you weren't planning on having this MovieBob episode monetized, because it's already been pretty spicy.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much dead in the water already.
Let me check. It's still on.
No, it'll still be on, but you guarantee that it's gonna immediately get flagged.
Well, I know on other streams, they lose monetization mid-stream, so we haven't gotten that spicy yet.
Yeah, I did a podcast last week, and it got demonetized, but then it got monetized again, so maybe they just kind of rechecked it and said, a couple F-bombs here and there isn't too bad. So
Yeah.
I don't think you can talk about the Matrix Resurrections without dropping a few. So
I still haven't seen that.
I refuse to watch it. I refused.
Everybody,
and it's funny, even the people that are normally all over this thing because it's the message that they care about, were like, "Oh, this movie is shit." And I'm like, "Oh boy."
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even think it really has much of one. Like, it's if you look at it from a certain perspective, yeah, you could say it's progressive, whatever, but like, it doesn't even have that strong of that sort of thing. Like, honestly, it's it's a perfect shitstorm that doesn't appease anybody. So
yeah, it's oh boy, and apparently it lost over $200 million or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they're literally not making any Matrix movies ever again, is what Desmond Evans said.
Yeah, I think, what was that, the editor or somebody said that, I forget, or one of the producers, but I still can't believe. I mean, obviously, inflation changes these numbers a bit, but they made the original Matrix somewhere between 40 to 60 million, and this new movie looks like a Netflix original movie that took half the budget, but it cost about twice as much or 3 times as much. I don't know how you do that.
So you're saying it looks about as good as Cowboy Bebop?
Oh
yeah,
man.
like honestly, I'm not even joking. I haven't watched the Bebop series, but I've seen a few clips of it. The first fight between Spike and what's her name? I forget her name. Not Valentine.
Yeah.
I would say that's better. I would say it's better than anything in Resurrections, because you can at least tell what's going on.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Yeah,
when you have somebody who doesn't know how to film fights properly, so they think, "Oh, action, intense, constantly cut all over the place, and shaky cam." And it's like, no, stop.
Right. And what's crazy, because obviously they didn't get Yun Ping back for the choreography, which is a big hit, but still, I would think after doing 3 movies and a bunch of other movies since then, you would at least know how to point your camera so that people can see what's going on. That's like the worst part of it.
That was people pointing out why the Raid movies are so good for action compared to like Jason Bourne, where it's the Jason
Paul Greengrass stuff.
Yeah, and Jason Bourne's whole thing is just fucking constant cuts and everything like that, and you get nausea like watching some of these fights. And then it goes to the Raid, and even though it's fast action, there's not a lot of cuts in the camera. It is smooth, like, movements and stuff like that, following people getting punched and kicked and attacked and everything. So you always know where the person is standing, what's going on, and what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, not to turn this into a Matrix stream, but that's what was so brilliant about the Matrix film, the original one, is because the camera movement and the cinematography was so clean, so sharp, but yet the action was so compelling. Like,
Yeah.
you don't have to. Like, you ever seen the behind the scenes where the director's just like smacking the back of the camera to add shaky cam? It's really sad. Like, that's all they do.
Hang on. Where's my cameraman? Oh, I'm here, sir. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Yeah, that's kind of... I know Indigo said slapping the camera, but I just find it more funny to picture in my head that the director is just beating the cameraman with a stick as he's trying to film.
That's probably what Paul Greengrass does. He just like takes out his like, it's like you know, are you
Hand
the
me that
cinematographer?
fucking
Yes,
broom
sir.
over there. Whack,
Yeah.
whack, whack.
It's like, Paul Greengrass, like, what are you doing, cinematographer? I was holding the camera straight. That's a paddling.
Don't worry, we'll edit your screams out in post.
Just repeatedly smacking them in the back of the head.
That's pretty great.
All right.
I wanted to say something about the quick cuts thing too. I always hate that shit. The first time I really noticed it was with the Transformers movie, because they would get the camera in close and there's all that bullshit moving around on screen, so you couldn't even see what's happening.
Yeah.
I'd say the first one was a lot cleaner than the rest. The first one, I still, aside from some stupid jokes, I thought the first movie was solid-ish for a dumb action movie.
Yeah.
But they really kind of went over the top, starting with 2, I think.
Yeah. When Bay realized, oh, it's just the big explosions. We can just do that. It's like, uh-oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I still think the I forget his name, Blackout, or the intro scene in the first movie, I thought was excellent. I thought it was really like good pacing, good build up, where the helicopter comes in and people realize it's not their own and like things go to hell. Like I thought that whole scene was great.
Yeah.
Gets a bit silly later on, especially when they get into like the FBI agent guy or whatever he was, but yeah, later on, just explosions, just absolute masturbatory special effects. No better way of saying that, but
And masturbatory long panning shots on a certain female actress.
yeah, there's that clip of Michael Bay, like I think what's her name? I forget her name because she hasn't been anything good for like 20 years.
Megan Fox.
Yeah, Megan Fox. She was like, I'm supposed to do so and so, and it's like, yeah, and I'm gonna smack your ass with this right after. I think isn't there a clip of Michael Bay doing that? I
want there to be now.
I've seen it. Yeah, it's funny.
Shut up, Grandma. Drink your prune juice. Fucking rest in peace, Bernie Mac.
Oh god. No, Indigo. It's not that good. It has major tism at times. Hey, it's a scale, okay? The first one can still be the best of them, okay?
Compared to the tism of the sequels, the first one is freaking Citizen Kane. Oh my god.
See,
It was his sleigh.
I haven't seen the sequels. I've only seen them, like, parts of them through, like, Red Letter Media's watching of them, where all I remember is the clip where one of the Decepticons is, like, begging for mercy, and Optimus just tears the fuck apart of Red Letter Media. They all just fucking die laughing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the scale, like, it's a perfect example of power creep and how you can't go too crazy because then you can't follow it up. Like,
Yep.
first one's just simple. It's like, okay, boy happens upon the Allspark, things get out of hand, secret robots pretending to be machines turn into robots, fighting ensues, they win. That's like the pretty basic story, all things considered.
Yeah.
But then it's like, actually, they're in ancient times. And the next one's like, oh, actually, they were on the first scene on the other side of the moon in the 60s. And it's like, well, actually, they were actually for the dinosaurs. And then, no, actually, they were actually with King Arthur.
Damn it. Beast Wars was so good, too, you fucking assholes. That was an old show, though. Fucking old cartoon.
God, I remember back when they were doing the sequels of those, and they would always do the really stupid promotions and stuff. And I remember, at least in the community I was in, there was this one, I don't remember which one it was, which of the Transformers movies it was, but it was like, there was some promo where like the guy is messing with a hologram and he could turn it into different things. And he turns one of them into a fucking My Little Pony. And
Of course you would know.
everyone on like the My Little Pony site that I was on was just like, well, not watching that.
Hey, you know what's popular with the kitty winks these days? My Little Pony. Let's do one of those references. Then immediately the entire fandom's like, no, that's stupid.
Yeah, that's literally what it was. They literally were just like, it was it was just a guy fucking around with it, and he turns it into Rainbow Dash, and then everyone in the comment section where this clip was posted, everyone was just like, well, I'm not watching this garbage piece of shit.
Yeah.
Probably the craziest thing that most people forget about is in the second movie, where they just randomly introduce Transformers that can pretend to be humans, and it's like you realize how insanely game-changing that is, and you just drop it right there. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's those unintended side effects things, like the whole teleporting thing in the Invincible comic, or sorry, the Invincible show is like, oh man, that actually fucks with things so much.
Yeah, teleporting is really difficult to undo. Whenever you introduce a power like that, it's like you could do so much with that. You're basically, if you have the reaction time too, which some of these guys do, like you're basically invincible at that point.
Yeah.
Hey guys, do I even want to know what's going on with MovieBob? We have played 22 seconds and we've been talking about completely different things for most of the stream so far.
Yep,
yeah, they
and
could definitely do that
tangent. Here.
They could definitely do the tangent bingo thing now.
Yeah.
$5 super chat from Skids. Thank you very much. Bob gave live action Mulan a 7 out of 10 because he thought the arrow was so awesome. And I've been playing New Vegas for the first time. Really enjoy it. Well, glad you're enjoying New Vegas.
Yeah, glad you're enjoying it, man. And he enjoyed the arrow kick.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh man, the bow can only fire it so fast. If you use your foot, man, 10 times faster. Woo! Gonna send that arrow to space.
Yeah, and not to mention just the physics of it all. Like an arrow is basically pulled. It's basically, I mean, it's technically a push, but it's very specific tension on the knock of the arrow in a very specific direction, whereas a kick would probably shatter the arrow if hit hard enough. Like none of that makes sense. Even over the top, like they can run up walls and stuff in that movie, but
which as begs the question: why does any city have walls at all if they are literally meaningless? Why would you bother with that? Why would you not just do like spike pits or like lava or something? Find some way to defend your thing that's not walls, because if they can just run up it, there is no point of having them.
Yeah, like I again, when compared to something else, like I love Wire Fu, I love the kind of over the top stuff. One of my favorite movies, I saw it multiple times, subbed in the theaters, was Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Again, that movie makes Mulan makes that movie look like Citizen Kane, but that has like crazy physics and stuff. But these are exceptional people in a fairly mundane world. Like these people, you didn't get the idea that everybody could just jump up on top of and do sword fighting on top of bamboo trees and stuff. So like,
well, that was also the thing of, you realize they're exceptional in all regards. Like when the detective, when she is watching her do her calligraphy, and you can see just by what they're focusing on and everything like that, that she realizes that she's the swordsman. It's like, it's such a good scene.
Yeah,
because she's no longer paying attention at all. Like her eyes immediately snap to her hand movements, and she starts watching and focusing more and more intently on her hand movements as she's doing her calligraphy. And then you see the detective's eyes slowly turn up to look at her, and you realize she figured out who the swordsman was.
Yeah, no, it's super interesting, and yeah, like it's. I mean, honestly, the stuff that happens in Crouching Tiger is pretty low key compared to the craziness that happens in Mulan. Like the witch who has all these powers, and she decides to take a hit as a bird. That's her final move.
when she can make multiple birds.
Yeah. Great. So as you can see, racist robots in Michael Bay movies and terrible Chinese movies made in Uyghur camps are more interesting than MovieBob.
Pretty much anything is more interesting than MovieBob.
What's this? Okay, no, I can't. If we go on that, we're gonna be on a tangent forever. Because I want to talk about the arrow. Go back to the arrow trade. Talk about how dumb it is, how leverage works, and everything, and how bows work and everything. But yeah, no.
Wait, didn't MovieBob make a tweet or something praising the CCP?
Did
It
he?
wouldn't surprise me.
I think he did.
We just had that conversation where people were taking tests on did a Nazi say it or did MovieBob say it, and most people fail.
I think he did, which would explain why he would like go out of his way to defend a movie like Mulan, because there was all that stuff coming out of like, oh yeah, this was filmed next to a Uyghur concentration camp, and Disney thanked them and all this shit, and people were like, oh my god, this movie's terrible, and then you got MovieBob like, no, my precious CCP, I have to protect them.
I can only assume if he praised the CCP, it's because he approved of the use of genocide. He just thinks they used it on the wrong targets.
Probably. Connor Huddock says, man, this Indigo guy seems entertaining. It's very nice of you to give smaller creators a platform.
Thanks guys for shining a light on my humble trade.
Indigo with his humble YouTube career.
And also, welcome Mohad to membership. Thank you. Remember, guys, it's just a movie about space wizards made for children. Yeah, that's shitty argument.
Fucking course.
We actually see variations to that all the fucking time with Fallout. It's insane.
Yeah, it's also just a stupid argument. Like, there are incredible animated movies for children. I still think Iron Giant's fantastic.
Yeah.
But
Batman the Animated Series is like the gold standard for it was made for children, but it's not dumb.
Lion King I've made this argument before. Lion King improves upon Hamlet in some ways. I'm not even joking. The pacing of Lion King, like, spoilers for 1993's not Lion King, but I think it's actually you could kind of consider it a flaw that you don't get to know Hamlet's father in the original play. He's dead before the events of the story occur. Whereas Lion King pushes that a bit forward. You get to find the connection between Simba and Mufasa before Mufasa tragically dies, and as I'm sure everyone else has, it ruined our childhood. We're like cried our little eyes out when that scene happened. So I mean, obviously there's stupid things like Rafiki doing kung fu and stuff like that, but in a lot of ways, I think that structurally it improved upon Hamlet in some ways. So it's like that's a pretty you improved Shakespeare. Damn, hats off to you guys.
Yeah. Back when Disney cared.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Back before they axed their entire 2D animation department because 3D was the hip new thing, and then they realized, oh, that was a bad idea, and went back.
Oh, is there an ace or imposter in the comments? I didn't see.
I see him there. I have no idea if that's the real one or not. I'm just gonna leave it. I don't care.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, he's a lolcow. That's all that matters. So it's better to just continue forward.
The old saying is true. Don't feed the trolls.
Yep. All right. Finally.
Yeah.
Back to the video.
It's okay, because then the filmmakers are like, yeah, okay, but aren't you glad we already greenlit, secured, and mostly completed the sequels that are definitely going to happen, so that an entire movie of only setup doesn't feel like a gargantuan waste of your time?
Okay, so that a movie of only setups, there were payoffs all throughout that movie, okay?
Yeah, the whole thing with Duncan Idaho dying, that was set up right at the start.
Yes. You died, and I just felt like if I had been there, something would have been, hey, I'm not going to die.
Yeah, and to actually execute, I mean, there's some flaws in this Dune movie, but to actually execute on a setup payoff like that when they've already almost essentially spoiled what's going to happen and still make it work emotionally, that's not it takes a bit of effort to do that.
And again, all things of like, the setups of House Atreides is going to be betrayed by the Emperor, and it's the Harkonnens that are going to do it and everything like that. And we get the payoff. We actually get House Atreides falling, the collapse of them, the invasion and everything. How is that not a payoff?
Yeah.
How is the setup of Duncan, Idaho met with the Fremen, and then one of the chieftains and one of the Sietches comes, and how is that not a payoff that they then meet him, and it was through the connections that they had that they were able to form a bond so quickly.
And he was able to prove himself where he couldn't before.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a lot of stuff like that. Like, and what I really like about it kind of reminds me of early Game of Thrones, which is probably the books were most likely inspired in part by the houses of Dune.
They
I
were.
could definitely see a lot of similarities there.
George R. R.
So-
Martin himself said that Dune was a major inspiration to him. It was the politicking and everything like that that really inspired him to do that, to do great houses and to understand how the points of view of each house and how they would differ and why they would differ.
Yeah, and I would still recommend, despite how badly it ended, I'd still recommend people to watch Game of Thrones seasons 4 through 4, maybe 5. But what was great about that show is that a lot of people misunderstood it as a show that subverted your expectations. But I would argue that, at least for the first 4 seasons, it absolutely followed through with a logical conclusion.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
the crazy, surprising things that happened were absolutely set up before. You just weren't paying attention, or you thought that everybody had plot armor, which they didn't.
Yep.
So I thought that was genius, because everything that happens in the first couple seasons that are shocking and, oh my God, you can absolutely see every step leading up to that very poor outcome, all the mistakes made and everything,
Yeah.
So
And that's what, like I said, for people that read the books, season 5 was definitely when you knew that shit has gone downhill.
yeah.
Oh my God, the plot armor was real, and Dorne. Oh, it was Dorne that did it.
Yeah, Dorne was bad and
Oh.
a lot of things, but I think through season 4 is like definitely recommend season.
It is the golden age for sure.
Yeah, seasons 5 through 7, you can still enjoy moments of it, and then seasons 8, like, there's 2 good scenes, and the rest is absolute garbage.
Everything about Dorne in the show fucking bugs me. They got goddamn Julian Bashir from Deep Space Nine to play Doran Martell, and they kill him after like 2 minutes of screen time. Fuck you.
Yeah. Oh, it's so frustrating.
And the Sand Snakes being just... Oh, God. It'll never stop bugging me. They want to get revenge for Elia Martell's death, and then Oberyn Martell's death. He wanted revenge for his sister because she's family. They cared about each other. So the Sand Snakes' brilliant plan to get revenge for their beloved father is to kill the rest of his family.
Yep.
What? I don't get it.
Weak men will never rule Dorne again. It's like, oh, fuck off.
I hate it so much. It is so dumb. They
God.
killed Martell to avenge his brother.
Yeah, it's so fucking weird.
Very odd.
All right.
Yeah, let's get back into this.
I'm sorry. We didn't. We didn't. Not at all.
All right. Well, I'm putting cringe on the fucking bingo card because he's setting up. Oh, yeah, we didn't have sequels planned, stuff like that. Yeah. Villeneuve took a very, very bold decision to just make the movie and just tell them, hey, it's gonna be a part 1. Well, we didn't greenlight a part 2 yet. Well, sucks to be you then.
Yeah.
Talk
Yeah.
about, like, literally flopping it out and slamming your massive Titanic balls on the table in front of a Hollywood panel of suits and just being like, yeah, this is what you're dealt with. You gotta suck it or not.
And I did find the marketing just a tad deceitful, in that you didn't see
It was.
part 1 anywhere until the movie, which
Yes.
even if I was okay with it at the end, but even so, you should know if this is a complete story or not.
Yeah, I agree. I can agree with that.
Yeah, so do I.
But like I
But
said,
still-
when sci-fi movies, and especially one that is on this budget and this scale, almost never get made to begin with, and him deciding, no, I'm not going to compromise and make it a rushed mess like the fucking Lynch film. No.
Yeah, talk about cojones. Imagine Peter Jackson selling a back-to-back shot of 3 movies all at the same time, and he's just some tiny horror director. that man is like whatever he did afterward doesn't matter. He's an absolute Chad in my book because he got those movies done.
Yeah,
Well, not
I still
just
love that whole thing of when he was doing the interviews and everything, and they're like, yeah, and don't worry, we'll do it. We'll do it in one movie and stuff like that. It's fine because he was starting to get to that point of like nobody would take him up on that. But then the suits, for whatever reason, lightning struck that day. Well, it's 3 books, isn't it? Yes. Why don't you do 3 movies? Fucking Peter jumped on that like, yes.
well, from what I've
Yeah.
heard, he was denied by pretty much every studio, and it was New Line he went to last. Again, this is from
Yep.
what I've heard, and he happened to know a guy there, and that's part of how it went down, I think.
Yeah. Because he was trying to pitch it in 2 movies, and they're like, we don't want to do 2 movies because blah blah blah. It might not. The first movie might be a total flop. And we don't be committed to a second one, and so on and so forth. So
Well, not
And
just that. Has it ever been done before, besides Lord of the Rings, where you shoot 3 movies simultaneously that are sequels to each other?
I don't think so. Even movies that were absolutely meant to be like a trilogy, even like Back to the Future, those were
Yeah.
all shot and made individually, to the point where they actually had to like recast the people as well. So I think that's the first time it's ever done. And I don't know exactly which year Lord of the Rings went into production. I remember hearing when it went live, we're like, oh my God, we're finally getting a Lord of the Rings adaptation. It's amazing. But had they waited like maybe a year, I say this because New Line also greenlit and produced Dungeons and Dragons.
oh God, yes.
And so had they waited a little bit longer, that I'm 100% certain Lord of the Rings would have been shot down, because after that terrible movie, so bad it's good, by the way, it's a great movie.
Yes.
Dungeons and Dragons.
It's definitely a Birdemic level of like, oh my God, like don't make references to the tabletop in this movie anymore, please.
Yeah, but had they waited until they got the reception of that, oh my God, every single executive would have said no, cancel it, no Lord of the Rings. But yeah, thankfully that perfect window happened, and I've some issues with the trilogy, but oh my God, there's 10,000 million ways you could have gotten it worse than they did. So
Man,
But it's weird
Remember
how
good-
Bob is acting like, oh, you should have just filmed them all at once, forehead. Like, that's not
Yeah.
likely to happen again.
and
No.
again, given the budget that sci-fi, fantasy also demands it, but sci-fi to an even more extreme level. In fantasy, you can actually get away with more practical stuff. In sci-fi, you need way more special effects.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't know where they filmed Dune. I didn't look up any of the production, but one of the reasons why he was able to squeeze Lord of the Rings by is because, aside from a couple fairly well-known actors, I mean, I think Elijah Wood had a sort of a name then. He had been in a few movies, and they had a couple names like Christopher Christopher Lee and everybody, but like, for the most part, a lot of these guys were kind of no names. Even the people we know really well now had been in little projects, but nobody knew them by name. So mostly low, underdog cast. Shot in New Zealand. Nobody shot in New Zealand. So like, he was able to really cut, him and whomever he worked with were able to really cut down the costs to a point, and shooting back to back made the most sense, because then you could essentially get everybody together. Less plane flights, less building up production, breaking down production, and so it was an extremely efficient shoot. Probably, arguably the most extreme, considering how much movie they shot. I mean, 3.5 hours each or something like that, extended cut.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most, one of the highest production value / efficient movie shoots ever done.
Yeah, and then when it exploded like in popularity, holy shit. Not only did you have something that was incredibly efficient, all of your filming and everything done, your budget, you already had your budget exactly nailed down, and then the first movie explodes, and you have made back your entire budget for all 3 films already.
Yeah. So
Damn.
So Dune was shot in Abu Dhabi mostly, Middle East,
Yeah, that's what I
and
just.
things like that, which was smart. Again, going back to like the original Star Wars, shoot where there's deserts. Production value is awesome. I'm
Yep.
sure it was tough, but based on the fact that they have two pretty hot actors, a lot of actually several hot actors off of Star Wars, off of other movies, off of
Yeah.
Spider-Man. So like, this was not the same cast or the same talent price as Lord of the Rings. Not to say anything about their talent, but the actual cost of hiring these actors. This, I'm sure, way more expensive than Lord of the Rings in terms of just production and special effects and whatnot. So
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
I don't think he would have been able to get a 2 movie deal, especially after this story has already been tried to adapt it. They tried to adapt this movie twice already. So it's already been proven to be difficult to adapt. So
And multiple different TV series that have been wild rides.
yeah, I mean, if you count all the failed adaptations, probably like 5 or 6 times, but
Yeah.
two successful adaptations that I know of, the sci-fi series and the David Lynch movie.
Yeah. Which the sci-fi series was the one that followed Children of Dune, which was
Yeah,
interesting choice to jump that far, but okay.
that isn't the sequel. I haven't read the whole series yet. Is that not the first sequel?
No, it should be. I think it's Dune, Dune Messiah, then Children of Dune, then God Emperor. Oh God, let me make sure I get this correct.
But they might have been doing it by order of written rather than chronological order, or
No, because order of written would have been Dune Messiah. Dune Messiah should be the second one.
oh, you're right, yeah. So children of Doom would have been 3. Okay.
Yeah, I was right. I got it up to God Emperor of Dune, and then we do Heretics of Dune. Yeah. Okay. Whew. I was like, I hope I didn't get the last one wrong. But yeah, no, it's God Emperor of Dune is the fourth one.
Oh God, that tweet. Um, that's so. God.
Uh-oh.
Uh,
Oh.
Oh God.
Oh, that is some epic internet lore now. Let's put that on screen for chat.
Yeah. Oh man, especially now that she's had a fucking meltdown and has left YouTube because
Yeah.
her audience that she cultivated that doesn't believe in forgiveness, anything wouldn't forgive her. It's like, oh wow, shocked Pikachu face.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. I watched a couple videos covering her whole leaving YouTube thing, and she stated what she's going to do. She can leave, and that she couldn't ever fix her channel, even though she's still getting tons and tons of views. Like, her channel's far from destroyed.
Yeah.
She couldn't accept the social pressure of it all.
She
But what's
couldn't
sad is that,
accept that she had gone stagnant because of the cancel culture thing.
yeah, but even stagnant, she's still hiring like 8 people or whatever. I mean, that's hardly
Yeah.
failing. But what was probably the most sad thing to me was that after she said all that and she kind of made her statement and everything like that, somebody, without adding her on Twitter, somebody commented about something about her and her character or whatever, and then she quote replied to it on Twitter saying, "The only correct take." But there's no way she could have found that unless she name searched herself. So she's looking for the comments. She's looking for the hate, which is
Yep.
honestly pretty sad. She made her own bed, so I don't pity her. But at the same time, it's like you can escape the negativity. It's tough, but you can escape it. You just don't go looking for it and then complain about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I've got to agree more with Short Fato Talk, where he's saying like you cultivated this. This is your audience. These are the people you embrace. These are the people you cater to, and everything. So it's like if your audience is the one that has turned on you, unfortunately, you are the one that set this up.
Yeah, like I said,
And
she cultivated that sort of attitude. Like, you can absolutely become the victim of your audience. I knew a couple people
Yes.
who just fostered a very negative, very critical, like, not critical in that they look for flaws and make well-reasoned arguments, but just they hate everything. Just a very hateful audience, and you can become
Yeah.
the victim of that, absolutely. But it's also your creation, so nobody else did that but you.
Gross. She's having a pity party real quick. She'll be back in a bit. Don't worry. Don't worry.
And yeah, I put that image up on screen for a little bit there. That, man, imagine getting blown out that fucking hard. I've uncovered the conspiracy of people being friends with their peers. MovieBob, I for one am positively shocked. This is honestly really inappropriate and creepy, dude. A selfie at a con several years ago does not mean we are friends. Also, the fact that I've soft blocked you like 6 times and you always refollow is creepy. Take the hint and please leave me alone.
Yeah.
I didn't even really realize that was a thing. You can block somebody, then unblock them immediately so that they're no longer following you. Like, that's, you'd think after re-following her, it's like, oh, Twitter being silly, better re-follow her for the 5th or 6th time.
And it's always just her. Huh, that's weird.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
Uh-oh. Holy shit. Who posted?
Oh my god, I just found a really good one. Hold on, that we.
Oh man, there's
Oh, that one.
oh god, there's 2 here. I didn't even see the other one. Let me grab
Yes,
that.
dude. This is what we're talking about when we're saying shit like, did
MovieBob
MovieBob
wants
say it,
genocide.
or did an extremist say it?
Especially this one. Holy shit.
In the face of unprecedented challenges, we need a president whose vision was shaped by the American heartland, rather than the ineffective Washington politics we've come to know and expect. And for Bob, fuck the heartland. I want a president from the brainland of America. We are not going to fix a goddamn thing with folksy know-how and, quote, values. We're going to fix it with technology, science, and a full-throated rejection of moralistic superstition. What?
Yeah.
Morals bad. Principles bad.
Oh god, I'll get that last one last. That is a
Yeah,
classic.
the last
Yeah.
one is really.
That's classic Bob right there.
Yeah, these are the tweets that make me think in the back of my mind that there is a chance that he's just playing a character, because I can't believe that anybody is this insanely
This insane. Someone who
Well,
actually
I can-
advocates for eugenics.
I can believe it because there's a reason we call it. Okay. Now, we're living this current day and age. There's a reason we call the left the cult, because there are people that are that fucking insane.
2019. I was supposed to be on a starship by now, conversing with intelligent robots, deciding what sort of body I'd like to upload my immortal consciousness to. Instead, we're still on this fucking rock, wondering how to placate the white working class. I'll never forgive the troglodytes who stole the future I earned to prolong their worthless existence. Anyone have the picture of that MovieBob Mario cosplay picture? That the future I earned by what? By reviewing movies? What?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Future here earned by wearing an oversized Mario suit and talking to himself. Very
and then classic. This is vintage classic MovieBob. There needs to be a separate category of biology distinguishing modern American conservatives from properly evolved human beings. Fucking what?
Yeah. I said it's the cult. It's how they think.
Anyways, we're still only 40 seconds into this video. Ready to continue?
All right. Yes, I am ready. Let's get past this terrible skit he's doing right now.
Not at all. Well,
The music is just kind of funny in slow-mo.
It's
Yeah.
kind of it.
I just remember in every single video game / entertainment commenter on YouTube or wherever else, like Blip TV or whatever it was, would I think they were awesome by using rock music.
I'm hip. I'm cool. We got rock.
I mean, what's his name? That guy with the glasses still does.
Oh, dude.
Doug Walker. He still
Yep,
does that?
Nostalgia Critic. Yep.
He still has the same theme song. Yeah, I think he got it custom done. What I find about that one is so funny because like it's almost kind of like tiring how kind of slow and not really energetic that song is. Just like and just kind of like okay,
Yeah.
it's a little bit too slow. It's not very exciting at all.
Yeah, and so as if to try to make it more exciting, he hyper edited his intro of him
Yeah.
like doing super fast all throughout it. It's like, no, stop.
No.
Good times.
I, for one, would use classical Tibetan music.
Oh my god, throat singing like in like the Sardaukar. Yeah, there you go.
Seriously, that was such a great fucking scene. But no, not even just throat singing. Could you imagine a didgeridoo as your opening?
There you go.
Hey, Pagan, we should get Gadget to do that for us.
Yeah.
All right.
Your reputation, Frank Herbert's Dune probably isn't so much too dense or confusing for most to wrap their heads around when it comes to getting its proper adaptations off the ground, so much as a lot of it takes place in the realm of mind, involving narratives affected by dreams and hallucinogenic drug use, and figure prominently in the narrative and indulge quite a lot of heavy-handed allegory to familiar recurring mythological themes, both in the straightforward and subversive sense, all things that tend to be distracting to both readers and would-be translators in terms of pulling them away from what's otherwise a complicated but not exactly opaque storyline. David Lynch.
I'm sorry. I gotta disagree.
So like nothing about his points. There's a tool. It's a free tool. I think it's called Hemingway. I think they have an online if you search Hemingway, I think there's an hemingwayapp.com. Put your writing through that.
Yeah.
It will highlight if you use the passive voice, and it'll highlight if your sentence is too long.
Yep.
Somebody needs to introduce MovieBob to the punctuation mark, the period, because oh my god, his sentences are so long.
I know. I was waiting for a point to stop it. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, I was trying to figure out, okay, what the hell's even going on?
Yeah, it becomes so long, and I don't even really hear the commas. It's not in a funny way, like zero punctuation. Zero punctuation, at least, that's literally the brand. But
Yeah.
even he has starts and stops to each concept.
Yep.
Well, not
His-
just that,
his-
it's structured and worded in such a way that you can easily understand the point he's trying to get across.
Yeah, you have to, even if you're making a long point, you have to break it into concepts, like a subject, an action, and all that kind of thing. Like you can't just continue to stack on layers and layers and layers and layers, and then he'll do like an entire sub-sentence just to make a sort of metaphor, and then continue on from there. Like he does this every single time. It drives me nuts. He has the worst run-in sentences I think of any creator I've ever seen.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. And again, I think it's because he's just trying to be verbose. He's trying. It's that pretentious aspect of it. He's trying to look smart, superior, and as we all know, the smart people do the long sentences.
Ironically, that sorry not to cut you off, Craig, but ironically, the one of the most verbose writers in human history, we just mentioned him, William Shakespeare.
Yep.
He is famous for his quote, "Brevity is the soul of wit." So
Yep.
if Shakespeare's saying "cut your shit down," then
Hold on a second. Hold on.
What?
Don't play yet.
Oh.
There.
I can't. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
if
there's
you
a...
ever-
Sorry,
It's perfect size. Wow.
Yeah, I sized it up to land over the poster. Mo had in chat, why does he speak this fast? This is slowed down.
Yeah.
And there's another comment here I wanted to read because of... I like your funny words, eugenics lard man.
Oh, man.
That's wild. I just and sometimes his metaphors and his similes just don't even make a whole lot of sense. Even or he thinks he's got this really great kind of analogy or way of expressing something, where sometimes the simpler expression is better. Like I actually really like I've been reading some of H.P. Lovecraft, and I also like Philip K. Dick and things like that. And their writing is actually very simple, even though they're kind of from a different era.
Yep.
But they have a really strong usage of words without going into flowery writing. And that's actually probably my favorite type of writing, is just a very creative and imagery filled writing while using fairly simple words, because it's immediately clear what they're saying. You
Yeah.
don't have to like read into every sentence.
Well, that's why Terry Pratchett was such a master. Was
Yeah.
his whole thing on wordplay and everything, but he always kept things simple so that everybody that read it could get the jokes, could understand what was being talked about and everything. Like
Douglas,
just the golems of your safety is my concern, and then he punches him in the face. And when it happens multiple times, and he gets later on in the thing, he's like, "You need to understand, sir. Your safety is my concern." He goes, "Oh God, no, not again!" And he gets hit.
yeah, even like Douglas Adams and things like that. Like they're celebrated authors, and you don't. In fact, I actually find there was somebody. I watched a video of this. Some screenwriter mentioned this, where like there's always a better way. There's always a better way to write something than something Lee. You know, I forget what kind of, is that an adverb or whatever? I forget what that. I know grammar better than I know the terms about grammar, but like, I asked subtly, "What are you doing?" You know, there's a better way to write that. You know, I sneaked in the question, "What are you doing?" That's a better one, because that makes it more of an action, for example.
Yeah, I slipped
Just
in the question beyond his notice or something.
yeah, something like that. 'Cause it's just like all these like little parasitic words just attached to your meaning, where there's a way to replace the action or to replace the noun in some way to give that the meaning, rather than all these little parasitic words that you just stick on top of a sentence. It just kind of clouds your communication. You know what I mean? It's just gets
Yep.
tiring after a while.
Oh God, I hate flowery writing. One of my triggers in creepypastas is when someone say crimson liquid instead of blood. Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
dude,
That's annoying.
Yeah, that would be very annoying.
Hyper realistic blood.
the
Always got to push that in.
Yeah, like you could write that in a way as like, I saw crimson dripping from his maw or something like that. Like that'd be visual enough. But
Yep.
yeah, it's just you go over the top. There's like this kind of unspoken line where if you go too far and just continually use synonym, synonym, synonym until it loses all meaning, that's when you've gone too far.
blood is red as crimson. If the STAG bingo card was all windows with numbered tangents, we'd have run out of windows. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
That's
There's
what
a reason
happened.
That's why there's only one.
Yeah. Well, no, there's gun tangents as well. We haven't gone on a gun tangent yet.
Yeah, but that's
I
a
will not
specific-
at this moment, because that would not be fair. But yeah, winding this back around towards MovieBob, what he just said. Yes, he said the books aren't actually that dense as people make it out to be, and blah blah blah, and they're not actually that hard to adapt. It's like, no, they 100% are that dense. Again, the problem with trying to adapt it is not getting all the subtleties, like not getting the fact that Gurney Halleck was a bard, that he fought in the Harkonnen slave pits and everything, and was saved by House Atreides. That's why he has an undying, eternal loyalty to the Atreides bloodline. It's stuff that small detail is important, and they try to highlight it with Paul saying, "Give us a song, Gurney," instead. They're trying to highlight the fact that he has other talents and everything, but this is the level of detail you need to understand the different character setups and payoffs. I will agree. I saw someone earlier say a flaw in the Dune 2021 movie is the fact that Dr. Yue's betrayal isn't set up more thoroughly. I agree. I think they could have set up his betrayal more thoroughly. I think the betrayal itself works well, but they could have set up why he was doing it and maybe shown more plans like that in the background, which apparently they do in the deleted scene. So I would like to see that when the full film comes out.
Which also kind of spoils the betrayal, though, as well. So if they were trying to make the betrayal a surprise, you wouldn't necessarily want to show too many POV scenes of him doing sneaky stuff behind the background, because then we're kind of just staring at everyone else, like, why don't you see the traitor here?
Yeah,
this guy's sneaky as heck, you know.
I would set up perhaps him maybe having a conversation about his wife with the
Yeah,
Duke
and
and
make him
everything.
have a weird look or something like that. That'd be enough.
Yeah, and him kind of like looking kind of sad and everything, and then looking at the Duke and realizing that he's sad, and maybe the Duke asks what's wrong. Just play that off, and maybe him have given details, and then when we see that weird spider thing that doesn't appear in the fucking books, we see that spider thing. Maybe it would have had red hair like his wife or something like that. You could lay in these details, and you realize through implication what that means.
Yeah. All it have to be is like, oh, my wife is still away, as she's feeling ill, and just have a strange look or whatever. Like, oh, it's kind of a weird topic. I shouldn't broach that. And that'd be enough of like a seed. So like, oh, I wonder about that. Anyway, let's get back to the sand
Yeah.
stuff, and then later on, you're like, oh, that's why he was weird about his wife.
Yeah.
It'd be a little bit of something, but
Or like I said, if he had just reminisced some about his wife, like any little details we got, and then again, like that spider creature could have had those details, and we would have realized, had the audience been paying attention to what he said, wait, his wife is there. It's not a stated thing. He just stated details about his wife. This creature has the same details. Is that his wife? It's with the Harkonnens, though. And you know what I mean? So it lets the audience get the wheels turning and everything. So that the betrayal would still work as a surprise to people that didn't put the piece together, but the people that did put the piece together would be like, I fucking knew it. Oh.
yeah, it's odd.
But again, there is so much density in Dune, and a lot of it needed to be cut out. Like I hope they don't bring up the fact that that's how it's going to work in Dune Part 2, but the lasers interacting with the shields. There's very much that definitely needed cutting, because we live in a post War on Terror world where we absolutely know that a Harkonnen would send a guy in, would turn his shield on, and then have a little laser pointer pin that go boop, right onto his shield and then nuke, House Atreides. We absolutely know that somebody would do that.
Yeah.
I think they might have already shown that not to be the case, because weren't there lasers being used in the battle against the ships, that some of the ships still had, or some of the Atreides ships still had shields on?
No,
There
they were
was
trying to.
with Duncan Idaho.
Yeah, they were trying to
tried
shoot
zap him, but his ship didn't get hit at all because his shields blocked the missile barrage that came after him. So they fired a missile at his ship. It hit the shield, deflected, and he got knocked off course. Then they tried to do the laser on him, but the laser never touched the shield. So
Yeah, that in my opinion is almost even that particular concept. I don't remember reading that in the book, but I'm taking it for granted that that's the case. The Lasgun's shield equals nuclear explosion.
yeah,
That's like hold a maneuver, or even worse than hold a maneuver levels of, you're kind of breaking the universe. So if they can just like, sweep that under the rug and not mention it in the movies, I'm happy, because that's a
Yes.
bit crazy that because even long range combat, that'd be exceptionally useful.
exactly. Like I said, is the justification in the books is that every house would turn against you because atomics are a banned concept and everything. You're not allowed to use atomic weaponry or anything like that because it can destroy the value of what your property could gain if they had taken body. There's all kinds of guys played into that, but yeah, absolutely. A Harkonnen would do a laser to a shield to just nuke something out of orbit or whatever.
Yeah, if they're going to introduce that, you probably have to have some sort of scene where they're going through the desert and then they see like some sort of. You ever seen those, like when a meteor hits the desert where it turns it into like a crater of glass?
Yeah.
Something like that, where people are like, "What happened there?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, that's a story you won't hear often is when the war of so and so, when las guns were used and triggered an explosion. Now they've been banned and all this kind of stuff. Like that would be, I think, the right direction. But still, there's absolutely no way that the Harkonnens wouldn't use it in some way, at least in space or something.
Yes, especially because the movie already establishes the Harkonnens have no value for
Yeah.
life. Like,
Yeah, like right
even
from the start.
the very first scene, they saturation bomb their own troops when they're fighting the Fremen in the very first scene of the movie. Like,
Yeah.
they don't give a fuck. The crawler literally fires off its missile barrage right into the people fighting on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you're dealing with, say, maybe the Emperor and especially the Atreides, I could see that sort of honorable, kind of like a war crime, basically. That's kind of how they're treated, as in the books. It's a war crime, But again, we're dealing with, obviously, this was before the post World War II thing, where a lot of those laws were put into place. But you get
Yep.
somebody like, Germany, 1943 or whatever, they're probably not going to follow all those rules, right?
Yeah,
even,
exactly.
even if they had existed at the time. So,
And yeah, that's man. I have a lot to say about EFAP though. Doing Dune's coverage, I'm like, man, you guys fucked up so much. Everybody's human, but it hurt. I have a lot. I would have a lot to go over with them about that.
I think a lot of the criticisms hung up on how well it's going to be explained in part two, because they were treating it completely from the perspective of the movie is the only media we're concerned with. Like, not
Which
at
is
all.
what I agree with them fully on that.
Yeah.
However, they did stuff like, well, the shield thing is cool, but don't show me a gun that. Oh, you showed me a gun that works. It's ruined. The entire thing is ruined. Like, no, Mahler and Fringy, stop. It is not ruined.
Well, their argument is that the dart gun worked if after a while, and that what would stop them from just shooting somebody with like 20 darts.
Yeah,
I think
and
that
I
was their
said,
argument, right?
yeah, and I said, good luck. For Mahler's example was, so if I just run up to Metal and I shoot him in the chest, in the leg, and in the head, well, he's done for. I'm like, one, I would love to see you pull off that level of accuracy in a fight, because two, we see that it needs to be directly on. You even point out with Duncan Idaho when he is moving towards the Sardaukar, the ones that don't go perfectly into the shield deflect and bounce off. So you need incredible accuracy to make sure you hit the shield at exactly the point where the dart is going to catch and then try to drill its way through the shield. Which is why, hey, the back was a really good target because the Duke couldn't reach behind him to pull the dart away from it.
Yeah, and maybe they should have represented that in the VFX a bit better, where maybe projectiles would just kind of swerve around.
Well, they
That probably would have been a better
They did a
representation.
bit with Duncan charging the Sardaukar. You see him fire multiple darts at Duncan as he's running at him, and they bounce and deflect off the shield.
Yeah, and then I think they mentioned the explosions, which you do see a bunch of shielded people fly after an explosion happened in the battle at night with the bombing and everything. So that's also a question. Like, if there's enough force to knock you off your feet, there's enough force to kill you with an explosion. So that's a
Yes,
little.
because of the shockwave and everything, it would liquefy your insides.
Yeah, so grenades are still 100% on board. So that also brings into question the idea that melee, it'd be all melee. So there's definitely an argument there. I think they might have been a bit overcritical or a little bit over optimistic about your odds, about
Yes.
hitting pinpoint shots across the body with darts. But then again, you could have like a dart volley or something like that too.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
all sorts of ideas. It does seem a little bit uncreative to just simply go back to katanas for everything, giving them the biggest benefit of the doubt. But yeah, it made for cool fights for sure. But yeah, there's a way you could use technology in those fights with the shields.
Yes.
Yeah. My issue with what they were saying was stuff with the shields and the dart thing was it's kind of the equivalent of saying like, well, why wear Kevlar if I can just shoot the exact same spot, multiple times in a row? And it's like, good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's just things with how, especially how the flow of combat works is like, you have the Sardaukar, who are the most extremely trained, unit besides the besides House Atreides, as the Sardaukar are the elite of the elite, and that's what they are told multiple times in the movie. You don't have a reason to doubt that they're the elite of the elite. Um, and you even see them fucking up and making mistakes because it's combat. That's just what happens.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't think they would disagree with you entirely. I think they try to be objective, but there is a sort of binary flip switch I noticed where if they generally like a movie or generally dislike a movie, they will kind of switch on their full critique mode and everything that could be a possibility they consider. And I think that
Yeah,
even though Mueller said he really, really liked Dune, the first few times he watched it, he did have a lot of problems with it. Um, I noticed this firsthand when I was debating the merits of Spider-Man. In that, like, I won't get into spoilers in case everybody hasn't seen it, but there is a fight with a character who can teleport, and I brought that up, and they like kind of dismissed it, and I'm like, that's kind of a big deal because he gets grabbed later, and he could have just teleported out of that.
yeah,
But there is a sort of kind of I think a blind spot that they might have for when they generally have a more positive viewpoint of a movie. They kind of like put their critique on safety mode, I guess, and
yeah.
don't go as hard on something.
Like I said, they're human.
Yeah, they're human.
That's everybody has that.
Yeah, I have that from movies I love too. So I don't. I'm not saying I'm any better, but
Yeah,
I did notice that if their general consensus is that they like the movie, they'll be less laser point exact on their critique.
yeah. And I remember the other big ones was how did Doctor Yue cripple the whole thing? It's like, well, because the Harkonnens told him how to do it. Because again, this is House Harkonnen's territory; they would know how to do it.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean they could have
and
potentially even had put vulnerabilities in place to make it easier as well. So
and what he was even criticizing, like why would they not just abandon the crawler? That seems dumb. Why would the people? That is so stupid. I'm like, you know why? Like, the surely House Harkonnen wouldn't do that. It's like, yes, Mueller. They set up multiple times that House Harkonnen does not care for lives multiple times before this, and you've seen how brutal they are on screen multiple times. Absolutely, they would have something like you're not allowed to abandon the spice, which is worth trillions. But yeah, oh boy.
anyway, but yeah, I don't want to get on a whole tangent on the EPAP, but I do agree that there were some things I might overlook, but there was a couple points that you could hold against the movie in that there is absolutely something you
Absolutely.
could do with technology that could to bypass the shields in some way. I don't think that I mean, I think I watched what's his name, the uh, really cool guy, the Australian medieval guy.
Oh,
Shadiversity.
Shadiversity.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was actually arguing that daggers and would actually be a pretty good weapon against somebody with shield in a melee combat, but I don't think he went beyond the scope of melee weaponry in terms of what would be more effective than that. But
Yeah, because he was thinking of if you had this technology that worked this way, and melee weapons were your only option to get through. That was his premise he was going with.
yeah,
Uh, which again is fat. Like that's his whole specialty and everything with Shad. Um,
you'd almost solve the problem by having two layers of the shield. Like it'd be a divergence from the book, but if you had an inner shield, which is like really, really, really resistant against fast movement, and then the outer shield, which would basically be almost impermeable. That might have solved it, but again, like how do people get close to you? I don't know. Like maybe there's like an extra shield on the outside that you could enable so it completely deflect ranged combat. That would at least, I think, make it a bit more of a okay, yeah, guns are off the table. But I don't know. There's a way you could fix that. I just can't think of it right now.
yeah, I actually think a fascinating weapon would have been a net type of net gun. Would have
Yeah,
been interesting. Something that even if it doesn't make its way through the shield, it still disables the person.
or glue gun. I'm thinking like Prey 2017. A glue gun would probably work.
Thump, 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 thump. Or as I personally called it, who needs to master lock picking or anything like that? I'll just glue gun my way towards a window.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that game, for all of its faults, that game has some great, like, every sort of playstyle works. Like, well, I didn't put anything in door hacking or anything like that because that's silly, or I don't want to be able to transform or anything. That's stupid. So, what can I do? Well, if you go out here and you glue gun your way up to the chandelier, you can bust open the window and jump in. It's like, ooh.
I loved everything about that game. I just like the engine, the mechanics, the level design is all great. My only complaint, and this kind of undermines how great the mechanics are I don't think the enemies are a good fit for the mechanics.
I agree.
I think that if you're going to do the stealth optional route, you needed more humanoid enemies. And I think that's
Yeah.
kind of where Thief, the Dark Project, and Thief 2, Metal Age, kind of falls apart too. And when you have these kind of non-humanoid enemies, your mechanics start to kind of break down a bit. So I don't know. That was my only complaint about it, but otherwise, I think it's still an excellent game.
Yeah, the Typhons? Typhoids? Oh, no, that's not right.
Typhon. I think that's a Greek god, isn't it? Or Greek. It was like a Titan or something.
Yeah, they are just not a good enemy if you're trying to stealth because of the way they turn and move and everything is so unnatural, and the fact that the mimics can be literally anything, and which is it's a cool enemy in general, but the fact that you are trying to allow for stealth playthroughs as well is like, well, it really kind of messes things up quite a lot.
Yeah, if the mimics were very very dangerous and a rare occurrence, I'm almost thinking
Yes.
like alien isolation level of like, oh no, mimic time, where then you have to kind of paranoidly kind of walk around scanning things for anomalies. That would be an interesting mechanic, but generally I think you should be able to the thief, because it's all kind of heavily inspired by, honestly, Thief was kind of one of the pioneers of that sort of gameplay. Thief was extremely reliant on you being able to predict when and where and how your enemies would move and go about. Like they would kind of speak their minds, like, what was that?
And sound was, especially back in that day, its sound system was revolutionary in every sense of the word.
Oh yeah, Eric Burgess is freaking genius. I love him.
Yeah, and I mean, like, every little thing, like, oh, you have a goo arrow. What's this for? Well, you can kind of gum somebody up, stuff like that, but that's what you shouldn't use it for. Oh, what should you use it for? Well, fire the goo arrow at the floors that are metal and stuff, and now you have a soft surface to walk over, so your boots don't go clap, clap, clap.
Yeah.
And it's just stuff like that is like, that's fucking insane that a game this old had concepts like that.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, and I still think it's one of the best stealth games ever. Weirdly enough, like I don't think many games have really surpassed it, or like honestly, like they probably surpass an AI and things like that, but then they do something else wrong. Like I love Dishonored, but they make you too powerful.
Oh yeah, Dishonored is the teleport. Or sorry, blink, get target, blink, done.
Yeah, like I liked how in Thief, if you had a couple, like 2 or 3 guards on you, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, that's not even a mention. Of course, fucking Dishonored's stop time, shoot guy here, jump over here, grab this guy, put him in front of his bullet and stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, okay, this is a bit broken.
Anyway, we're going to go back to Cinema Roberto.
Yeah.
Theatrical Robert.
Yeah, well, we were looking for goodness and holiness in this in this video, and we couldn't find it in the video itself. So
there's no goodness here. The only goodness is the 75% water that all humans, including Roberto, have in them.
Yep. All right. Backtracking.
I wanted to say a couple of things about the prey thing, but
okay.
Fuck. It's so hard to interject on this show with anything because I don't want to interrupt the flow of everything. So it makes it hard. I don't know. I don't really have that much to say. I liked the game. I thought it was pretty fun. I did. Whenever somebody says mimics, though, I always just think ways to detect them, like anomalies and stuff, and I just think, oh, the chain on this chair is facing the wrong way.
You've been playing too much of the Soul series.
I have.
The chain is pointing forward. It's a mimic.
Oh, man. And I don't think I ever played Thief 1. I did play Thief 2. I don't think I ever played Thief 1. And I liked Thief 2, but a lot of the time, a lot of it can just be broken down to jump across room without touching the floor and hit guy in back of head with blackjack, and problem solved. So you don't ever really need to stealth that much. It's literally get to the edge of the room where the guy is, and then just jump across the rest of the room and whack him in the back of the head.
Or you, I mean, there's in that you can consider that also sort of a gameplay mechanic. Like, for example, I play a lot more Thief 1 than Thief 2, but you could look at a room, find out where the dark parts are, where the light parts are, and also you could find out where the carpeted parts of the room are, because the carpet made less sound than the hard floor. So you could kind of like walk across the carpet, then just kind of zip across a little bit of, if you had a little enough stone floor to run across before whacking him in the back of the head, that was little enough time that he didn't have time to turn around and spot you. But you could consider that all parts of the gameplay. Like, it's not perfect, for obviously, like, the AI and stuff is 1997 or whatever it was, but for what its time, revolutionary. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's a comment here I wanted to read too. This goes back to the Harkonnens not caring about life. That spice runs the entire universe. Of course, a handful of rig workers is considered less valuable. Yeah.
That's what I was saying. The spice that's worth trillions to them versus your pathetic lives. Yeah.
Yeah, they just don't care. Like,
the people that saturation bombed their own troops that they had to put time and money and effort into training, yeah. If they don't care about the people they actually had to train and spend money on, are they going to fucking care about you? You pathetic little, like, lumberjack, you pathetic little, like, drill operator.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's why the importance of that scene where they saved the people off of the spice mining contraption is so important, because it shows the difference between everybody, the Harkonnens and all the previous rulers of Dune versus the Atreides. The Atreides care for human life.
So. Yeah.
Yes. Which is why the Atreides have so many allies and everything, is because they actually give a shit. They care about people. And that's why, unfortunately, why the Emperor needs them to die. Because they are too likable. People are coming to them constantly. Like, the houses don't look to the Emperor for leadership and guidance. They look to House Atreides, which is a big no-no.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, and again, they set that up in the movie too, with Atreides' voice is on the rise, and the Emperor is a jealous man.
Yeah, a jealous,
dangerous man.
Because
he does that emphasis on it after he says the Emperor is a jealous man, a jealous, dangerous man. To when he's talking to Raban.
Charge complete.
Yeah, exactly. The Atreides' voice is rising, and the Emperor is a jealous man, a dangerous, jealous man. That's exactly what he said. Yeah.
And yeah, it's such a good thing, because one, it's showing that that the Baron is thinking ahead and everything like that. Charge complete apparently.
Yep, charge complete. Headset waifu made her appearance.
Oh, fantastic.
Charge complete.
Yeah, and so that's why you also see it. Damn it, I'm going back to it. It's the other thing I have wrong with what Mahler said, that it was a scene just for the dramas of will he or won't he get eaten? It's like, no, Mahler, pay attention. It's the fact that you realize that Dr. Kynes, that's the first moment when she realizes that these might be good people, that they're not just what she's dealt with the entire time, because she's been on the planet the entire time the Harkonnens have been. And so she joined the Fremen. That should tell you something. She believes more in the Fremen ideals and everything, and Fremen society. And so she knows the rulers of Dune as these awful, horrible people. And then you see when he's like, for damn the spice, get everyone out of there and everything. She has that look of that momentary of what? What'd you say? Because the wheels are starting to turn, that this is actually, that the Duke is a good person.
Yeah.
That House Atreides are good and honorable people. and I have to betray them. And she gives the game away right after this scene where the Duke says, "You see what the Baron left us with? You see what they've done here? I'm not here to take your side on this." And that's when Duke Leto realizes that they've been set up. This was his first time he realized that the Emperor himself, that it wasn't just the Emperor was going to have House Harkonnen and House Atreides fight each other for Dune. No, it was when the Imperial representative in charge of the change says, "I'm not here to take your side on this," is when he knew that the Emperor wasn't just setting up a war. The Emperor is actively helping them, which is why he has his breakdown with Lady Jessica and everything.
Yeah, and you could argue about the mechanics of it. Like, I think one of the people on the EFAP argued that why not just have the escape apparatus attached to the spice miner drill thing? Like, that's not a terrible idea. Honestly, it'd probably work better. You know, there's also a chance of that failing. But I think that for whatever mechanical faults you can assign to the design of the equipment and all that kind of stuff, the purpose of the scene is so important. It establishes the key difference between the Harkonnens and the Atreides, and why they're much more fit to rule the place. And
well, it fits too, because the Harkonnens wouldn't have put escape stuff on there. They literally said, you die with your crawler.
Yeah.
So there wouldn't be an escape thing. If the carryall doesn't pick you up, oh fucking well. The desert takes the weak, as the Baron would say.
And also, like, that'd also be kind of, to be fair, mechanically and logistically, that'd also be kind of like attaching a Chinook helicopter to every tank. That's kind of insane when you think about it, because that's way more resources and manufacturing. Why not have one or two carryalls per 10, 20 spice miners versus 20 spice miners and 20 carryalls? That's obviously one takes a lot more resources and work, the other does not. So
and that's why the carryall also wasn't hovering over the spice miner the entire time. It wasn't the carryall that was on the lookout, because this carryall's got to work with other spice miners.
Yeah, and it also goes back to reinforce the idea that they were set up. The Harkonnens left crappy, ill-maintained, broken down machinery, and it's the people and it's the Atreides that had to pay the price for it.
Yep.
So.
And if you notice too, there's another subtle difference between it. When the Harkonnens are having their spice miners, they're these like spider bot things that go with them, which are the ones that have all of the missile launchers and shit on them. When you get the Atreides, they just have the mining platform, and that's it.
Yeah.
So they're just completely under-equipped.
Yeah, totally. Anyway, speaking of gigantic, oversized space tyrants, should we get back to MovieBob?
Yeah, I just want to grab this super chat first. $2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Theodore Mortimer.
Yep. Oh, boy.
And would translators in terms of pulling them away from what's otherwise not exactly opaque storyline. David Lynch's most famous version also most famously found itself getting a little lost in fixating on the psychedelia. Other versions and attempted versions have gotten weighted down, trying to find ways to art design their way out from under just how hefty the mythic illusions and savior tropes weigh down its more original.
The mythic illusions and savior tropes. Okay.
So it gets
is...
worse. I just remembered something about this fucking video when I previewed it. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh no. Okay, so should we go a little bit further?
I don't know how much further it is. I think we can go ahead and just talk here. Okay. Just expect something very retarded to come up very soon.
I think I need to read the script to the 2-hour outro of Metal Gear Solid 2 for some light reading to break up this heaviness.
Yeah. But, yeah, okay, so there are obvious savior illusions in Dune. Yes. However, it's a subversion. God, do I want to go that deep into it, though? Shit, okay, because there would be super spoilers. All right, so...
Probably not super spoilers, because I'm people want to watch Dune, the second part. So, yeah, but basically it's a criticism of the savior trope, right?
Yes. Because it reinforces, which is another thing that George said he took took things from is prophecy is not worth looking into because prophecy will bite you in the ass every time. And yeah, so let's just leave it at the fact that keep in mind the savior thing, okay? Just keep that in mind and know that Frank Herbert's Dune and Villeneuve actually shows it as well. Has things to say about the idea of saviors. So yeah, keep that in mind.
I mean, the prophecy aspect is basically portrayed by the Bene Gesserit, and this film is not on the side of the Bene Gesserit at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it says even early on, they've been basically trained, the people of Dune, the Fremen have been trained to believe in this prophecy. It's like...
Yep, by the Bene Gesserit.
Yeah.
So, of course, if you're the ones laying the groundwork of the prophecy, you can obviously manufacture somebody that fits the prophecy. But yeah, so like I said, I don't want to go too heavy into this thing, but yeah, just keep that in mind, chat, when you're thinking about Dune, that there's a lot of depth and nuance that is to be said, that Dune has to say, the entire series of Dune has to say about prophecy and about the savior trope, as MovieBob just put it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really weird analogy, but you could almost treat the Bene Gesserit as extremely long turnaround, heavy-winded, and religious tinged Steve Jobs with a product launch. You know, like he would sell people on an idea for a new, completely game-changing, culture-defining product before he even had it. And then he would try to build it. He would show them this object that quite often, sometimes I think with one of them, it literally didn't even exist yet. He just showed him the designer's rendition of the box. And he's like, this will change the world, and get people hyped up about it, and then release something that had that box in it. And people are like, oh my God, this will change the world. So it's that sort of selling people on this thing that's going to happen and then delivering something in the guise of that. So it's interesting how we still kind of have that sort of thing in real life, just obviously not nearly as big as, you know, the Muad'Dib or whatever. But
okay, 50 Danish crowns from Gangon47. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gunrant question. Was the Soviet Kalashnikov platform inspired by the German Sturmgewehr 44 of World War II? I've heard many people claiming this. Yes and no.
Before you answer the rest of that, Satch, I just want you to know. I wonder if that super chat is trying to tick off a bingo square.
That's what I was thinking.
I guarantee the super chat is trying to tick off a bingo square. So, yes and no. The real inspiration for the Kalashnikov, with its recoil system and the way that everything operated, the guide op rod and everything like that, comes actually from the M1 Garand. So it's M1 Garand that is the grandfather to the Kalashnikov. However, it just so happens that the lead creator of the Sturmgewehr 44, when he was imprisoned by the Russians and forced to work as slave labor in Russia, worked at the same factory that Kalashnikov worked at, in the same department, and lo and behold, you get something that looks very, very similar to a Sturmgewehr coming out the other end. So I would say absolutely there's obvious inspiration from the Sturmgewehr as a system for the AK. So you can tell by just obvious design, methodology, the banana-shaped magazine, everything like that. These are all things that came from the Sturmgewehr, and the idea of an intermediate cartridge. However, the actual mechanics and operation of the AK come from the M1 Garand. So it's a yes and no answer.
So another version of STAG is stop, comma, talk about guns.
Yes. Or as it gets often put up, such talks about guns.
Oh, okay, that's even better. Yeah.
Also, we got fan art of Headset Waifu. Hold on, let me get this on screen for everyone.
That's pretty good. I almost want to like, I not to critique it, but it would have been probably better if like the cups were double D's or something like that, just to kind of like.
But yeah, God damn it. Yeah.
Completely derailed you.
So yeah, capitalism. Yes, the shape and design and the idea of the intermediate cartridge and all that stuff comes from the Sturmgewehr 44, but the actual operation and systems and mechanics of the AK-47 come from the M1 Garand.
I just want to say too that art of Headset Life was by Corktail on the Discord. Thank you.
Yep,
That's
thank you
good
very much. All right.
Art display out from under just how hefty the mythic illusions and savior tropes weigh down its more original virtues, so if nothing else, I've got to extend praise, however...
By the way, this is just a comment for me. I hate MovieBob's fucking people faces that he has.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I hate him so
Plastic
much.
or something. I don't know.
It just annoys me. It annoys me personally.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
virtues, nothing else, I've got to extend praise, however partly backhanded it may sound, for sincerely surprising me with just how boldly this version of Dune sidesteps these concerns altogether by just choosing not to have them, I guess, so far as is evident on screen.
Wait, did he actually just say that it doesn't have any of the savior stuff on it or anything like that? Hold on, I need to re-listen to that.
Also, something I want to point out too, it's a bit weird that the faces aren't consistently the same person with different expressions, or just different people every time.
Yeah. Alright, here we go.
Have gotten way on trying to find ways to art design their way out from under just how hefty the mythic illusions and savior tropes weigh down its more original virtues, so if nothing else, I've got to extend praise, however partly backhanded it may sound, for sincerely surprising me with just how boldly this version of Dune sidesteps these concerns altogether by just choosing not to have them,
Okay, so that's a fucking lie. Yeah, the Dune 2021 movie has the allusions to the Messiah complex and everything like that all throughout it. Bob, what do you think the entire Bene Gesserit plot line was? What do you think the entire the housekeeper freaking out about like living in the age of actual prophecy coming true? And
Yeah.
if fucking
all the visions of Paul like out there doing stuff, leading a war.
Yeah. A literal jihad, a holy crusade in my father's name, spreading blood and fire across the universe as they worship at the altar of my father's skull. And it's like, there's a lot of allusions to Messiah and religious nature and everything in this. Doom external. Yeah, oh, okay, well, this is a thing. Nubicus, funny thing, Hitler wanted an MP, a machine and pistola, the submachine gun, and not a carbine with 793 by 33. Yeah. So, this gets into a whole thing of, first there was a prototype known as the MKB-42, which was the original version of the Sturmgewehr 44. Had the usual problems and hiccups of a prototype. However, they realized this idea of an intermediate cartridge and this ergonomic function of a weapon, which was inspired by the Fallschirmgewehr 42, was really good. You had something that could both be a rifle, but then could swap into the role of a submachine gun. Realistically, it was too heavy, cumbersome, and too big of a caliber to be a submachine gun. But the point still stands. And well, they put this design forward and they called it the Sturmgewehr because they figured, hey, it is an assault rifle. It isn't a battle rifle. It isn't a submachine gun. It isn't a machine gun. So, hey, we've got this idea. And yes, it's an open bolt too, which is a problem that the Fallschirmjägergewehr 42 had, was the fact that it was open bolt and closed bolt, which is insane fucking. Let's just call that some insane levels of engineering required to make that work. So I know it's a storm rifle, I know, but Sturm, we obviously get that Sturm can also mean to assault, to be aggressive, hostile. Yeah, anyways, point is, they were like, here's this new idea, this new brand new weapons platform. Hitler looked at it and said, no, you're wasting resources and manpower and everything. This is terrible. Don't do that. So what they did was to continue production, because Hitler wanted an upgrade to the MP40. They just called it the MP44. So you'll find in a lot of documentation that this weapon is now known as the Machine and Pistola 44, which then gets changed up later on back to Sturmgewehr 44 when Hitler needed a wonder weapon because the war has turned against them, and they're now working on their holdout weaponry, the Volkssturm weaponry, which is Volkssturm weaponry is fascinating, by the way. But yeah, it is definite redneck jank. Let's just put it that way. Also, I will be right back 1 second.
All right. We could take a look at this image you posted, Indigo. Is this part of MovieBob's script that's paraphrased down?
Yeah, I just as a experiment, I took word for word, just like copied and paste from the transcript, some of what he said, just like it removes all. It doesn't have any punctuation. Not that you could even tell where the punctuation is in his videos, but and I just ran it through a really cool tool called Quillbot, and it has various different modes. This mode is shorten. So I just ran through like a paragraph of his, or maybe like 2 paragraphs of his script. And although it misses a couple points, like talking about the desert and the emperor, it like condenses it down to like a third of the size.
Yeah.
I don't even want to try to read his script, but basically you see on the left his unaltered script to the left. And on the right, it's eventually the young hero will be on his own, learning to lead before his time by uniting his endangered continuance, as his mother is a space nun from an order that's been strategically trying to breed said messiah for centuries. Like, that's really clear writing. Like, obviously you're missing a couple details like the emperor and the desert.
Yeah.
But that's just out of the box. I didn't edit that at all. So like out of the box, you get clear, concise, meaningful writing and sentence structure. Whereas on the left, it's just madness. Like, it's just, no
All right, I'm back.
start and end of each thought. It's just a run on. It's like a run on script. Like, it never ends until the video does, basically.
I wonder if his scripts are just one big block of text. like literally no punctuation at all. It's just, okay, this is where my script starts, this is where it ends, time to just go nonstop.
Wow, it's like I'm looking at a Creetosis script.
Hey! There are periods and spaces and
this
line
is true.
breaks.
This
and
is
commas.
true. I'm just poking fun at the size of your paragraphs, because when you have a thought, you just keep going with it. It's like, oh boy.
This reminds me of an EFAP that I was on where we're looking at a video by this Julia Cudney, I think it was, and she had decided that her style was that she won't capitalize anything.
Oh.
I mean, she capitalizes on her videos, but she doesn't like have any caps in her name, her YouTube channel, her descriptions, nothing. Even her comments are all lowercase. It's just her style thing, like she's a living, breathing vitamin water bottle or something, right? So, what I joked that like we should send her like a shift key because clearly her shift key is broken. Well, I think for MovieBob's sake, I think we should send him a period key because clearly his period key is broken on his keyboard.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's not like great writing on the right side, but considering it was literally condensed down by a bot, I just found that really fascinating that you could get basically the same information across in like a simple, concise sentence versus just a run-on paragraph. And that was honestly, that wasn't even the entire thing he said. Like, that's probably half of his run-on sentence that I cut out. So that's kind of nuts.
I do want to point out that no, that's actually not alt history, guys. Not even slightly true. They viewed atomic science as Jewish science and beyond some very entry-level work. Absolutely nothing close to atomic capability. That is not true at all. In fact, that's what the Norwegian raid was to stop, was because there was a heavy water plant. Heavy water is one of the key steps in creating atomic weaponry. So they actually had to destroy that. Well, in the process of doing the raid, they found out that the Nazis were already moving a lot of the heavy water, and so they had to then go on a second raid and attack the barge that was carrying the heavy water and sink it as well. Then at the end of the war, they found out, I believe somewhere in Bremen, they had a heavy water facility that was already stockpiling more and more of it.
Things got really
Yeah.
quiet. Am I inter- Okay.
Yeah, they're really, really quiet. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, you just kind of came to a sudden stop. I was like, oh god, did my internet die again?
Yeah, no, I just stopped. I was just letting them talk.
All right.
It's super interesting. I learned so much. I didn't even know that heavy water was a thing, but yeah.
Yeah,
The more-
it
the more you know.
is enriched water that is used in the reaction process.
That's D2O. Interesting. Huh.
Yep. Yeah, it is. It is fascinating because when they found out that they had the heavy water facilities and everything at the end of the war, they were like, okay, they were actually experimenting with it and everything, and they were starting to get bombs to work. This was actually really lucky for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't it like if we hadn't gotten some of the scientists over, we would have been the guys who would have gotten nuked. Wasn't that the idea?
They wanted to find a way. They were trying to also. This is also part of Hitler's delusions, though, too, the America Bomber program. And part of that was payload was going to be an atomic weapon.
Yeah. That could have gone really, really south.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing that one little country like Germany was able to do so much harm to the world.
Yep.
But imagine had they been the first ones to discover the nuke and they didn't have the same moral restraint that America did. Little restraint they did. They still didn't just willy-nilly bomb everybody.
Yeah. Oh man, that as you were talking about Philip K. Dick earlier, that was the fascinating thing was the Germans were the first one to get the nuke, and then they nuke the U.S., which knocks them out of the war.
Oh, Man in the High Castle. Yeah,
Yep, Man in the High
I love alt history as a setting because that's like really interesting. Where you like, what if kind of thing. You know, what if this happened instead of that? Yeah, it's a very, very disturbing. What I love about, I haven't read the books personally, but what I love about the show, which I'm assuming was knowing how much they changed from PKD novels, probably got some of the aspects right, probably changed quite a bit. But what I love about the show, I think it was the pilot episode of the show, is that on the German side, because like the Eastern United States is Germany owned, the Western United States is Japan ruled.
Yep,
and
the Pacific states of Japan or something like that.
Yeah, and the Midwest is basically like the no-go zone, just kind of like the, people who want to escape the rule of either side.
Yep.
What was like fascinating is that at one point, the main character, like his car breaks down and a police officer like helps him out, helps him jack up the car, replace his wheel. It's like,
ash.
Yeah, and it's like super nice guy. It's like, yeah, and it's like, oh, is that snow? It's like, no, it's ash. It's from the crematorium where they burn the sick and the old and the people who can't work. Drags in the system. Anyway, have a nice day. See you later. And it's just like the normalization of just as completely unthinkable cruelty and evil is just super interesting when you think about it. Because if that was the society you're raised in, you wouldn't really think much of it.
Yeah. This was a very kindly, sweet police officer, and he was just like, "Yeah, no, it was the sick and the infirm. Like, yeah, they burn them every day this week or whatever."
Yeah, it's like Wednesdays. Am I right?
Yep.
It's very, very interesting how, unthinkable evil can be normalized to a point where that's just normal. So, it's that's what I liked about a lot of his writing is that he would look into things like that. He was very much inspired by.
Well, that's why I liked his book World War Z. His whole thing of like, how would the world collapse from a zombie apocalypse? I mean, we have tanks, we have aircraft, we have soldiers with machine guns. So how would that fail? And then it was pointing out obvious things like, well, your tanks and your aircraft can't really work if you're constantly having to fight within dense areas and everything. So you're going to have to go in with a man on the ground with a rifle to do it, and the man on the ground with a rifle is not trained to shoot people in the head. We are trained to fire at the chest. You actually lose points in boot camp if you're firing at the head.
Yeah, and to be clear, this is the book, which is completely different from the movie. The movie is
the movie has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, nothing to do with it. Like I like the interview. Did you ever see the interview with the or the I think performance or something, some sort of panel?
He's
with
at
the writer.
He's at a con.
Yeah, he's at a con, and he's like the writer of the book is like, I've spent all these years so and so trying to get this movie adaptation to happen. And I see the movie, and I'm like, and I see what was it, Brad Pitt? It's like Brad Pitt is so and so character, and I'm like, wait a second, I didn't write a character named so and so. And then he was kind of like almost happy because the movie was so divorced from the events of the book that he wasn't even mad about it. It was just like a completely different story.
Yeah. It's same thing with iRobot. iRobot has nothing to do with the Isaac Asimov stuff.
Yeah, the only real connection is the 3 rules for the most part. Yeah.
And they even fucked that up. Because the whole point of the 3 rules having unintended consequences isn't that a supercomputer will randomly come to the conclusion that, well, if we enslave all of humanity, humanity can't hurt itself anymore. That's not how that works, because by enslaving it, you're causing harm. The computers know this. They can't get around that. That's why so many supercomputers melted down. But even in these rules, there is still interesting wiggle room for things to happen. Like what happens if you give Rule 3 the same priority as Rule 1? Because you're trying to protect this very expensive robot, which is your property. So, hey, what if we give it its self-preservation is really high, too? It's really high up there in the rule orders. Well, now it breaks down and won't actually save anybody, because if it goes out there, it might get damaged, and I've got to protect myself, and I can't save them because if I don't save them, they'll get damaged, and oh no, and then it locks up. And people almost die because of it.
Yeah, and then there's the, I think they might have added addendums to the movie version of the rules, because they distinctly, I remember adding priority. Rule 1 is priority of Rule 2, and Rule 2 is priority over Rule 3. So that makes it a bit more, because you've got to have that if or.
Well, that was in the same thing in the books too. It had the same priorities. Okay. That's how the changing Rule 3 to have the same priority as Rule 2 caused these huge problems.
Yeah. That's interesting. It's like, how would you program morality? That's basically the question that kind of story asks, and that's a super interesting question, because we don't even really know. But how would you create a intelligent entity with a solid sense of morality and justice, and weighing which is more? Like, how could you train a computer program to do the sort of like the train track morality tests? Run over 2 infants versus 4 elderly people. How do you compute that,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the obvious answer is multi-track drifting.
Yeah.
Gotta get them both.
I'm imagining that.
Talking about
Sorry, go
the man in the high tower, and you were mentioning like, oh yeah, we burn the dregs every Wednesday, am I right? And I was just thinking, oh yes, MovieBob's perfect world.
Secretly at the end, they go to like Hitler's castle, and it's like, I've awaited you, friends. Let me regale you with all my essays.
Yeah, and Diabito, like the chair turns around and Diabito is sitting there. It's like, it was me all along.
And I really have to tell you about how great TLJ is.
Oh god, I am not looking forward to that video. I haven't seen fucking TLJ since goddamn New Year's, just after it was released. I watched a totally legit version of it on New Year's. I fucking despise that movie. I watched an hour of it before stream because that's all I could take, just to refresh myself on it for the next video, and my god, I hate that movie so fucking much.
Yeah. I've seen it precisely twice, one in theaters, and I showed it to my mom once, and she hated it too, so I felt vindicated.
Yeah. I watched it once, and then I could not. I was like, you cannot make me go back.
$5 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Hello, you foreign chat. Hope everyone is doing good. We are not doing good. We are covering MovieBob.
Yeah. We haven't gotten very far, so I mean, we continue. He just had an insane point where he said Dune 2021 doesn't do any of the Messiah complex stuff like that. It's like it absolutely
Which
does.
makes no sense for what's coming up next, because
Oh no.
the retarded thing, I'm just like, how can you say that and then also say this?
All right, well, yep. Let's backtrack a bit and let's get into that.
Backhanded it may sound, for sincerely surprising me with just how boldly this version of concerns altogether by just choosing not to have them, I guess, so far as is evident on screen. Half the main characters tripping balls and just going on mind journeys to advance the plot? Nah, just having the kid talk about having dreams, do a couple fast cutaways to some stuff with it just out of focus like every other movie with a not necessarily committing to it vision things does. Too much of the trippy stuff could pull time.
No,
But
committing to it. They did commit to it. What the fuck are you talking about? They show it on the screen. That's committing to it.
But you also hear how he's kind of criticizing the way they're filming the prophecy vision stuff. It's like, how else do you clearly get across the audience that, hey, yeah, this is a vision. This isn't actually happening right now.
Yeah.
I actually think that they did a pretty interesting job in the third act, just kind of blending his visions with reality. You weren't really sure what was real, what was he was imagining until it actually happened, you know?
Yeah.
So I thought that they did a pretty good job.
And you could see he had actual prescience. He could see different realities. Like, you could actually see himself getting killed by Chani. You could see him getting killed by, oh, shit. So you could see... Oh, no. Fake Dune fan. Oh, no. You could see in one vision, he was talking with the guy... And he was like, I will teach you the ways of the desert. And he was going to be your best friend. And then in this one, now his best friend is killing him for the duel. So he has to kill him instead. You know,
and
get those changed.
And we're confused right now, especially if you never watched anything about Dune before. But I'm really crossing my fingers that they're going to dig right, like early on in the next movie, dig into the whole multi path of the future thing with the spacing guild and everything like that, and how spice works, because that will make everything in the first movie retroactively make a lot more sense to the uninitiated, in that he's seeing potential futures.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I think they would have to do it because that's the whole cause for the Emperor and everything to come to Arrakis and to start the whole like beef with the Harkonnens and the Fremen War and everything. So I think they kind of have to do it. Hopefully, okay. I am more hopeful when it comes to Dune Part 2 than I am for a lot of things. So I think that they will go into it.
Well, I know MovieBob's a big Mario fan, so maybe at the very end of everything, we flash back and it's like, it was all a dream, just like in Mario 2. And it was all just, you know, a vision, a spice vision from, God, what's this? I can't even, I beat you. I forgot the main character's name.
Oh, no, you forgot Jacob Atreides?
Jacob Atreides. Jared Leto? Jared Leto?
Yeah. You forgot Jared Leto? Yeah. Paul Atreides.
Yeah. Paul, yeah, there you go. Anyway, yeah, that should be the end. It's all a spice dream.
God, yeah, and then we go. Yeah, it's over. It's over. We've been exposed. All right.
Journeys to the plot? Nah, just having the kid talk about having dreams, do a couple fast cutaways to some stuff with it just out of focus like every other movie with a not necessarily committing to it vision things does. Too much of the trippy stuff could pull time away that could otherwise be spent with very stern men with strategically unkempt facial hair holding policy meetings in monochromatic settings with saturation sliders cranked way the hell down. And without enough of that, how will people know this is cinema and not just a movie? And
what?
Wow, I talk about a very disingenuous way to talk about it. All of those meetings and everything are important, okay? Like, even the meeting where Thufir reveals how much money the Harkonnens were taking out of Arrakis every solar year. Very important, because you see by the expression on everyone's faces, like when everybody's jaw drops, even the Duke, my God, that much? They realize how bad. They had no idea. They knew it was a ton of wealth. They had no idea the level of excess and wealth that the Baron was taking from Arrakis. They had no concept that it was that ludicrously extreme. And when you contrast that with how much money will this little trip have cost them, and it's like in the millions, like what is it, 12.5 million Solaris, and they're talking here now. He was taking out billions upon billions every solar year.
Yeah.
It is a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, and also the like his notion of like, oh, it's it's darker in these scenes and the colors saturated and stuff. Like, oh, it's just like what's his name? The Schneider. It's just like Schneider fucking effect and it's like, no, it's not. You fucking idiots.
Yeah, again, it's a desert planet. What did you expect? Like greenery and everything everywhere? Like what the fuck?
Are you saying that his argument is
it's too brown? Yes.
Why are we running into the search side of that one crazy person? One of the Fallout videos we did made the same argument.
Yeah. In fact, it went even more extreme. Indigo. He said that it's clear Obsidian had a scat fetish because it was so brown. I was like, okay.
Yeah, but another
I like how
another New Vegas video said that too, though, that it's too brown. I think that was the that might have been the post-apocalypse makes no sense video, which, man, that was a shit video too.
Yeah, it was. That was really bad. But yeah, I like how chat a long time ago was like, that should be a bingo thing. It was too brown. And we're like, no, it's never going to come up again. There's no way.
And it's come up twice now from other people. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe too brown will be added to the bingo card.
If we see it one more time, it will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, rest in peace, Indigo. We hardly knew ye.
Yeah, his internet died. He said BRB.
All right.
We can wait a little bit for him. He can give us a message. If he won't be able to make.
You mean Dad Schneider or Zack Snyder from Schneids in chat?
Dan Schneider or Zack Schneider.
Well, yeah, Pagan did say Schneider, so.
Yeah, I was talking about the Snyder cut. The Snyder
okay,
film.
so he was referring to Snyder. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I gotta agree. The movie, I found Dune to be incredibly visually beautiful. But I'm also somebody who, especially after playing the game Control, I do find the architectural aesthetic of brutalism to be fascinating.
Yeah, I think Dune is a very good-looking movie too. Because I'm still trying to comprehend what Bob's point was there. Is it that there's too many scenes of people like talking and like in meeting rooms?
The fact that it was white men in meeting rooms, he emphasized rugged men in meeting rooms.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, just you wait.
Of course, that would be the point he would make. It's not that, oh no, people talking, that's boring, which is the normal dumbass take it, so it's white people bad. Bob.
Well, let's make sure. I'm pretty positive I heard him say
it gets worse.
White old men.
Oh.
White, gruff old men. But we'll see. Maybe I just assume that because of his other comments about white people being terrible.
Well, he does have the white savior thing in this video, rather than just it's a savior story. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing I've been referring to. he literally
yeah.
makes the argument of, oh, it's a white savior about saving Arabs movie.
Which,
Yeah, he makes that
again,
argument.
unfortunately, it's because the Fremen in the book series were pale white because they live in a desert. They don't want to expose their skin to the deserts of Arrakis, so they're always in their still suits when they're outside. And when they're not outside, they're inside a cave, so they don't get sun. And welcome back, Indigo. It's good to see you.
Yeah, I was actually going on the whole thing, and then I realized nobody was responding, and I lost connection. So
Yeah.
Oof.
I hate when that
Oh, man.
happens. That happened to me,
Yeah.
I think, last week.
Oof. Sounds like it happened to you
Oof.
just now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what the?
Crackle-lackle, crackle-rack.
Oh.
yeah, no, internet's been kind of funky. Anyway, no, I was just quickly just gonna say as rebuttal to one of the things that MovieBob said is that he kind of insinuates or outright states that there's a couple quick cut dreams and didn't really follow through with it. Zendaya is in the movie for 7 whole minutes, and most of that is in dreams, and not all of the dreams that Paul Atreides has are of Zendaya.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you can deduct from that at least probably 6 or more full minutes of dreams in the film, especially toward the end.
Yep.
So yeah, no, easily 6 to 10 minutes of dreams. So that's not really. I think that's a pretty good chunk of the movie, don't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say that's a fair chunk of the movie.
A decently sized chunk of dreams for a small sized person.
$5 super chat from Scootmeister. Thank you very much. White savior saving Arabs. Boy, MovieBob better not be dissing my boy Lawrence of Arabia.
It sounds like he is.
Dude, that is a fascinating story in and of itself, though. I don't want to go into it. We will be here for years.
I'll have to watch Lawrence of Arabia. I saw it a long time ago, but I probably was a bit too young to understand it. I had the same issue with Braveheart. When I first saw it, I was like, "This movie's so long," but when I saw it again, I loved it. So,
I have a lot of problems with Braveheart though because of its weird take on William Wallace.
historically, it's garbage, but
Yeah.
as the movie, it's really good.
Which again, I'm all for history. I've never seen the movie Lawrence of Arabia, but obviously the Lawrence of Arabia comes from T.E. Lawrence, who was a British officer that was assigned to the Arabian desert fighters and Mujahideen and everything to take their country from the Ottoman Empire and everything, and the rebellions and uprisings and everything. It is fascinating to go into that kind of stuff, by the way.
Yeah, super cool.
But then it gets into the whole, like, was it a betrayal all along? You guys didn't keep your promise, and all bad blood and everything like that. And oh boy, it's...
Yeah, you could probably argue that a lot of Dune was inspired by that kind of stuff. There's definitely sort of Lawrence Arabia vibe in Dune. I mean, he probably took a lot of inspiration from real life events. I know he took tons of inspiration from the sand dunes in Oregon for the setting, obviously, and I could definitely see some pretty on the nose references to the spice trade, East India Company, things like that. So
Yep.
yeah, it's almost like reality inspires fiction or something.
Yep. The same thing with the Red Wedding was inspired by the massacres in Scotland. Same thing, basically the same premise and everything too. They were offered shelter and had guest right, and they killed their guests. And then a follow-up of it happened, which is why people think that there's going to be a Red Wedding 2.0 in the books as well, is that...
if we ever fucking get them.
I fucking hope we do. But the clan then offered... it said, hey, guest right, you guys have guest right, come in. And then the guests slaughtered the hosts instead as revenge.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm skipping out a lot of details, but it is brutal.
Yeah, a lot of real life events that happened would be written off as bad writing if it was in a movie or something. It's kind of interesting.
As Croce put it, T. Lawrence, the Brit? Wow, so imaginative, guys. Write better, LMAO.
Well, yeah, there's instances of people in real life dying from literally a stray bullet shot into the air from miles away. It's like, yeah, you would never
Yeah.
accept that in a story, but there's a reason because, like, even if that does happen in real life, it doesn't work for a story, typically. You could probably make it work in some setting, but I mean, it's just a really underwhelming way for a character to die if they're an important character.
Yeah. Well, that was the conversation the EFAP crew had about Boba Fett. Was his death in the original trilogy satisfying? Was it disappointing? Was it terrible? Like, all of these things and everything. Because man, oh man, the book of Boba is not good. But who could have guessed? Right? Who could have guessed the Book of Boba Fett would be terrible, just like the Mandalorian and everything? Who would have guessed?
Yeah, who would have guessed? It's almost like that practically everything I've gotten from Disney Star Wars has been awful.
Yeah. It is insane that they took one of the most profitable franchises in history and they destroyed it. Like, with incredible efficiency.
Yeah. Probably one of the biggest, most well-known IPs in the world, intellectual property. It shouldn't have been able to fail. It was that big, it was that popular, it was that beloved. And then, by the fourth fucking movie they made, they were losing. They didn't make their money back on their fourth movie. Fucking Solo.
Yeah, no, it's insane because the first movie sold like gangbusters. They made tons of movies. And that's just all cashing on hype. Hype can be a huge carrier. Like that's what happened to the Matrix films as well. Like I think that I want to say Matrix 1 made a 400 million for like a new franchise that in 1999. That's insane. That's a crazy hit. The second movie, Reloaded, made like twice that. But then Revolutions made half of what Reloaded made. It's just like the hype can carry a good movie, but or a good title, but the damage to your brand can hurt the next dramatically.
What, you mean the half naked rave sex orgy party didn't do it for everybody?
That's been so seared into everybody's brain. Every time I bring up Reloaded, people mention that scene. It's just
it's because you can't. And of course the other scene is the awful CGI of the pull in the ground, like walking on Agent Smith's face.
Yeah, there's three scenes in that. There's the burly brawl pole dancing scene. There's the rave orgy, and then there's the Merovingian orgasm cake. Like those are the three scenes people are friends being just like, what the hell?
Yeah. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, I only saw the first movie.
Yeah, it gets weird. It gets weird fast.
Yeah, be glad you have only seen the first movie. I've heard a bunch of people. I've heard a bunch of people say there's only one Matrix movie, so Pagan, you're better off.
What about, we can't forget Matrix Face though, the face made up of little robots so that he can mimic a human face to talk with Neo, the chosen
I
one.
do remember that though. I've seen bits and pieces of the other films.
The virus known as Agent Smith.
Yeah, that I made a point on a podcast I hosted last week. It's like I think the first Matrix, because we had a couple up and coming directors who hadn't really done much yet, they were kind of under they kind of put him under sort of like a closer watch. They had Joel Silver, who had done tons and tons of really successful action movies, and so they had a filter. They basically had a filter for the first movie. They could take the great ideas that the Wachowskis had and kind of filter the bad out, the ones that were not so great or too risky, and kind of come up with a really solid, rock solid, simple movie. But then when they made more money than God with the Matrix 1, they're like, okay, you've got free creative control, and then we get orgies and cyber orgasms and stuff.
It's literally Turtle Rock Studios when they were less experienced and they had the guiding hand of Valve over them, be like, no, that's a bad idea. Don't do that because of this, and that. Here, do this, that. Yep, that's fine. Now you can use that. And then they got it in their heads and they went off on their own. They made Evolve, and Evolve was shit. And then they're like, no, we'll just go back to our roots. We can't fuck that up. And then Back 4 Blood is shit.
Yeah, and with companies, it's a little bit harder to nail down what exactly happened because people come and go all the time. But in the case of the Matrix movies, almost everybody, almost all the key people were the same between the originals and the sequels. So
you had Turtle Rock specifically saying, we put in all the ideas in Back 4 Blood that Valve said no to. It was like, that's a weird claim to make before the game's out. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's too bad. I was really hoping for another Left 4 Dead 2 or another Left 4 Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember back in the day after Left 4 Dead was Left 4 Dead 2 was released, because that's the first one I played. There was a ton of speculation of, are the Midnight Riders going to be DLC characters, or are they going to be the protagonists of Left 4 Dead 3? And there's a lot of just a lot of talk about, man, I can't wait for the next Left 4 Dead game, and it just never came.
Yeah.
I think they got us some blowback. I remember getting Left 4 Dead 2, and I think it was, I want to say within the second week, it was already like half off.
Oh.
I'm not even joking. Yeah, like
Yes.
I was able to get it.
It was.
I was able to get it really cheap. Like people basically, it was right around the time, I think, around Halo ODST, where that was basically an expansion pack sold as a brand new standalone game. And I think people were kind of getting a little hesitant to go and buy a game that should have probably either been worked on for a bit more or just released as an expansion pack.
See, I remember some of what happened back then. A friend back then told me about it because he played the first one. And he said a lot of people were boycotting the second one because they all thought it should have been a DLC. My problem with that is Left 4 Dead 2 is just like another full-on game. You get the original had, I think, 4 or 5 campaigns. The sequel had 4 or 5 campaigns.
It was just as big as the original.
Yeah,
and they were able to make it a lot. Sorry, go ahead.
And it added like just additional weapons, and it added melee items, which I don't think were in the original.
Yep. And systems and mechanics and infected everything. Like they added a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just because they already had the first game as a base. They were able to knock it out within less than a year, so that they were able to add on a couple new infected, 4+ new campaigns, new weapons, all that kind of stuff. But they were able to do it because they had Left 4 Dead already there. So essentially, it was an expansion pack, but it was a lot more. It was as much content as the original game. So it just felt like we were getting screwed off. It wasn't like we were really getting screwed off, screwed over.
Yeah.
No. All right. Back to Cinema Roberto.
Oh God.
Do a couple cutaways to some stuff with it just out of focus, like every other movie with a not necessarily committing to it vision things does. Too much of the trippy stuff could pull time away that could otherwise be spent with very stern men with strategically unkempt facial hair holding policy meetings in monochromatic settings with saturation sliders cranked way the hell down. And without enough of that, how will people know this is cinema and not just a movie? And while there is, to be sure,
so did you get that before your crash Indigo? His
I
weird point.
Even know. I don't even know what he even said.
Yeah. So he was talking about the meetings and everything like that, and how, oh man, get rid of all that. We need the boring meetings and everything with the color filter turned way down and stuff like that. And it's like, they're on a desert planet, my dude. And brutalist architecture is actually fascinating. I have learned a great appreciation of brutalist architecture after playing the game Control.
Yeah, I seen the first trailers of Dune. I was kind of bummed about the color scheme as well. It was very desaturated, but I did already anticipate what they were going to do, and they've basically already confirmed it. When Paul becomes full on like Fremen, blue-eyed Fremen kind of thing, it's going to go full color. You're going to see Dune as a beautiful, lush environment with full orange and greens from the rare wildlife you do see. It's going to be full color once you see Dune from a Fremen point of view, basically. So I think that's what they're going to do. So they purposely wanted that change from gray, dead gray planet to beautiful, lush orange planet.
And you see, they had the colors and everything when they were on Caladan, so
Yeah.
we already know they had all that stuff. It's just that,
And
yeah,
you see it in the visions too. You see it in his dreams. It's a lot more vivid.
yes, and that again, that's just a key point to it. Like when he fully embraces who he is to become, is when they're going to give him like an appreciation for Arrakis, a true appreciation for where he is now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
But yeah, I mean, sorry to break it to Mr. Bob here, but like meetings happen. These are politicians.
Yep.
They're
Yeah,
taking over the government of the planet.
Yeah, the going-ons between characters is important for understanding what's going on and why everything is happening the way it is.
Yeah. And as I said, unfortunately, when you had crashed, like the meetings are also important. Even the thing where it's just Thufir explaining how much money the Baron is making is like, you need to understand, like, it was on a level that went beyond what anybody thought. You can see their jaws drop. I think even the Duke, literally, his hand drops and hits the table when he realizes just how much money the Baron lost when the Emperor forced him to leave Arrakis.
Yeah.
And so the level of malice that would be coming from the Baron would be insane.
Yeah. So if you pay attention to all that stuff, it's not the quickest movie, but it definitely, the scenes for the most part have a purpose. The meetings have a purpose. Like even the fairly mundane meeting between the Fremen and Leto, it nearly comes to blows because they misunderstand him spitting as like a threat or him being upset. And then luckily they had
Duncan Idaho.
Yeah, correct him and say thank you for the gift of water. So
yeah. And then obviously it makes sense. Like when you stop and think about it, it's like, yeah, they live in a fucking desert. They wear still suits to try to lose as little water as possible. Spitting is a lot of moisture.
Yeah,
that's pretty fucking
and it kind of follows through with actual desert culture because when it's really, really, really hot and the heat is inescapable, you tend not to move very much. You tend to preserve your energy and not break up a sweat because you are so exhausted, you are so hot, you do not want to raise your internal temperature any higher. So if there is sort of a malaise to actions, that it kind of makes sense in a way, because when you get into the 100+ degree weather, it's exhausting, the amount of work your body has to do to keep your temperature 98.6.
Yep.
It also explains why when the Fremen talk, they're fairly quick and to the point rather than wasting words, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
But as I said too, I don't disagree with any of the casting in Dune 2021, but as it gets pointed out, the Fremen in the books are very pale white because they live in Arrakis. They're in their still suits all the time. They don't go out sunbathing or anything. They're in their still suits, which cover up like 99.9% of their body. And when they're not, they're underground in giant caves.
Yeah.
So they don't get sunlight.
That's an interesting argument. I thought that the fact that they cast mostly like tan or darker skinned actors was kind of made sense because they are desert people. But now that you mention it, if they're in still suits all day, they wouldn't get that tan, would they?
Exactly, because their skin doesn't get any sunlight whatsoever.
But that also, I mean, melanin doesn't necessarily go away with genetics. So, unless it was like 10, like 100 generations of still suits.
They've been there for a long time.
If they came from a desert people, they could have already had that genetic melanin or whatever you want to call it in their skin. So it wouldn't have necessarily gone away immediately, right?
Yeah, but we know that they've had Arrakis for a long, long time. Like, remember, we're in the year 10,000s, so we're way, way in time.
I mean, I guess I don't know enough about genetics and how many thousand years it would take for like if you kept. I mean, it can't be that quick because I mean, Inuit people still have a lot of melanin in the skin, and they don't necessarily need that unless it's the reflection off the snow. I'm getting really deep into this now, but like if you took like an African people and raised them in Europe for 10,000 years, would they change? Would they get paler, or would they stay the same? I guess that's the question I'm asking.
Yeah, but the issue there is they live in the sun, like from the beginning. Here, they would have lived in caves from the beginning because they would have died on the surface.
Yeah.
No matter what. Without the suits, they would have just died. So they would have had to have been cave-dwelling people the entire time until they eventually made the suits, and then they could go out. But then they would definitely be pale.
And I'm trying to think about it.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to look at the timeline and see how long. I guess if they were always cave dwellers, they would be probably pale because hundreds of thousands of years, whatever. But if they were once surface dwellers and therefore they built up resistance to the sunlight, as we see in tropical and sun-kissed regions of the Earth, one of the best defenses against sunlight is melanin. So.
Yeah.
That's a possibility that they would still retain that.
So the Fremen were on Arrakis before the spice melange was even found. So they would have been in these still suits and in these caves for many generations, because this even talks about before the Carino Emperor and the Carino Empire even took an interest in Arrakis.
I think I see what you were laughing at.
Yeah. Let me get the heater off quickly. That's causing noise. Being extremely white implies you have access to the hollow earth. Be aware of the pale people. They would lose their exaggerated swagger in Europe by Red Raptor right.
Oh, God. All right.
Let's
continue.
Back to it.
And the subtler details of costume design and set choices glimpsed in the wider scope of the film's universe. The primary setting of the desert planet Arrakis, its people, its buildings, fauna, etc., are all so recognizably planet the Middle East, its technology.
What?
Does the Middle East have dragonfly fucking flying machines?
Does the Middle East have fucking tank crawlers that go through the desert, like digging up resources? Like, what the fuck?
Also, how can you critique the clothing being, oh hey, it's stolen from the Middle East? It's like it's not stolen from the Middle East. It's
a desert society.
It's a desert society. These are the things that work for surviving in a desert.
Wow.
Is he criticizing the dress that keeps the sun off their face?
Yeah.
I guess that's what he's saying. It's so planet Middle East, he said. The palm trees are planet Middle East. The brutalist architecture that the Arcadans built is planet Middle East. The giant sandworms are planet Middle East.
And he also said the technology. So again, the flying machines. Do Middle Easterners in the real world have still suits? Is this something I'm unaware of?
That's why I said, do they have mining trawlers that go in the desert and dig up the desert for resources? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Don't you guys know? The Arabs have a patent on sand.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty, the reason why they have so much turmoil and oppression in Arabia and, UAE is because people can't go out very far before they get eaten by a sandworm, so...
Oh, that's why everybody wants to live there. Okay, I get it.
I don't get this argument. Like, even the architecture, like, fuck? Middle Easterners don't live in brutalist architecture.
Yeah,
the fuck
I don't know where that even...
Well, the easiest way to explain this is it's a crazy person trying to bring politics into something where that kind of politics just doesn't fit. He's shoving a square peg into he's shoving a square peg into a round hole.
Yeah, he's really trying here, which he's doing this to make the point, you'll see in a second, but we already discussed it a little bit when
Oh no.
Indigo went offline.
Oh no. Okay, well here we go.
The desert planet Arrakis, its people, its buildings, fauna, etc., are all so recognizably planet the Middle East. Its technology, art, aesthetic, ambient sound, vehicles, etc., so unmistakably every post 9/11 war movie, but with space stuff in their design choices. I kept expecting the Activision and Treyarch logos to pop up, and this.
Oh, if I didn't have cringe already, I would have had it right there.
No.
What
no,
the
no,
fuck
hang on,
are you
guys.
talking about?
I think MovieBob has a point here because I'm looking at Brutalism. It was coined by Allison and Peter Smithson. I mean, that's a pretty Middle Eastern name, isn't it?
Yeah.
So now, the way he also, it kind of makes it more comical the way he intercuts like scenes in the movie, like dragonfly spaceships like the Middle East have.
Yeah, it's one of those,
Yeah,
what are
the
you
technology
talking
is so Middle Eastern. What?
Well,
they don't have anything like this.
He also said the fauna. What two creatures native to Arrakis do we see in the entire movie?
It's
Tiny
the
little desert mouse
worm?
and a
Yeah, the
giant
desert mouse.
sandworm.
Yeah.
Are giant sandworms
fauna
native
guy.
to fucking Saudi Arabia? The Middle
Yeah,
East?
that's what Indigo was joking about. That's why there's so much tension in the Middle East, because if they go outside of the cities, they get eaten by sandworms.
What's so interesting
The
about
only way that makes any kind of sense is the folklore stuff. That's it. They're not real, obviously, but there are legends and stuff. There's folklore in these areas of acid spitting worms that live in the sand, but obviously that's not real.
I always immediately thought of lamprey. Lamprey is an obvious inspiration for the sandworms. They're basically worms with a horrifying mouth filled with teeth.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
the stuff
Well,
of
that's
nightmares.
that's definitely the Dune movies version of them, because the original Dune book was much more like the graboids from Tremors, is what they looked like.
Yeah.
They had the three-jawed mouth.
Kind of like the beak, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which-
The Mongolian death worm. I can't remember what they look like in folklore stuff. Let me look that up real quick.
As Rotpar puts it, yes, I sat down for this Dune and immediately thought this must be a Call of Duty. They have to stop Mohammed al-Falalafal from suicide bombing Wall Street.
$2 for a piece was never an option. Thank you. Wait, you don't know about the Saudi sandworms?
Yeah, it's what leaves the spice of life. They're the things that secrete the oil. Duh.
I'm not sure if Mongolian death worms exist. I don't see any real pictures of them. They're all like renderings and stuff.
Yeah, well, they don't exist. That's the thing.
Oh, okay. I missed the joke. Sorry. Whoosh.
Is
Oh, no.
MovieBob getting dementia? No, he was always like this.
Yeah, this has always been.
This is
MovieBob.
standard Bob.
Dude, the insanity. Call of Dune tea. Wow.
Where do you think the oil comes from? It's worm piss. Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah, these could be an inspiration for it, because these legends have been around since the beginning of time in the desert and stuff. But
So it's
that's
like
all they are, is just
so it's
legends.
so it's like their chupacabra, basically.
Yeah, it's basically their Chupacabra, the Bigfoots, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
But I mean, those could have easily just been kind of mistaken or imagined. I mean, there are real things that kind of look horrifying, like eels. Like I said, lamprey. Lamprey is the obvious comparison, but
I mean, it literally could have just been somebody saw a worm and then thought, "Oh man, wouldn't it be weird if these things were bigger and spit acid?" I should make a story about that.
yeah. And you ever see like the giant centipedes? Those things are horrifying.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they
those things
really
are
are.
terrifying.
So there's it doesn't take too much imagination. Somebody sees something, memory gets clouded. Oh my god, it was a death worm that was spitting acid at me.
Yeah. And that could even be from a real thing. Maybe it wasn't acid. Maybe like there are creatures that will literally spit their stomachs out to like get an attacker, an aggressor to go away.
Yeah.
And so it could have been something like that, where this worm opened its mouth and bleh, like maybe upchucked or something at the person to get him like go away.
Yeah, they also
just like-
believe, like, even in this diagram thing that they made, you see, like, the little thunderbolts coming out. Apparently, there was, like, this whole thing that, like, they spit acid and they stick their tails up, and if you step on them, they electrocute you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wasn't there an FPS game set in Dune? I don't think an FPS, but there's been a lot of RTSs set in Dune.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever an FPS. There was a Starship Troopers FPS. Maybe that's what you're thinking of.
Oh, dude, the Starship Troopers FPS was so fucking jank.
Yeah,
Holy crap.
actually, Dune 2 is arguably the first true to life RTS ever made. Westwood kind of pioneered the term with that game, so
Yep.
kind of became the inspiration for Command and Conquer and things like that. But and there's a lot of really crazy, nasty nature stuff. Like, you ever seen the ribbon worm that like spits out like this weird tentacly?
Yeah. I
it's
fucking
Yeah.
hate those things. They're so
Yeah.
gross.
It's horrifying, but it doesn't take too much of nature to like make you think of really messed up, crazy nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or that parasite that swims up your piss stream and latches onto your dick.
Yeah, the Kandiru. Oh my god, I fucking hate the Kandiru stories. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I hate
Oh,
that shit.
that reminds me of the movie The Rundown, when he's like, "Yeah, whatever you do, don't go pee in the water." What? How come? Because if you pee in the water, this little parasite will swim up your hoo-ha, and then they can't get it out. They have to amputate. And he's like, not my hoo-ha, not today. Whoop. And he
Yeah.
just zips his pants back up because he's gonna take them off so he can go swimming.
God. It's also weird how the nightmare fuel stuff can also look really beautiful. Like, have you seen those like cave worms that hang from the ceiling and they spit out like these little strands with bioluminescent stuff inside them, and when something flies into them, they just suck them. Like, they're basically like the barnacles from
barnacles.
Half-Life.
Yep.
But yeah. But they look really pretty. It looks like you're looking at stars in the
it's
cave
amazing.
systems, but yeah, it's literally this worm with like a thing sticking out of it that when something hits it, it just sucks it up.
Yeah, I mean, nature's got all sorts of weird ways. Like, I recently went to a what do you call it? What do you call, like, a park that focuses on plants and stuff like that? Anyway, one of those. I forget what it's called now. But
Arboretum?
I could probably find the the name of it. But yeah, basically it's like had a bunch of really rare plants and botanical gardens. There you go. And there's a bunch of rare, weird plant life and things in there. And one of the things I saw some carnivorous plants, and they have some really interesting, cool ways of eating living creatures. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw some pitcher plants and stuff in real life, and I'm like, damn, how does plant life evolve to a point to like eat bugs?
Yeah.
Such an interesting concept. But yeah, I mean, it like
Oh.
Ian Malcolm said, nature finds a way.
Oh, so
Life
an
finds a way.
arboretum is a museum for trees. Yeah. A nursery is a habitat to nurture different species. So yeah. So hey, cool. I'm gonna learn all different kinds of things.
And Mohad in chat says there are lizards that shoot acid from their eyes. Now,
I don't know about
That's
acid. I know
blood.
about the blood.
Yeah,
uh,
that's blood.
I know the
That-
ones that shoot blood from their eyes.
oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't. Like, sure, acid will burn you, but it's terrifying that a creature would shoot its own blood at you. It's like, what the fuck?
Apparently, like, I think I understand what he's saying, because it's like really irritable. There's something about the blood that if it hits your skin, it like almost kind of like burns it or causes it to itch real bad.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's not really acid, but it is like blood that you don't
an
want to
irritant.
touch. Yeah, it's an irritant. You really don't want it to touch
But-
you.
But reading that comment, I've been fucking. I can't help but think of Vinny Vinesauce trolling fucking Gmod RP servers back in the day. Lizard that shoot. No, lizard that speed.
I mean, at least you get speed.
If you haven't seen that video set, you have to. It's great.
All right.
Yeah, let's get back
Anyways.
to this.
Are we going back to Call of Duty now?
Yep.
Oh.
Oh boy.
war movie space stuff and their design choices, I kept expecting the Activision and Treyarch logos to pop up. And this almost refreshing, not even gonna try approach to avoiding these potential roadblocks applies to the rest of it. I almost wouldn't be surprised if the thought process wasn't literally, you know what guys, fuck it, we might as well just steer into the skid. Timothy, put on your literal purple and white space Jesus robes and go become Space Lawrence to the space Arabs in this war for space oil.
I know writers who use such.
There it is. You're Space Lawrence. You're the Jesus of space Arabs.
Yeah, not understanding what the movie's actually showing, Bob. Congratulations.
Yeah, he totally
Especially
missed
given
the
the fact that even Paul calls out the fact that the Bene Gesserit have been doing all of this. It's what they've said. They've poisoned these people's minds. And it's Jessica, because she is Bene Gesserit, she believes in the same cause. She goes, no, they're laying the way. They're showing the way for you, Paul.
Does he think that the movie's saying that the Bene Gesserit and the Emperor are good people?
I don't know.
That the colonization and the exploitation of Dune is good, because the movie doesn't.
Yeah, the movie absolutely does not do it.
Yeah, no, they paint them as pretty bad, especially with that scene with the box. You're just like, yeah, fuck you guys.
Yep.
So,
Now, in the books, it's made more clear that they're also checking to make sure that he's not a mimic. He's not a changeling that has taken Paul and everything. Because the Bene Gesserit are very careful. Because they don't want a creature like that to kill one of them and take over one of them.
And the movie dodges the complexities of that whole conversation.
Yeah. Like I said, there's things that it's like it wasn't needed to do the changeling thing. It's not needed to tell the current story that we are being told.
Yeah, because by the time you hit Dune, it's 10 chapters in or something. So the book obviously can get into a whole lot more than the movie can.
Yes.
So wait, how slow are you on this, Creetosis? Because when I was catching up at 2x speed, he sounded normal, but this is painfully slow. We've slowed it down because MovieBob talks so fast, and
Yeah.
he likes to try and sound pretentious, so it makes what he's saying a little bit harder to understand at that speed. So we slow him down so we could just try and hear what he's even fucking saying.
Yeah, but they're saying that they slowed him down to 2 times speed, or they sped him up, they slowed him down 2 times speed, and that sounded normal to them.
Well, he was
So how far do we have it?
he was catching up with the stream, so he's playing it on 2 times speed.
Oh, I thought he meant he lowered it 2 times, and it was
No.
Right now it's at 75. It's 0.75 speed right now.
Wait, how the fuck does he sound normal to you at 2 times speed with how fast he is normally? That makes no sense. How are you understanding anything he says?
Because I saw his comment in chat earlier. I think you guys were talking about Prey or something at the time, but he said, oh yeah, it was YouTube didn't autoplay when this started, so I'm going to have to catch up on 2 times speed. And I was thinking, man, you're going to have trouble getting through MovieBob's parts, because his parts are just going to be
Yeah, it's just pure speed. When I was previewing this, I had such a hard time understanding him. I kept having to rewind it and make sure I heard stuff properly.
Yeah. Okay.
I love Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. I think it's awesome, but is he just criticizing that a movie made in 2021 is referencing other real life events in the subtext and warning against certain historical events and how they played out? I don't know. I mean, A lot of what happened in the
kinda
movie
like-
is also in the book too, because honestly,
Yeah.
the Middle East conflict has been going on for a very, very long time. So
Yeah, it's not a very stable place now, is it, Bob?
Well, I also noticed a comment in chat way earlier when we were talking about Rome and tribes and stuff, but someone pointed out, oh yeah, the person we covered who thought that tribes in ancient times didn't fight with each other
Oh
would
God,
hate the discussion we were having at the time. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
I still can't
It was
believe.
only the lack of food, I think, was what they said that caused them to fight. And it's like, no, not
No.
at all.
No.
I still
Shit.
can't believe that.
And that was the same guy. I remember there was the same guy that said that you wouldn't get dictatorships in smaller communities because when it's a small community, it's much harder to have an iron grip on everything. And we were all like, what?
This is also the same guy who said, where do you get your furniture from in the post-apocalypse? Why would you keep the old pre-war furniture?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That video
guy,
was insane.
that was the guy I made the joke about. Like, yeah, would you let this guy stay in your fucking community if he was going and getting your your only source of fresh water?
And he
He's
was
taking
using
it-
it to dump on his house.
Yeah, the
to
wash the
clean it every
walls.
day.
Yeah.
Because there's like sandstorms all the time, so I have to wash my house every day to keep it clean.
Yeah, I'd be like, no.
Yeah, no.
Oh, dude, yeah. God, I still remember that fucking thing. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that was insanity.
the way you said that, Setch, reminded me of that anti-piracy commercial. It's like, you wouldn't download a movie. It's like, you wouldn't download a dictatorship.
You wouldn't. No. Don't forget the other ads. You wouldn't steal a car. And I love Dara O'Brien goes like, if they put it even remotely in the same context, you wouldn't steal some post-it notes. Well, I might if they're looking particularly yellow and shiny. Who are you to judge movie?
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, oh God, those things. You wouldn't kill a man. What? God, those old anti-piracy ads were something else. Same with the old Dare commercials. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs.
Yeah, they completely undermine their message because I think that the initial thing was like, this is your brain, like, here's an egg. This is your brain on drugs. Crack. Okay, I'm good. But then it goes on. And it's like, this is your brain on meth. Crash, crash, smash. It's like freaks out, destroys our whole kitchen. I'm like, whoa, calm down, lady. Maybe I need some drugs after this. Jesus.
Yeah.
That's why I was going into that of like, I love that Robot Chicken skit where the chick just loses her fucking mind and starts like, she goes out and jumps on people's cars as they're driving down the street and is like smashing them up, and then she gets a gun.
Yeah.
And like the police have to show up and like put her down.
As Kurochi says, you wouldn't screenshot an NFT.
No, you right-click them.
Dude.
You wouldn't download an NFT.
Yeah. Did you hear? Sorry, this will be a very short tangent. I swear, chat. I swear.
It's a lie. Don't trust them.
Did you hear? Maybe I'm going for the They Lion space. But anyways, Ubisoft shut down its NFT game because they only sold 13 NFTs.
Oh my God.
They only sold 13. Way of the future now that the industry's trying to push this. They only sold 13. Get fucked. Oh God.
Yeah, and then right at the same moment, Square Enix openly says that that's part of their future, and they fully endorse NFTs. It's like, you should read the room, guys.
You should really look around.
Yeah.
They're like, wait, a great new way to make tons of money? That's completely unethical? Sign me up.
Well, here's the problem. So many of these NFT, humble JPEG merchants just like end up using website code to just generate slightly different variants of the same damn image and selling them, and then creating a sort of like eBay marketplace for them.
Yep.
And then what that means is when they implement them in video games, all these big corporations see is like, wait, people want microtransactions again? Let's jump on that. Let's just call our microtransactions NFTs. People love that. And without realizing that the vast majority of people still hate that concept.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, a few brainlets on Twitter sharing an ugly monkey and lion picture around does not, is not the same thing as the majority of people who.
Yeah, and I didn't want to get in the really bad ones. There's some really, really, really bad NFT ideas. I don't even want to say them here, but God, those are the more harmless ones. The monkey guys.
I've mostly seen the monkeys and the lions. Why the fuck do they have to be so ugly?
Yeah, I
Like
don't
are
get
so
why.
fucking unappealing to look at.
I don't get it. Like, why do you want art that is meant to be basically currency? And why would you make it so unappealing to look at? Why wouldn't you just make good art?
Yep.
And be like, yeah, this is my NFT. Look how amazing it looks. But no, it's, hey, look at this really ugly thing that you can't stand to look at for more than a few seconds. Yeah, don't you want to trade this? Don't you want to buy this? No, I don't. I don't want that thing anywhere near me.
All right. So to keep my promise and make that a short tangent, let's jump back to the movie.
Yeah.
Jump back to the movie.
Space to the space era.
Well, no, I gotta pause this. Implying it's not Gaben and Team Fortress 2 are to blame for the loot box craze. It absolutely is not Team Fortress 2. They are not the ones that fucking popularized that shit. That is Overwatch. That is Blizzard. Entirely Blizzard's fault.
The first time I saw the loot boxes or the crates was in Team Fortress, and I remember seeing like crate series number 18. I was like, okay, this shit's getting ridiculous, Valve. But it didn't seem like a big deal to me at the time. It was after they got popularized by Overwatch and they started being pushed in fucking everything. It's like, okay, this is actually a huge, huge, huge fucking problem.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't Team Fortress free to play by then though? Wasn't that their way to?
It was.
Yeah. So I don't have so much of a problem with that if a game's free, but Overwatch was paid from the beginning. Like,
yeah.
That was a bit that was different context entirely.
It wasn't just a paid game; it was a full price game.
Yeah. Well, here's a bruh moment for you, Cole. All right, bruh. TF2 and CS:GO didn't popularize it. Overwatch did. Overwatch, where you paid full price for it, and then they had it on as literal gambling.
Yeah, like
there's a difference between progenitor and popularizer, and Overwatch is absolutely the one that infested the industry with it.
I'd also say that Counter-Strike had a big hand in it as well with the kind of off-site gambling.
Yeah.
That definitely...
Well, what didn't help with that was T. Martin and Syndicate and everything, who were pushing kids to go into gambling on, hey, look at this website I found. And they were the ones that actually...
Oh my God.
That actually ran the website and everything. And they didn't disclose that. They're like, I just found this website. And they were, oh my God, I won this super knife.
Hold on. To be fair, you don't have to pay to open loot boxes in Overwatch. That's not the point. Most people did pay. Well, I don't know if most, but enough for it to be profitable for Blizzard. And that's the problem.
A shit ton of people. The vast majority paid. That's the issue.
Like the whole, you can earn them by in-game play is just like a dodge of the criticism. That's probably why those systems exist in the first place. Oh, you could get them without paying. Well, it doesn't change the fact that...
It's the simpleton's defense. Well, you don't have to get it. That is literally the simpleton's defense.
Yeah.
It's literally, don't like it, don't watch it. Don't like it, don't play it.
Yeah. It's just, I hate that argument so much.
Yeah, like I work in cybersecurity, so we do a lot of cybersecurity training, and there's like 3 main things that every scammer will do. Basically one is to create a sense of urgency. So you want to oh my God, there's this $900 Amazon charge. You should log into your account right now and make sure that was correct because the payment's going through right now.
Yeah.
The second delay. I don't remember all the points now, but like basically urgency, being very dramatic, emotional. You want somebody to be emotional, running on emotions rather than logic. In a rush, you have to create some sort of time limit.
Yeah.
Some sort of, if you don't do this within the next 24 hours, this charge will go through and your bank, will, go under your your payment limit or whatever.
Well, I've seen.
And then
I've gotten lots of scam phone calls myself and emails and stuff. And yeah, most of them play off of the whole fear thing, like, oh, there's thousands of dollars you've spent on eBay or Amazon or in fucking France or wherever. Um, one of the ones, one of the calls I was getting a few years ago is, uh, your website domain license has expired, and if you don't renew it, Google will delete your website from the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one where it. This is actually an interesting one. It fakes. It somehow finds a way to fake um, the sender address, so it appears as though it's coming from your own email, and it's like,
Domain spoofing, yeah, it's a thing.
yeah, and oh, we've got recorded video of you watching porn. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if this got out? Your face is so funny, motherfucker. I don't have a webcam.
Yeah. And here's the thing, by the way, with that too. If they actually did do that, you have a massive lawsuit that you can bring against them for it.
Yeah, but how do you track them down?
They have to leave. You have to leave a fingerprint. Everything leaves a trace.
But yeah, like that, a lot of them are, those pictures or that website you visited last night. I'm going to tell your friends, but click here and maybe we can discuss about it, or discuss it or something like that. Or the flip side, sometimes these work too, where you get something for free. It's like, Pizza Hut is now doing a BOGO on their pizzas or whatever. That was actually one of the most successful tests that we ran. Were just like, lunchtime, free pizza. From Pizza Hut, logo and everything. A lot of people clicked on that. So, it's really, and that sort of mentality is kind of how a lot of these loot boxes run as well, or even NFTs. They create this urgency. It's like, oh my God, you're gonna miss out on this unique set of time limited skins unless you buy or play 10,000 hours of the game in the next 2 weeks or whatever. It's like, it creates that takes urgency. There's no reason why this 2 megabyte DLC file can't be, extended. It can't be downloaded forever, but they know that they're going to get more people either feeling like, they can't unlock it through gameplay, or, oh my God, I can't, I played for 100 hours this week, and I can't still can't get it. So let me just buy it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's what stuff like World of Tanks and everything started doing too, which annoys the shit out of me. Like they literally will make challenges that are physically impossible. Like they're inhumanly possible. You would literally need to play 27 hours a day to get it within the time limit. It's that same sort of manipulation. But there's also another aspect on top of the manipulation. It's the psychology of the missing out, the outsider, the other, the one that, oh, I got that, but you don't have it. I'm so much better than you.
Yeah.
And then now it's making that person's pressuring them, well, I need to get the next thing, or I'm going to be left out again. And it's just pressure into it. It's a fucking vicious cycle.
No, my problem is that people overlook TF2's influence in all this. Well,
again, as I said, progenitor. We can say they're a progenitor of it, but they are not the popularizer of it.
Yeah.
And there is a key difference in that.
I really don't have an issue with microtransactions when if it's a free game and all it is like
non-pay to win stuff.
Yeah, just the fucking cosmetics. If it's just cosmetics and it isn't even that expensive and it's in a free game, I don't really care that much. I don't even buy. I barely play TF2, but I have no desire to buy any skins or hats or anything. And it's a free fucking game. I really don't care. It's stuff like EA where it really pisses me off, where it's like, oh yeah, you need to buy this $60 to $80 game, and oh, you have to buy all these microtransactions so you can even stand a chance to fight against the guys who are actually good at this game.
Yeah.
Because because the whales bought all the good stuff. So now you can't defeat them unless you do the exact same thing. But don't you want to win, player? Don't you actually want to have fun in this game? Well, you better buy all these microtransactions.
Yeah.
I think I would be interested in the idea of having to hold microtransactions to a standard that it can only be called a microtransaction if it's under $1, and then you go to major transaction, and then major monetary investment and stuff like that. If they had to actually legally define these terms as like, hey, if it's $1 to $5, it's a major transaction. If it's $5 to $20, it's a heavy monetary investment. If it's $20 or above, it's a major monetary investment. If they had to actually legally define it as that, I would be curious how that would go.
Yeah, especially when a lot of these games have their in-game currency, and it's like, oh, you could buy 20,000 in-game coins for $150, or
Yeah.
the whole shark
Oh,
card
God.
thing, or
Yeah, I fucking hate that stuff.
gems. That's a
Yeah.
common one.
It actually poisons the well when you blend gameplay currency with paid currency, because then you give the illusion that you're not exploiting the players. But generally, you can, like you said, you can buy hundreds of dollars worth of that currency, and you have to really, really, really grind to get pretty much anything. You usually cap that in some way as well.
Oh yeah,
But,
Pokemon Go is one of the worst at that I've seen. You can earn in-game coins by putting your Pokemon in a gym there's 3 teams you could go with. So if you put one of your Pokemon in a gym that's on your team, it'll start earning coins. I don't know what the rate is, but it's pretty slow. But you can put multiple Pokemon in multiple gyms. You can't take them out on your own. You have to wait for them to be defeated, which could happen within minutes. It could happen within weeks. Regardless of how long they're in there, the maximum they can earn is 50 coins, and you can only get 50 coins a day. So let's say you've had 2 Pokemon that have been in a gym for a week, and they both get knocked out in the same day. You only get 50 coins from one of them, the other you get nothing.
Jeez.
And even like Pokemon PC upgrade for 50 additional Pokemon, I believe, that's 200 coins. So that would be 4 days, assuming you do it every single day and get the maximum amount. And
it makes it seem like, oh, we're not screwing you over. You can get it through gameplay, and then they just can kind of tweak prices and do less and less sales. Like I still stand by. I haven't played it for a little while, so I don't know if it's changed. But at the time, I think Path of Exile was like the perfect free-to-play model. You had the entire game you could play as long as you want, no limitations, but all cosmetics, like cosmetic DLC, was paid for, and they also, I think, had optional stash, additional stash space if you wanted to buy that, which technically is in-game, but honestly, the default stash is fine for most people. But if you wanted extra stash space, or you wanted, like, your spells to look cooler, or your armor to look cooler, there was like a cosmetic slot you could put onto those things, and that was a great model, because you could do everything. And honestly, you had so much gameplay in the core free game that you actually wanted to buy microtransactions to support the game, because you felt bad that you were getting all this gameplay for nothing.
Well, that was the thing with ESO. ESO launched terribly, had an awful launch, everything like that. That is definitely not a perfect debate. But now they're like, okay, well, hey, what we're going to do is we're going to launch the game as a buy-to-play, so you no longer need subscription or anything like that. And we're going to retool how the subscription system works, like from the ground up. And then you start reading how the subscription model works. And it is the most ludicrously generous subscription I have ever seen in video gaming. So here's how it works. So for $15, you can buy 1,500 crowns, which is the cash shop currency. Or for $15, you can buy the subscription, which gives you 1,500 crowns. Now, actually, they even increased that. It gives you 1,625 So you get even more crowns now than your monetary value. You get bonuses to EXP, housing, space cost, more bank slots, more character transfers, special tokens, and everything. It is insane the amount of value you get in comparison. I have never seen a system that generous before. It is crazy. That's why I always tell people, they're like, if you see anything in the cash shop you might want, buy a subscription for 1 month. You will get more crowns for your money by the same value, and you get everything else on top of it, including discounts in the stores and play all the DLCs for free and everything like that. So just do that.
Why are we discussing microtransactions again? Because someone mentioned an NFT in chat, and that comment got read out and we started tangenting.
Well, no, and then somebody said that, TF2 and loot boxes, which is what I called out, and you were the one that said it. You know why we are here.
I think. Didn't you preface it with like, I don't go on a tangent, but NFTs? I think that's how it started.
Well,
Yeah.
that originally started, yes, but it reminded me of the Ubisoft thing, because Ubisoft shit.
Wait, did Coil Train ask that?
Yeah,
What
Coil
are we
Train
discussing?
was the one. Yeah, they asked, why are we
Dude,
discussing this? And they're the ones
come
that
on,
talked
you're
about
literally the
TF2 loot
one.
boxes.
Wow, come on, man. You're literally the one who fucking brought us into this. And then argued with us as well. So yes, we're still talking about it because of you. Come on.
Well,
all right,
yeah.
fuck. Let's move on.
maybe we're not talking
Anyways.
about it anymore because video.
Yeah, we need to get back to Cinema Roberto.
So STAG also stands for some transactions are good.
Yep.
Literal white space Jesus robes and go become Space Lawrence to the space Arabs in this war for space oil.
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
For posterity, the main plot is sci-fi feudalism political struggle. We're in space, there's a desert planet that's the only source of a mysterious element called the spice that makes interstellar travel possible, but also gets you crazy high, but it's hard to collect and refine because the desert is full of giant monster worms. The wealthy family of bad space royals who've
which
been
they're directly tied
just
to each other. Oh, I don't know why that's starting. They are directly tied to one another. The worms are what create the spice.
That's what I figured. That wasn't actually explained in the movie yet, but
No,
it was
it's
my
supposed to be revealed.
assumption that the worms made the spice.
Yeah, though it's because the Fremen will hint at it more and more. Sorry for spoiling that for anybody that didn't know, but yeah, they are intricately tied together. The worms are the thing that make the spice, so that's why the worms are there in the desert. And it's like, oh, people want to go to this desert to get the spice, but he's got these giant worms. Well, it's because the giant worms make the spice, so the spice wouldn't be there without the giant worms.
Also, another question, but he said this is the only place where you could get spice. Is that true, or is this just
It is true.
That is true. Okay.
That is true. So space travel worked before this, but you had to know exacting details. Space travel was incredibly dangerous and took a long time.
Yeah.
Because you needed to know perfectly in space. You didn't want to just guess and eyeball and wing it.
Yeah.
So it took a long time for these things to all spread out. It's how you had this whole, like, every single world has its own culture and everything like that to an extreme degree.
All right.
Because travel between them wasn't as feasible. You had very specific lanes you could go down. And so you had to use the Spacing Guild. Well, the Spacing Guild realized that the Spice Melange gave them prescience. They could see where they were going. So now they didn't need to, plot out these things as much. The navigators could use the Spice Melange to visualize where they were going and everything between and how to get there. And then they could fold space right directly to where they needed to go. So now you had travel that was, air quotes, instantaneously, because obviously, you need to pack up and pay the Spacing Guild and everything. So whatever. You know what I mean? Instantaneous in terms of from A to B.
All right.
So yeah, so Spice Melange immediately revolutionized the entire empire just overnight. Also, yeah, I'm saying sorry for spoilering this because a lot of people, the vast majority of people, did not read the book.
Yeah, I was gonna point out that comment too. It's understandable that you would give spoiler warnings on something that's being adapted that hasn't properly been adapted before. Like,
yeah, we were talking an entire new audience and generations coming into this.
Yeah, so like a couple of years ago, someone posted just blatantly a spoiler for part 6 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which kind of fucking pissed me off because at that point, only partway through part 4 was being animated, I believe. Or we were partway through part 4 being released. So it's like, oh, so here's a major spoiler for
Part 7. You can just say here's a major spoiler for Part 7, which has been out for 10 years or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
well, it was part 6,
the
but yeah.
only started.
Yeah, but the point I'm getting at is like, so it doesn't matter that this has been a thing that's been going since the 80s. It's something that. How many people in North America have read the manga before the anime came out?
Yeah, like
There's
I said,
probably
it's
a lot more. Yeah.
It's an entire new audience. All right.
Family of nice space royals whose teenage heir apparent is played by Timothée Chalamet and also believed to be a promised space messiah figure by the indigenous people of said planet, mostly because his mom is also a space nun from an order that's been strategically...
Why are you showing... What?
What the fuck? Yeah, what does this have to do with...
What do they have to do with anything?
Are they...
I know you like Mario, but come on, this has nothing to do with anything.
Those are princesses. They're not nuns. What?
They're also not part of a religious order.
But random, lol, I guess.
I guess. It's literally just, haha, I love Mario. Can't you tell?
Yeah, I'm glad that for the most part, this kind of editing has died. Just I'm going to cut to a JPEG for 0.3 seconds. I just find it really kind of insufferable. I know a lot of people thought it was clever at the time, but he's very much like a 2000 stuck in like 2008, YouTube essentially.
Yeah.
So it's that I'm going to cut to something random, lol, or I'm going to take a word that I said and find a synonym that's funny, and put an image of that in there, or a homonym that's funny. So and so and so butt, and then shows like a picture of a butt. Like I've seen that so many times. I'm so sick of it.
I know one that ER did. I'm pretty sure it was ER. One of his videos, he's like, "Here's the thing," talking about more on a part of the subject, but he showed the picture of the thing from the Fantastic Four, and it's like, that's kind of amusing, I guess.
It can be done kind of cleverly.
I'll tell you right now, I'm definitely working a butt into the Dark Souls analysis video, and it's gonna be the Asylum Demon's butt.
I'm not saying butt in general. I'm just saying like.
No, I know what you're getting at though, where they're constantly like unrelated picture, but it's somebody's rear end, like.
Or just any homonym. Like I'm trying to think of a good example, but like I drawing a blank, but you say a word and then that kind of sounds like this other thing. Let me put a picture of that other thing in there that sounds exactly the same, and just it's clever because you said one word but showed a picture of another word that sounds like it. Haha! And it's just I don't know, for some reason I've seen like 100 videos like that, and I'm just really tired of that.
Well, that's because that's what's the style, as you said. That was the style of the late 2000s going into 2010s. And it was everywhere.
I'm just struggling as to why he would use the Mario princesses when wouldn't there be better examples of space nuns?
Yeah, they don't even come close to representing anything. They're not even like a tangentially related thing, or they're not a play on words or anything.
You could probably use those weird cat doctors from Doctor Who, because they look more nun-like with their outfits than the princesses would. Like, for someone who isn't familiar with Doctor Who, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that looks like a weird sci-fi space nun."
Or even just go literal, just a couple nuns and put space helmets on them.
Yeah.
No, or if you had been clever, MovieBob, you would have shown the Adeptus Sororitas from Warhammer 40k. They are literal space nuns.
What do you think that MovieBob cares about 40k though?
No, 40k would destroy him because he'd be like, "Why aren't there any female space marines?" It's like, fuck off.
No, he'd say something long diatribe about pseudo-fascist, emperor, god emperor,
and it's like,
oh yeah,
it's
totally.
like, no, this is a fascist regime, 1,000%. Okay, that's entirely the point.
Yeah, Warhammer 40k, the most honorable faction are some of the worst people in the galaxy or the universe. Like everybody's horrible.
The most kind-hearted faction in 40k will ask if you wish to join their religion before they send you to the re-education camps and cut your balls off. Everyone else doesn't ask first.
Welcome to Grimdark.
I just googled space nuns. Not only are there some artwork that are usable, there's a movie called Space Nuns. So yeah, he had a large pool to pull from and he just didn't.
Dude, the very first image for Space Nuns for me is Warhammer 40k.
Okay,
you know what the first image is for me? Oh my god, it's the third image. It's the freaking Space Nuns from TLJ.
Yes, it is.
Oh, and he likes TLJ. Why would he use those?
Yeah, this was years after TLJ, but no, he doesn't want to sully the good name of TLJ by showing the stupid Space Nuns.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the Space Nuns in fucking 40k look like, but I imagine like, the traditional nun garb, but it's like mechanized armor and they just got a giant warhammer.
No.
Oh.
I need to see their main battle tank. Hold on.
Well, they do have guns, so...
Yeah, no. You need to see what their main battle tank looks like.
Alrighty.
It is the most ludicrous, over-the-top, but badass thing I have ever seen.
Oh, Cree, it's more better than that.
It's more better than that. I got thinking of TLJ. I don't know if I'll be able to pull through to the TLJ part, but I just realized how angry I am about how that was a pretty epic tank.
So that tank, she is playing an organ. The tank is literally blaring organ music, and those organ pipes act as missile launcher tubes as well. These people are so fanatically zealous in their belief in their faith that they don't use normal dropships to land on a planet. First, their starship will go into low orbit and will start blaring holy music and spraying holy water across the ground before it drops literal churches from orbit to impact the ground. They go into battle riding churches falling from the sky.
Holy shit.
And their faith is actually so strong that they can stave off demons.
OMG, I love church now.
Like, these people are insane. By the way, this is the meme, the kind of this is the poster boy chapter for the Adeptus Sororitas, which is Our Martyred Lady. They're the ones that have the white hair. They all have white hair for if they're in that order. They're all different kinds of orders. They have different styles of dress, but they're all part of the Sisters of Battle.
Huh.
Yeah, no, they are pretty fucking badass, honestly. Everything in 40k is pretty fucking badass, but doesn't compare with my Tyranids, baby.
Anyways, Indigo, you're starting to say something about The Last Jedi?
Oh no, I was just rekindling my rage on that movie.
Trust me.
Honestly, there's tons and tons of issues with episode 7, obviously, right?
Yeah.
But the setup to meet Luke and see like, oh, what's Luke been doing this whole time? That's really intriguing, right? But then I love Ryan Johnson's like first the thing is like, an abandoned planet where Luke's been hiding away from civilization for God knows how many years to, after self-exiled from the Force and from the world and everything like that in his most needed time. Who's he hanging out with? Slapstick nuns, slapstick alien nuns, and big titty.
And big titty alien cows to milk.
Yeah, it's like none of that stuff was in part 7. It's like, what would make this story with Luke better? Slapstick and alien nuns and big titty cows, water cows. It's like I just can't get over how I almost intentional, like, literally intentional, how stupid he made that whole story. Like, honestly, J.J. Abrams not the greatest either, by far from it. But my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, I hadn't seen The Last Jedi since New Year's, just after it released. And I watched an hour of it today to prepare for the second video today. I fucking despise this movie so much. But the first 15 minutes almost seems kind of schizophrenic in its fucking tone. You've got, you know, it's serious. The rebels are trying to evacuate. Then, Poe can, fucking Hux. Hux, can you hear me? Hello, Hux?
Yeah.
He's trolling you. It's like, it's so dumb. And then you've got the tense moment of battle and, character sacrificing herself to blow up the dreadnought on this terribly designed fucking bomber. And then,
with open space beneath them,
Yeah, with open space beneath them, and fuck.
Yeah.
And then you have, Rey giving Luke his lightsaber, and then he tosses it over his shoulder like a joke. It's like, oh my god.
Dude,
it's almost like the meme like culmination of what people criticize Marvel movies about, where they undercut all the tension and all of the drama with jokes.
Yeah.
Like TLJ does it worse than any of the Marvel movies do for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
But
really do.
But that's the thing is, when the Marvel movies can kind of make it work of the ones I've seen, they do a not bad job of it. Sometimes. Other times, a lot of times it falls flat. There's some times where they manage to land it, though. Yeah, it seems like Star Wars was trying to copy that and just failed utterly at it. I hate it so much.
Yeah. Even worse, like, nothing ever makes sense in that movie. Like, all that super bombardier Star Destroyer had to do was aim at the fucking ships that are not moving at all and everything, and it's over.
I just remembered
the movie's literally over.
I just remembered another bit. Hux is going to tell Snoke that, the rebels escaped. And then Snoke's hologram appears, and Hux is trying to be professional. Snoke slams him into the floor with the Force. He screams like a little girl, and they spin him around and slide him across the floor. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do we undermine our bosses?
Yeah.
Yeah, considering what Hux was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like I think
he was supposed to be like one of the highest ranking Nazi generals, pretty much. Then they turn him into like a clown.
He's basically Grand Moff of the new trilogy.
Well, he was supposed to be, yeah.
Yeah. And then they made him a little fucking clown boy. They made him a little clown boy.
Like a little clown boy. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's just the whole thing with the space tracker too. Snoke is pissed off that, you let them get away, Hux, you fool. And then Hux is like, we've got them on a string. And then a few scenes later, Snoke is like praising him for the tracker. This trackers in Snoke's own ship. How the fuck does he not know about it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's so dumb.
Yeah, well, there's like so many layers of things you can criticize in the movie. Like
the entire casino planet.
You can. I could probably do a watch together on it and criticize 5 things about literally every scene.
Yeah.
5 really damning things about every single scene.
I would totally be down for that someday.
but yeah, it'd take forever. But one of the big problem, obviously, one of the just fundamental problems of the story is that, honestly, Star Wars plays a little fast and loose with reality, but the entire plot of the movie is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of Newtonian physics.
Yes.
Basically, like spaceships, unless acted upon with an opposing force, will go on forever at the same speed.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
do not need fuel to continue to move forward. The only time you need more fuel is if you wanted to change your speed or your direction.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the idea that, oh my God, it's a car chase in space. Nobody said to Ryan Johnson's like, wait, that doesn't work. Space is it's a vacuum. It's a lack of opposing force. There is no friction.
Yep.
So just that alone, not to get into all the nitpicks, like for example, the cannon fire from the spaceships that arc for some reason.
Yeah, as if there's gravity or some shit. It's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Well, it's not just that. They say at one point they're far enough away that our cannons won't do anything to their shields. Why are your cannons, your space cannons, losing power at a distance? In space.
There is
Yeah.
literally nothing to
And-
evaporate it or to
what's-
disperse it or anything.
What's worse than that is how fucking weak are your cannons on this capital ship? What?
I'm clicking the square. It's worse than that.
Oh, yes. You threw me off there, but yeah. But
yes, derailed successfully.
but it is worse than that because God, I had the point and you made me fucking lose it. God, what was it?
Yeah, victory. All right. Well,
you've got these cannons from these big capital ships. The fucking rebel ships aren't that far away. How goddamn weak are your cannons that you can't blow up this tiny ship in comparison to your own when you've got like 7 other Star Destroyers behind you too? Like, if they're all firing on this one ship, how is it? I hate it so much. It makes so little sense. It makes no sense that their cannons are that ineffective. It is pathetic.
And what about like lasers? And eventually, if enough like space dust or, asteroids or, some sort of nebula gas or whatever might dilute it over a long period of, not period of time, but a long, distance. But we see starlight from places light years away.
Mm-hmm.
So
A laser
clearly
blast,
there's nothing in the way.
Yeah, a laser blast is not going to stop after 100 meters or 1,000 meters.
Yeah.
It's going to take a lot longer than that. And we see these like arcing blasts, which, again, like I said, Star Wars does play fast and loose with physics, but even if it was like some sort of slow moving plasma blast like we see in some of the movies, like that would still continue to go and it wouldn't arc like they show in that. So
Yeah,
it
like
doesn't
I said,
matter.
as if it's affected by gravity. And it's like, what?
Yeah, and there's things like Mass Effect. Like, I know in Mass Effect 2, there's literally like a drill sergeant yelling at soldiers about, like, make sure if you fire
We
this
do
weapon...
not just eyeball it!
Yeah, like, it needs to hit the target because this is fucking space. It does not stop. Like, for all you know, you will hit a fucking planet millions of miles away from your target because you fucking missed your shot.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great explanation of it because I mean, and you could theoretically shoot and that would go indefinitely. 99.999% it hits nothing, but that 0.0000001%, it's might hit something and it's gonna. I think he said it's gonna wreck their day or something, right? Doesn't he say something like that?
Yeah.
Ruin their day.
But I still just love that whole thing of like, we do not just eyeball it.
Yeah, I fucking love that.
But Kree, that doesn't prove your point because that's the Death Star laser, and clearly it's more powerful. Dude, somebody will make that argument.
Probably.
And I posted a screenshot of the Death Star just to show the long range of lasers as defined in Return of the Jedi. But
yeah,
that was their low powered variant because you don't need a planet destroying laser to take out a ship. That was just them doing like a mini version of it. But it's silly.
Yeah, and that's the image I showed on screen there for a little bit. And even
All right,
that beam there is probably like a couple hundred miles away from each other. The ship that's being blown up from the Death Star.
Yeah, no, it's well far, as far if not further away than the ships were in TLJ. But not only that, but are we going to argue against power creep now, with where they
Yeah.
created freaking Death Star equipped destroyers?
Oh God! Thank you for reminding me of Rise of Skywalker.
So yeah, I don't take that argument at all.
Dude, the power creep was already out the fucking window in The Force Awakens with the super gun that from entire light years away could destroy multiple planets at once.
With
Well-
curved lasers for some reason that
Yeah,
could
that
auto-target.
spread on their own. The laser beam spread.
Hey, Satch, I'm going to do it a second time. It's worse than that. Because
Uh,
in order to power the Starkiller base, they have to consume a sun, which means an entire solar system is getting destroyed in the process of powering
Yeah.
up the solar system destroying weapon.
oh, dude, it's so fucking. It's dumb on so many levels.
But no, because they have snow on the surface of the planet, that lets them absorb the power of the sun inside of a planet, right?
Yeah.
It's like a heat sink. There you go.
Oh,
Fixed.
dude. So let's get these super chats before we get too far away. 5 pound super chat from Chaticus Maximus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you're in for 40K aren't fascist, it's fair to call them a decentralized feudal oligarchy. I say they are fascist because their whole ideology is based off the fear of the other. They also just have a religious bent to them, where they are obviously a religious zealot state. But the fascism comes from the humanity is good, all others are bad, fear, or let's see, kill the mutant, the heretic, and the Xenos. And again, it's the whole idea of the in-group versus the out-group, and the government having the full authority and say and control of everything. So if the government says something, and yeah, as you point out, that there are planetary governors and everything, and they all run their own world in its own way and everything, the Imperium's still going to come and fucking collect.
Yeah, they're pretty damn fascist. I mean, I'm reading definition of here like authoritarian ultranationalism characterized by dictatorial power, forcible suppression of opposition. It's like what is the meme? Heresy. Anything that does not align toward the the will of the God Emperor is heresy. That's pretty much
Which is
on point.
which is a horrifying, tragic irony that the Emperor hated religion and was actually trying to destroy religion because it was terrible, and there was only the imperial truth that science and everything like that were the way to go, and religion was just for lunatics and crazy people and everything. So he would be the last one who would want to be worshipped as a god.
Yeah.
And it's funny, Text to Speech Emperor actually makes fun of that. He's like, well, it's your fault for walking around as like a 20-foot tall human that glowed all the time with fiery weapons, stuff like that. And he's like, hey, if I want to walk around as a tall superhuman that glows pretty much all the time with fiery weapons, I should be allowed to do that. It should be you that should stop being so prejudiced and saying that those people are gods. You racist.
Anyways, we've got a video to get back to.
No, we don't, because we have to get to Scoopmeister's $2
right.
super chat. Bah, give me Halo's Mac guns any day. The Mac gun is a very cool concept. It is the same concept of railgun brought large. So the United States military, the U.S. Navy in particular, has been developing railguns, and they are fascinating. So they're also scary, but they are fascinating to see, because what it is using magnets to propel a projectile with such velocity that they're able to put it through like multiple layers of steel armor, plate armor. It is really fucking cool.
Yeah, I love seeing railgun stuff. It's so fucking interesting.
Yep.
So,
How
The
long?
problem is power consumption on railguns.
Yeah.
How long will
That's
it be until you can go hunt deer and blow their head off with a railgun?
Well, I mean, how much money do you have? Because you could technically do that now.
it's got to be Juggalo's worst nightmare using all those magnets, you know?
Yeah.
How do they work?
No, it's a metal murderer at Creetosis and crew. Sounded pretty heretical. The Inquisition is wondering if your registered address is current. Sorry, but I'm a member of the Ordo Hereticus, a radical member. So they can. The rest of the Inquisitors can suck my nut.
Repent! Repent!
Asmodai? Yes. Make him repent. Repent.
Hold on, I have that clip. Let me
Well,
grab that.
we can't.
We can't. We need to go into the.
No, I know, but I can post it for you guys in the group chat.
All right. Anyways, we could get back to the video now. I thought we'd be through this by now. I didn't think we would spend this long on this video. This is a
Well,
7-minute video.
We are desperate.
It's
We are
fucking
desperate for
MovieBob.
other
How
things.
did you not expect it?
Yes.
Okay. I expected some tangents. I wasn't expecting 3 hours and 45 minutes. We wouldn't finish the video. We have a
Hey,
second video
have-
to do.
We have good company here. Okay.
Yeah.
It's fun talking with Indigo Gaming. So we're
Oh
gonna,
yeah, always.
we're gonna talk with Indigo and we're gonna have a good time. Damn it! And MovieBob can't ruin that for us.
I just imagine
Wait,
like
I just noticed something.
what?
What is Patreon?
MovieBob 1?
So what happened, Bob? Did you not get the actual MovieBob Patreon? Did it get shut down? What happened?
Yeah, what happened with that? Is there somebody who has...
Yeah, I'm curious now.
There's a guy named Roland Graves who has MovieBob. He reserved MovieBob before MovieBob did.
that has to be someone trolling him. Please
Oh,
God,
dude,
let that
that'd
be the
be funny.
case.
It's funny.
Anyways, yeah, would you say, we're having a good time and MovieBob can't ruin it? I just imagine, we're having a party and Bob is off sitting in a dark corner, like, plotting ways to end our good time.
He's looking through the window, hovering a bag of sugar over him. Like,
I just noticed there's a fucking fidget spinner in this goddamn clip.
What?
Yes. It's Texas Pizza Emperor. They all do all
Oh.
kinds of like funny little in jokes.
Okay.
$5 super chat from Terror24. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome to the novel length tangent stream. Yeah, pretty much. Okay.
Yeah,
You're ready?
Yeah.
indigenous planet, mostly because his mom is also from an order that's been strategically trying to breed said messiah for centuries, and she thinks she done pulled it off because he can use the same special shouting magic powers she has. Also, the reassigning of the night.
Thank
Shouting
fucking...
magic power. What the fuck?
Yeah, thank fucking God he didn't put up a picture of the Dragonborn. Holy shit.
Yes, I will at least be thankful for that. But yeah,
You
no.
wanted to.
You know what?
Come on.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna fucking say it. Good job, MovieBob. You didn't do it. You didn't do the thing.
I don't give praise for the obvious. Oh god.
But also, yeah, it's not shouting magic. It's
It's called it's the voice. But anyways, the Neanderthal says, just gonna go back to listening to this as I play Star Sector. I shall name my military planet after such. All right. But yeah, no, it's the voice. It's about your pitch and tone and everything, and a bit of psychic influence.
yeah.
But yeah, that's not why she got cocky, and she's hoping she pulled it off. And as the speaker to the Emperor says, "You were lucky you didn't die in that room, because he almost didn't pull it off."
It's almost as if the movie itself explicitly states, almost to an annoying degree, exactly why she had a son. You know,
Yeah.
like I could see its criticism of being too, too much exposition, but at the same time, like, we need to know what's going on. So I understand why they did that, but like, no,
Yep.
uh, Duke Jared Leto wanted a son, so I know it's not Jared.
Dude, Jared Leto.
I really want somebody to like do 5,000 hours of deep fakes to replace all the Letos with Jared Leto.
Oh my
Oh,
god. Oh my god. Imagine him doing that scene where he's like naked in the fucking bear's thing. He like bites the thing and blows it in his face, but it's Jared Leto.
He's
Oh,
whispering to the Baron before he bites the poison capsule. I'm an idea.
Give me an idea.
Oh god, no! Give him the full thing. Give him damage across his forehead as well.
Oh
Holy
god.
shit! All right.
Sending of the Night Royals to the desert planet is actually a trap to eliminate them as a threat to power by the Emperor, so eventually the young hero is going to be on his own, learning to lead before his time by uniting his imperiled.
Okay, you pointing out the fact that this has become overused does not matter when this is the originator, one of the originators of this.
Yeah.
It'd be
Oh,
like
it's so overplayed.
it would be like criticizing the Passion of the Christ for saying, "Oh, we're getting another savior trope."
Yeah, it's like, yeah, or like, oh wow, we're getting another wise old man sitting underneath a tree when you're talking about the Buddha. Oh, how original! It's like, yes.
Yeah.
It's like a Beowulf, another Nordic hero. Hello, Skyrim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, my dude, this all starts somewhere. Yeah, it might be overplayed now, as the meme goes, the idyllic village that'll die here in 3 minutes. But yeah, this is how it is. And you know what? The books actually go into a lot of detail of maybe the reason the Atreides are such good people is because they won the galactic lottery when they got Caladan as their planet. A beautiful world. And the Harkonnens got a shithole.
Bulb
It kind of affects your outlook on life when your planet is a fucking shithole.
Bulb reading the Iliad. Oh man, a Trojan horse again.
And yeah, I mean, there's plenty of things to say. Like, oh, that's a little tired, or that's a little on the nose. Like, it's obvious that the Harkonnens are bad and are up to no good. But
Yeah.
I kind of, there can be a time and a place where you get more of a subtle, morally gray story. Like, you could argue that some of the people that end up being some of the worst people in Game of Thrones didn't seem so bad at the beginning. Some of them are pretty bad at the beginning, but there's sometimes just kind of a bit of a joy just seeing how evil you can make your villains. Like, I love just how despicable the Uruk-hai were in Lord of the Rings. They're just like, oh, these are just evil manifest. I love them,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I say to a point, unless you're doing concepts like the Uruk-hai,
Yeah.
they're literally the embodiment of evil.
yeah.
But when it comes to stuff like Baron Harkonnen, there are ways that you can see where he's coming from. Again, we don't get it as much in the movie, but in the books, the Harkonnens lived on a shithole of a planet. They've been bossed around. He's just a baron, which is very important if you know how royal rankings work. A baron is the lowest possible type of high nobility. So you have low nobles and high nobles, and baron is kind of like I guess you're a high noble. I guess.
I didn't realize that Duke Leto was a higher rank than him. That's
Duke
interesting.
Leto is second to the emperor. A duke is second to the king.
Okay, yeah, they should have.
So-
They should have probably. Maybe they'll expand on that in part 2. There's actually also a great opportunity, and not many movies take advantage of this. But you can listen to the feedback and the criticisms of your movie when you're scripting your second movie and take that into account. You can explain things a bit better without making it look like you changed anything. This would be a great opportunity for the writers to start like, okay, well, people didn't quite get this as well. Maybe we can hint at it better in part 2.
Yes, absolutely. $2 super chat from another Texan Bull. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Demolition Ranch used a railgun. It was real neat. Yeah, they are really fucking cool. But can it send a paper clip through shatter-resistant glass?
Oh,
God.
Oh, dude.
pain.
I fucking hate that
Let it
shit.
flow through you.
Oh, God.
Anyways, for anyone that doesn't know, that was a Cowboy Bebop Netflix thing, and only a Cowboy Bebop Netflix thing. And yeah, it is as dumb as it sounds.
Because they decided to turn Dr. Londas into a fucking AI instead of...
Yep.
Ah!
Anyways, going back to the Harkonnens, yeah, so Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, he's the lowest on the rung of nobility, of high nobility, so he's barely respected. His planet is a shithole, and they have a survival of the fittest because their planet is literally a shithole. Only the strong survive. So Arrakis is kind of like the ideal of what it means to be a Harkonnen. That only the strongest and the most fit are willing to survive. It's why they are totally casual about like bombing their own troops and everything like that. Because if they were so weak that they couldn't fight off the Fremen and get to safety before the missiles hit, they were too weak to live. And it goes into that whole thing of like maybe that the Harkonnens are only evil because of their planet is so fucking bad, and they've just been ingrained into them that valuing life is a weakness.
Yeah, kind of hard places, hard times make hard people. I mean,
Yeah.
calling back to, wasn't that another one of his terrible takes about Sparta? I mean, Sparta was constantly at war, and that created a necessity of being brutal, being completely inhuman at times. Weren't they the ones that would like throw away any sort of babies with apparent deformities and things like that because they couldn't take that burden. They had to have, fit, hardworking, war-capable men to protect their homeland. So, like, that's a harsh reality, but we don't have the. They didn't obviously have the luxuries of, the American Disability Association and,
And having a population where other people will willingly choose to stand and fight for you.
Yeah, they couldn't afford that liability, so they had to make sure that everybody could fend for themselves and protect their nation. So,
yeah,
honestly, in a lot of ways, pity, taking care of your weak and taking care of your weak is a luxury that modern technology and society can afford, but most historical times could not.
Yep. And it's the same thing here. With, like I said, there's a lot of evidence that shows that the only reason House Atreides is so kind and noble and everything is because they had the luxuries. Caladan is a beautiful world with excess and everything.
Yeah.
And Getty Prime for the Harkonnen was not. It was anything but. So it's just difference in the whole thing. That gets into the whole thing of like why the Fremen believe the things they do and everything. As the book series goes on, which is why I highly recommend the book series, you get into this whole thing of nature versus nurture and everything like that. It's really fascinating to go into. Hey, don't forget, according to Brian, the Harkonnens are evil because of the original Atreides. He declared them cowards and sent them to the shithole Getty Prime. Yep. Yeah, so I don't know if I want to take so much Brian Herbert's stuff. I don't think he's a bad writer at all. But it is kind of hard when you are somebody trying to carry on the legacy of someone else, even if it's your father. You know what I mean? So, because your father obviously knows where he's going with it, and do you know where your father is going with it? Really? So,
Yeah.
I do separate those eras, but Brian Herbert did also explain that yes, there's a lot. Again, this has been a lot of bloodshed and bad blood between these two houses for a long time, and for good reason.
Yeah, it's the Christopher Tolkien syndrome. Really difficult to live under the shadow of your ancestor and all the work. And also, like, Dune is like what 50, 60,000, or sorry, 60 million copies or something like that sold. It's like,
Yeah, we're
I think
talking a staple of the entire industry.
I think it
Sort of
still
thing.
stands as the best selling sci-fi novel of all time, I believe.
I think you
So
might.
yeah, or at least one of them. It used to be the top selling one. That is, if you might top it now with some of these young adult things that just people go nuts over, but for a long time it was the best selling sci-fi novel of all time.
Let's see, Foundation series. Yep, I can believe that. Isaac Asimov's Foundation was fucking amazing. Oh, they don't give a ranking. No, they don't give a ranking. They just have Ender's Game, which I don't know about that. Isaac Asimov's Foundation, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Dune, Robert A. Heinlein's Stranger in a Strange Land, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Philip K. Dick's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which obviously became Blade Runner, Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke, Gateway by Frederick Pohl. Gateway? I've never read Gateway. I have read Ender's Game. I haven't read Childhood's End. I've read Foundation. By the way, the Foundation series is another fantastic book series from Isaac Asimov. It is amazing. Highly recommend that one as well. Fahrenheit 451. There's another one. I have not read that one. Yeah. But I have read all the rest of them. Yeah.
Good book. I love that meme. It's a great meme.
Yeah.
that is fantastic.
Anyways.
The only way to make that better is if you replace all the Fanta and Pepsi with Dasani. It's like replace non-water with real water. Anyway, we should get back to this trash heap, trash fire.
Yeah.
The young hero was going to be on his own, learning to lead before his time by uniting his imperiled remaining family members with the natives who may worship him, unlocking his true fate and power, which is also kind of a subversion of the white savior trope on the basis that we're kind of blaming it on duplicitous women, so 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but also kind of not because he still does it.
Oh, God.
What?
I cannot go into super spoilers about this, but again, keep in mind what Bob just said, that hey, they're subverting the trope, but only because it's evil women scheming behind the scenes, stuff like that. That's the subversion. And Bob, being a hardcore feminist, is like, that's not right. So therefore, 6 of one, half dozen of another, sort of thing. He's saying, like, it's two wrongs.
Oh.
The movie stance is that the Bene Gesserit are playing their own game, but they don't outright blame them. They blame the Emperor playing a long con and pitting these two factions against each other. So if anything, the Emperor is the villain so far.
The Emperor is the villain, yes. The Bene Gesserit have a high-minded, they have a high-minded goal, a super morality that they think they're working towards, and it justifies everything. The ends justify the means to the Bene Gesserit.
Yeah, they're dangerous because they're not allied with anybody. When it comes to the point where the Emperor is in the way of their goal, the Emperor is in just as much danger as the rest. So they're playing their own goal, but yeah, the betrayal was, as far as we're meant to believe it in the movie version, absolutely the Emperor's doing, not so much the Bene Gesserit. I mean, obviously there's that. I think the mother Bene Gesserit, High Mother, I forget her name or her title, but she's working directly with the Emperor, but she's basically enacting his will when she does that double cross deal with the Harkonnen, right?
Yep.
So,
but and she's also the one that says, sure, the Emperor wants them all dead. However, Jessica is one of ours, and her son is also under our protection, so they must not be harmed. Which
Yeah.
again, I wish they would have played up more. I wish Baron Harkonnen had been on screen more to highlight his intelligence. He got the intimidation factor down pat. Stellan
Yeah.
damn it, I said his name wrong. Stellan Skarsgård got the intimidation factor down perfectly. I wish they had done more of like his like scheming and like laughing behind the scenes, like especially the speech about how, and then he will look up at the fall of his house and his entire bloodline and realize that it was I, Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, that spelled his doom. It's a great speech. But yeah, I wish there had been more of that in Dune 2021. But it's nothing wrong with it. You understand that the Baron is conniving and scheming just by Yui's betrayal and everything, and you get the intimidation factor off of him easy.
Yeah, he does an amazing job with. I know we said it the first time we covered Dune on stream, but just how little pity or empathy he has just in his facial expression is really good how he pulls that off.
Yep. But I haven't gotten anything else yet for things yet because he hasn't really poisoned the well in this. He's just said insane things, but he hasn't said that people are stupid if they like this or anything like that. So he hasn't set things against one group or another.
He has definitely insinuated a lot of quote unquote problematic stuff about the movie.
He has, for
Yeah.
sure. But he hasn't done the typical like where we see get your angry comments ready. No, seriously, prepare to unsubscribe and then attack me with pitchforks, which is what we get a lot on STAG. It's like, dude, you're poisoning the well against yourself here. If you were ever trying to convince these people, like you're just preaching to the choir at this point.
I mean, if they're willing to watch him, then he shouldn't be really too that concerned about people's reactions.
Yeah. Hasn't done everyone is toxic yet. Hasn't done appeal to popularity or anything like that.
Well,
so.
we don't have to go through the bingo card. There's
No. I was just thinking aloud. I forgot I turned my mic on. Yeah, we are ready to go. Let's back up slightly. Okay.
Also kind of because he still does it, and eventually after leaping through what would have been 3 very satisfying natural endings, they land on one that's more of a okay, and decide to hope the director and the studio patch things up so they can finish this someday.
It's over. A lot of people in the audience look pissed.
So yeah, a project that everyone...
What? No.
The only people I've heard being annoyed by, it's only a part 1. It's like, yeah, it doesn't seem like this is a book that could be adapted into a single movie. Like,
and let's just say with quality.
With quality, yeah, because we have seen the comment from a bunch of people that, it's bad that it's a part 1. Joe said that. I think the Closer Look said that in that video that was suggested to us that I don't know if we'll cover yet or not. I'll have to look into that. But yeah, the one common complaint I've seen from people is, it's only a part 1. Yeah, why is that a problem? There are plenty of movies that are part 1s.
Yeah. I can understand, as Indigo said, if you're coming from the fact of you saw the trailers and they don't say anywhere in the trailer that it's a part 1. I can understand that. But
yeah, it does kind of surprise it on. It says at the beginning of the movie, but it does kind of pull a fast one on you because
I personally, I was happy when I saw it said part 1, but I'm coming from somebody who knows the material, so I don't know the material as well as I would like to, but I know the material, so I was super happy that this was a part 1.
Yeah, and I do appreciate the honesty, I guess, that they said part 1 in the beginning of the film, because you get some pretty poor adaptations that really needed the rest of the story told. Like, immediately what comes to mind is Aragon, that poor adaptation. I wasn't a huge fan of the books, but my wife read all of them, or most of them at least, and she was looking forward to it, but yeah, it like takes a tiny bit at the very beginning of the overall story, and then just kind of runs with it, and then at the very end, it's like I'm gonna come back and I'm the main villain, and I'm gonna do something bad soon, and
Yeah.
then they never make a sequel.
Wasn't that at the very end? He like stands up and like whips off a curtain, and it's his dragon is there, and he's like,
Yeah.
it's like, okay,
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, very
Fucking stupid.
sequel bait to the extreme. Yeah.
And this I actually think this ended very well, because the way you want to end a story or anything is you don't want to end it on tensions ramping up or anything like that. You want to have things cooling down.
Yeah.
Like you want either to have a plateau, things are steady and stable, and now you have your ending, or you want to have things slowly cooling back down, because that leaves a person satisfied at the end.
Well, Bob said there was 3 points the movie could have ended at before the place it did end at. I don't know what 3 points he's referring to. Like, probably after the attack on House Atreides and after Duncan Idaho dies. But like, even then, I'm trying to. Yeah, but even then, I'm trying to think like, man, those just do not seem like good places to end the movie, because there's still. It feels very natural where it ended.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No, I just meant to compare it to the kind of pacing, at least, to Fellowship, where they lost somebody along the way, some bad things happened, there was a fight toward the end, a minor victory, and in that fight, we lose somebody that we cared about, and then it kind of cools down a bit, and then they're looking forward to the next step in their journey. And that's kind of...
Yeah.
That's kind of follows that, because you don't want to end the middle of a fight, or dun dun dun, something bad's happening or something like that. You want some sense of fulfillment, because otherwise the movie's just you're gonna put people on a kind of irritated anxiety until the next movie, which could be 2 years away. So.
Yep. Yeah, I don't see where you could have ended well in the same way.
You kind of don't want to end where, like a main character dies by a flying slug monster, and then you don't get a follow-up for fucking 10 years or more.
Yeah, that wouldn't be great.
Yeah.
And I think that had they kind of done a teaser ending, I mean, they did it a little bit where she was going to get ready to ride that worm. They teased that a little bit, but for example, if they ended there, where like, oh my God, she's about to ride the worm, and then cut, that would be just irritating as well. They'd be like,
yeah,
really?
Yeah. And again, the whole Duncan Idaho's thing of him, like if they had done it where he like breaks down and is in tears when he realizes that the Emperor literally sanctioned this and everything. And they're like, well, you tell them how the Emperor betrayed us, how he killed the best of us, and stuff like that. I was just like, yeah.
Yeah, I could see a tightened up third act for sure, but at the same time, I don't think it was that bad. I don't think that... I've seen movies that had 3 endings, and this wasn't really one of them. I could see it being tightened up a bit, but
Yeah.
The movie that comes to mind is AI by Steven Spielberg. That movie had 3 distinct endings.
Yep. Oh. God, that movie. AI. What does the A stand for? Artificial. Oh, what does the I stand for? Intelligence. Oh! What does the A stand for again? Moving on.
I've never seen that movie. All I know is it's the kid from The Sixth Sense is in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Haley Joel Osment. He's a good actor. He was a really good actor. Hasn't done a ton as an adult. He was actually in a little bit of the what was that Amazon Prime show with the Caped Heroes, The Boys. He was in there for a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, a couple episodes. He's definitely kind of like filled out a little bit and it's amazing because he's probably still a really good actor, but at the same time, like if you're a decent actor as a child, you're incredible. If you're a decent actor as an adult, you're okay.
Yeah,
That's kind of how it
exactly.
works, you know.
Well, it's because child actors are just so much harder to work with too. It's just holy shit.
Yeah. So you get the Haley Joel Osments, you get the Macaulay Culkins of the world, and they're like, wow, this is an incredible performer. But I think what happens a lot is that they don't really hone their craft afterward.
Yeah, because they think that, well, I'm just good as is, and yeah, it's just like, oh no, you should keep going. You have a great foundation. Yeah, but keep going.
Yeah, everybody thought I did this great when I was 9. But yeah, no, the AI is interesting. I'll have to watch it again. It's was kind of a production nightmare because it was started by Stanley Kubrick, who's got a very, very strong style. And I don't know if it would have been better or worse, but he died, I think, mid-production of it. I don't know if it had started filming yet, but it was taken over by Steven Spielberg as kind of a. I think they might have been friends. I'm not sure, but he took it over, and I couldn't think of two different directors more different than Kubrick and Spielberg.
Absolutely, holy shit.
Kubrick is very gloomy, very dark, very depressing, very thoughtful. Spielberg is very hopeful, very kind of whimsical, very, let's have an adventure kind of thing. So you can see that those two tones clash dramatically in the movie, which is super interesting when you know the story behind it. But there's a really interesting Kubrick, kind of depressing Kubrick piece with a thick glaze of Spielberg on top. So if that sounds interesting to you, then check it out. But it's a weird movie for sure.
Man, I'm not gonna butcher it because I can't remember it exactly, but there was a really funny General Sam joke about that. About like he was like, imagine like somebody taking over your project when you die, and they do that to it. Like I'm not gonna butcher it, so I'm not gonna try to say anything, but it's along those lines. Yeah. But I might look it up after the stream and show you. It's pretty funny.
Okay, so 15 Malaysian ringgits. I think that's how you say it. Let us know if we're wrong. From Naqib Nazri. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there's a comment from them just under that. Thanks for all your work, guys. No problem. Glad you enjoy the streams we do.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. I think that's everything.
All right.
Said wasn't work and at best could mainly hope to be another ambitious try guys, doesn't really work and is another ambitious nice try guys, which is deeply frustrating in the way that watching a mountain of good intentions, earnest effort, and half-realized potential go partly unrealized always is. So much of the film is...
No. This was definitely not a nice try, guys. This was definitely a success.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I will fully... I mean, there are people that are willing to say, no, I didn't like the Dune 2021 movie. I understand. But I think for what they were trying to do, they knocked it out of the park. There are other aspects that I'm like, yeah, I would love to see. I would love to see them talk about mentats and everything like that. I would love to see them put more into the Spacing Guild and show the Emperor. And my God, if the Emperor is Charles Dance, I will be so fucking happy. The only one I would be more happy with being the Emperor would be Christopher Lee, but, life's actual living protagonist has left us.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously, Christopher Lee was, if there was anybody who could ever claim that he was the protagonist of life's story, it was definitely Christopher Lee.
Well, he lived through half of humanity, so, I mean...
Yeah, and he got to do all kinds of wild and crazy things, and good things just happened to him because he's Christopher fucking Lee.
Yeah, the other day, actually a couple weeks ago, I was just cleaning up the kitchen, and I said, hey, Amazon, whatever the device is, I don't want to say the name because it might trigger something, but play Christmas metal, and then all of a sudden I hear Christopher Lee jamming out to some Christmas metal. I'm like,
yes,
awesome. I dig this.
Yeah, Christopher Lee is one of the people that was instrumental in getting metal as a music genre off the ground. I kid you not.
Wow.
The dude, there's a reason that I am not even kidding when I say he was obviously life's actual protagonist.
He also inspired James Bond. Literally was the inspiration for James Bond.
Yes.
The only cast member of Lord of the Rings who actually met Tolkien.
Yep. He was also someone who was a practiced and a very, very skilled sword fighter. So he would always do his own stunts, but as he always said, whenever I worked with the stunt people, I never had problems. But the moment an actor decided that if he can do it, I can do it, I would always get injured severely.
Oh.
Like, he got stabbed multiple times, had his nose almost cut off by actors and everything like that, and he's just like, huh. Every time a fellow actor did it, he was in danger of his life. But whenever a stuntman did it, they were totally fine.
Yeah, because some people are properly trained.
Yeah.
And actors have egos. Maybe.
Yeah, and as Rotpar points out, he was Count Dracula as well, and he's the one that actually is the one that created the stereotype that people think of as Count Dracula, the dapper, slick-back hair and the long cape with red and everything. And it was all because of Christopher Lee.
Maybe that's why our entire world is falling apart. The protagonist has left the stage. Everything else needs to be taken down now.
Oh shit! We're all just here until the stagehands finish clearing it. Oh.
Film is devoted to setting things.
Sorry, we're
I'm trying to get through this. I gotta probably hop off after this, but I'm trying to power through this one video.
All right,
yeah, sorry.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
As usual, if you need to go, just say at any time, you know.
Well,
yeah.
like MovieBob claims that Dune didn't do, I kind of want to get through a conclusion, so I felt like I accomplished something with this first part.
Oh god.
To happen later, not just in terms of concrete plot points, but the idea of how characters might develop, what sights might be seen, or what people are supposed to mean to each other, that it always feels like something else is getting in the way of something else. We meet one character, but we're already supposed to be thinking about another, who it turns out is only going to be theoretically important later on, maybe. When it's allowed to just spreading its...
Okay, so...
He's talking about Chani and a lot of this, and it's like, Chani, yeah, she is important. There's a reason she keeps showing up in his visions. The thing that he says don't happen often, but they happen a lot in this movie. Also, sorry, Naquib Nazri says there's no S for... So even the plural is just ringgit. Okay, got it. Oh, no.
What?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
We're good.
Yeah, I thought we had one of those moments of just immediate.
Villeneuve and his team show off their particular versions of this...
What did he say his name was?
Villeneuve.
Villeneuve.
Later on, maybe. When it's allowed to just spreading itself out and letting Villeneuve and his team show off...
Villeneuve. Okay. Anyway.
Their particular versions of this big collection of sundry characters and concepts that so much of the genre has borrowed from and retooled over the decades, it really does kind of sing. The spacecraft are cool, there's decent action. Yes, as I stated, making everything look so profoundly, doesn't this remind you of X thing from history or Y recent world event is a choice, but at least it's consistent.
Okay, he didn't do anything from recent events, by the way, Bob. This is you. It's all you. Get that out of your head. This is all stuff that, again, history just kind of works this way, and people and writers will take things from history. That's how it fucking works.
People need resources to continue existing. People probably fight over those resources so they could continue existing.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
They found this one particular resource that is the best at getting all other resources combined. Well, obviously that's going to be the king resource now.
Or as my favorite rendition of that concept, war. War never changes.
I hate the phrase so much, because it gets misused so much. Not because the phrase itself. Because war, the concepts and reasons of why we fight and for who and everything like that, don't really change, but war itself does. But I hate it because Bethesda has turned it into it just never changes, guys. It's always the same, which is why we always have the Brotherhood of fucking Steel and orcs and everything.
Well, my take was like the original two games and the elaboration on that, where the eventuality of lack of resources, finite resources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too many
Like
humans, not enough resources to go around, quote unquote.
Yeah, like I said, that's the actual concept. I hate it now because of what Bethesda has turned it into, where it's the literal war has never changes. And it's like, no, that's not what they were getting at with that. Damn it.
Well, thankfully they never made a Fallout 3. They just stopped at 2. So
yes, and there was that weird there's a weird expansion, the revitalization with New Vegas. Yeah, I was really happy with it.
I don't know where they got the engine, but praise to them.
But I even love like the endings of one of the original Fallouts. War never changes, but people do, and you have changed people along the way, and it's a really fucking good like thing. But,
it's a good like callback. Yeah, it's like the intro is appropriately just pitch black, bleak, and that kind of revisits it in a more somewhat hopeful tone.
Yeah, so that you had an impact.
Yeah.
Okay.
Consistent approach and genuinely otherworldly elements like the sandworms and the grotesque Harkonnen villains really stand out when they need to. The big varied cast is uniformly pulling its own weight. Chalamet especially is impressive and on proper footing, surrounded by literally armies of more established talent, and it's an impressive turn likewise for Zendaya, despite the fact that her role, while omnipresent, is also somehow not in much of the film. Let it also not be said that for however self-serious
Yeah.
Don't edit like this. It's so distracting. When you're talking about Zendaya, don't show Paul. When you're talking about Paul, don't show the mother Bene Gesserit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just show what you're talking about. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was the thing from the Dark Souls research streams. I was shocked that GameSpot actually, of all places, did that. Every time they would say something, it'd be the thing that was on screen. And I was like, man, I miss the days before social media.
Yeah, it's not too hard, and I'm assuming since he's wanting to dodge any sort of content that he claims, that it'd be in his best interest to make a couple cuts. Show 2 scenes of Paul while you're talking about Paul. Show 2 scenes of Zendaya while you're talking about Zendaya. It's just not that difficult. And also, I was distracted because I saw Bene Gesserit while he's talking about Paul Atreides. I'm like, wait, she's not Paul Atreides, and then he cuts to confusing.
Well, not just that. He's using fairly high quality footage, and the movie isn't out on DVD yet, so he's obviously using trailer footage. You've got 3 minutes of footage to comb through for like the clips you need to have relevant footage in the background. It's not like you're combing through 200 hours of fucking video game footage to get one clip of you using a whatever.
And nowadays marketing, you have like probably 3 different trailers. You have several sometimes standalone scenes that are used to get people excited. You've got a lot of material out there if you look.
Yeah. And with MovieBob's usual thing, he literally could have just had a still frame of each of these people. Because he has still frames of pretty much everything else, so it wouldn't have it wouldn't have like changed the character of his video because he uses still frames all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's odd.
Dower.
Oops,
the thing is, Villeneuve is not exactly the filmmaker you want for this kind of material to play out with big faux liturgical grandeur. It mostly needs to not be a parody. There's a grim...
What?
What? Hold on. I do not understand what he just said there.
Yeah, that was just total word salad.
Villeneuve is someone you don't want to have doing this because of grandiose thing. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, hold on.
Let it also not be said that for however self-serious and dour everything is, Villeneuve is not exactly the filmmaker you want for this kind of material to play out with big faux liturgical grandeur. It mostly needs to not be a parody. There's a...
What the fuck?
Faux liturgical, or what the hell is he saying?
It's just total word salad.
FAUX dash, what's the other word that he's saying? Liturgical? Was that the word he's saying?
Is that even a word? I've never heard that
It
before.
it is
Yeah,
a
it's
word, but
the formal public worship or liturgies.
relating to liturgy or public worship. Yeah.
I
So the faux public worship of it's not really a faux public worship though. It's actual. They are actually worshiping Paul in this. And what? Okay, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck he's actually trying to say here.
I mean, I can try whatever uh, Google thought he said, but that isn't always accurate. Faux, faux liturgical. That's what it. That's what it thinks it said. That's what I heard.
Yeah. So I've
Okay,
got liturgical here.
okay, so let me look at the lyrics here. Um, everything. It literally spells it out. Villeneuve. Okay, so I actually looked up the pronunciation. It's actually way simpler. I should have looked this up years ago. Villeneuve. Villeneuve. That's how you say it. Villeneuve.
Oh, it's
Not
not
Vill-
Villeneuve.
Villeneuve. No, it's Villeneuve.
Oh, I thought it was Villeneuve.
No,
Ah.
it's two syllables. Vilnuv. Villeneuve.
Ah. Okay.
So super
Villeneuve.
simple, actually. I should have looked this up years ago. I've been trying to
Wow,
pronounce names since like Arrival.
Wow, I was being incredibly stereotypical to like, it's a French name, so it's gonna do the whole new thing at the end of it. And no,
Yeah,
yeah,
the
Villeneuve.
secret to saying anything French is just not pronounce half the letters. That's usually
Well,
what.
yeah, that's the. Have you ever seen the battleship Dunkirk and how it's actually spelled?
Oh no, I didn't.
It's spelled Dunkerque.
Dunkirk. Okay, so let me try to figure out the sentence. I can't tell where he started or stopped, but it's everything is Villeneuve is not exactly okay.
So yeah,
Villeneuve.
I just linked in the chat how you spell Dunkirk
Oh,
in
yeah,
French.
that's a weird spelling. Yeah.
Oh.
Villeneuve is
Absolutely.
not okay. So Villeneuve is not exactly the filmmaker you want for this kind of material to play out with big, foul, as in fake, liturgical grandeur. That's Grandeur.
Yeah.
So Villeneuve is not exactly the filmmaker you want for this kind of material to play out with big, foul, liturgical grandeur. Oh, word salad. So he basically a fancy way of saying he doesn't think that Villeneuve can direct fake public worship.
Oh.
Yeah, which I think he pulled off really fucking well. Even in the whole speech about the trees and stuff like that, it was so fucking good. Not even just the people chanting, Muadi, because he's there, and they're like reaching through to as if to want to touch him, but him just speaking with the guy tending to the palm trees, really fucking good.
But how is it fake? Fake liturgy? Like they do literally do worship.
That's what I
Paul
mean.
because they think he's the prophesized one.
Yeah,
So,
that's why I said it's like, but it's not fake. They literally do worship him. That's what I said. I was like, how does it work?
I don't know. It's just he
Giving
gets off on word salad. I swear to God.
giving him the benefit of the doubt, what if by fake he's referring to they were trained to worship him?
I mean,
Yeah,
maybe.
maybe. I mean, there is some layers there, I guess, because they're told to worship him, but there is real worship,
Yeah.
public or not, where they like he will know. Well, I don't remember the line, but it's like he will know.
He
will
will
know our
know your
ways.
ways as if born to them.
Yeah. Like reciting prophecy when they notice things about Paul and oddities about Paul. So there's real stuff intermixed with fake stuff. I don't know what that has to do with Villeneuve's directing chops. I would assume that most people could probably pull that off. I don't know. It's a weird point to make.
Well,
Such a word salad. I just wanted to try to figure out what he was actually saying.
he's also saying something there about it not being a parody. So, does he think this is a parody because, like, does he feel this comes across as a parody because Villeneuve made it.
And he was talking about this being like delusions of grandeur and things like what? I don't get. Where are we? In the delusions of grandeur of faux liturgical. It's like, okay.
I don't think that this movie comes off as parody. I think it comes off as commentary. On the nose commentary, sure, but commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing
Yeah,
in this seems like
exactly.
parody to me.
As Trayvon Armstrong says, that's still not what fake would mean. They're still worshiping willingly. Yeah, I agree.
No, I know, but what I meant was giving benefit of the doubt of he's still wrong, but maybe he's using the wrong words to describe a different thing. You know?
I mean, by the very presence of the Bene Gesserit shows that this is all insincere. This is all manufactured.
Yeah.
So if this was something like he was the chosen one, like, you could argue that if you want to, you could argue the Matrix is more falls into that trope because they legitimately believe that the one would save them. So that's more of a I think what's the word I'm thinking of? Just more genuine sort of savior kind of thing going on there. Whereas this one,
I will be right back.
This one, Paul is the sort of reluctant savior because he doesn't want to be this legendary prophesied hero that saves these people, but he kind of falls into that, and people believe in him so much that he feels like he doesn't want to let them down, I guess. And things just kind of keep on happening to him that kind of seem to fulfill something that was told in prophecy hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. So I don't know if anybody would not start to kind of believe it a little bit at some point,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. If I was suddenly told people believed I was a chosen one for hundreds of thousands of years, I'd probably just lose my shit. I'd be like unable to handle that.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of pressure to live up to.
Yeah, I don't think most people would appreciate that. I mean, he'd probably be able to take it a little bit more because he was raised as sort of the Duke's son, so he's kind of used to the public sort of respecting, looking up to him, and looking up to him for guidance, I guess. But at the same time, definitely a lot of weight on you, especially once you've lost your family, basically lost your friends, your father, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't really get the criticism. It just seems like he does this a lot. He just kind of adds like a little sort of nonsensical word salad point here and there just to kind of sound like he's really thought these things through. But when you pick apart the words, and I was just trying to be as thorough as possible by looking up, the words again, just kind of seeing what does he actually mean with it.
Yeah.
It's just odd.
Yeah, Bob strikes me as the kind of person who keeps a thesaurus nearby, so he could use them big college words because that makes him sound smart, but he doesn't actually understand what they mean, and he thinks he does, and he uses them in places where he thinks it makes sense, and maybe if someone to equal intelligence to him, he might trick them into thinking, oh yeah, I sound smart, but to everyone else it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about, you crazy person?
Yeah, I think it's the objective that's irritating, because if you just do word salad like that and just throw a bunch of faux liturgical grandeur, it sounds, oh my God, you're so smart. But in the end, all you're doing is gatekeeping understanding. If you explain something in a more readily understandable form, because again, you may understand what all those words mean, but what's the point he's making there? Yes, you understand all those words, but what is his actual point? How is Villeneuve not a good fit for that? Why is it faux liturgical grandeur and not actual liturgical grandeur? You know what I mean? Like, what does he mean by that? He just throws it out there without any explanation or any sort of primer for it, and then moves on. So in the end, he's doing it to sound like he's more well-read, more well-educated, than anybody else. He's not actually trying to impart understanding. He's not trying to impart his opinion to anybody either. He's just stating something, and it's kind of like, see what I use those words there. I'm educated.
Yeah.
So like the thing I did when I was researching a bunch of philosophy and crazy stuff like Simulacra and Simulation, which is a crazy dense book, by the way. I skimmed through it and I was reading passages and reading tons and tons of like various, I'll admit I read the Explain It Like I'm Five on it. That didn't help that much. So I read another breakdown, and eventually I think I kind of understood it. So what I did is, instead of saying, oh, well, Simulacra and Simulation it explores the veracity of, the grandeur of so-and-so and the symbiosis of reality and unreality. And instead of saying that, I'm just like, okay, how do I boil this down the simplest possible terms? Not because my audience is stupid, but because I want this to be as accessible and as intuitive and as understandable as possible. So I said, Jean Baudrillard's argument is that reality and simulation are intertwined and cannot be removed from each other. Like that's like basically like the very basic boil down, and then I get into more specifics as I went along. But I was like, okay, the best way to explain something is to be as simple as possible and be as direct as possible, and to leave as little as possible up to interpretation.
Yeah.
And so I don't really find much value in just gatekeeping understanding by being having a lot of fancy words but not being very clear about what you're saying, personally.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of thing where people try to use, I guess words like that, just has always seemed to me like people trying to sound smart. It's a Simpsons and Jimmy Neutron both actually made this joke, but nerdy scientist character says, "Oh, it's sodium chloride." In Simpsons, it just has Nelson beat the shit out of Martin for saying it, and in Jimmy Neutron, it was just a fast food worker saying, "You could have called it salt,
Yeah, exactly. They quite often do that where they want to make somebody look smart in a movie. They'll be like, "Oh, well, this is an intrinsic symbiosis of the blah 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 and the sodium chloride," and then
Yeah.
and another character will say, "In English, please," and it's like, "Oh, it's table salt." It's,
Yes.
and it's usually funny, and they do that because they don't want to prevent 70% or 90% of their audience from understanding what the hell that guy just said.
Yeah.
But they want to make it seem like it's a complex thing. They do that in it's super. It's a way to make your writing look a lot smarter as well. Like
I am back.
A poster child for that is that terrible adaptation of Wrinkle of Time. I've not read the original book, but the adaptation itself is terrible. Where they talk about like, oh, the science and so and like, oh, this is just quantum physics and so. It's like no, you're walking on invisible steps. There's nothing scientific about that. You're just walking on invisible steps. Stop blowing yourself, movie.
All right. Are we good to go?
Yeah, I think we're good to go. We've got a little over a minute to go, so we're almost done.
Okay, let's do this.
Muddiness to everything that feels tactile and physical. So much a part of the literal and
Oh my god, he said the thing. He's...
Okay, I'll give him props. He showed a shot of Paul Atreides touching the sand when he said tactile. Okay, 1 point. One point to Bob and Dor.
Oh god.
But Evap is totally right on that point about tactile. What the fuck does that mean in terms of movies? I don't know what you mean when you say that. Like, this movie is tactile. The fuck?
What, his whole sentence can be boiled down to, I like the practical effects.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. Paul Atreides, we assume it's Paul's hand. Maybe it's a stunt double. I don't know. Dangerous sand. He grabs some sand. That's a practical effect, we assume. But honestly, to get a nice wind, sort of beautiful wind kind of carrying it away, maybe there was some CG involved. Could be. But it looks real, at least.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
$2 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much. That's what I said. Sodium chloride.
It's table salt, brah. Yeah, that's what I said. Sodium chloride.
It is genuinely really annoying when anything does that unironically. Like, yeah, mocking the character, saying, "Man, it's salt. Just say salt." That's mocking the unironic dumb one, where it's like,
Yeah, no, seriously, I don't want to. If you haven't seen anything about it, watch Wrinkle in Time, the latest adaptation. They try so hard to talk about the science and how amazing everything is in physics and quantum this and mathematics that, and then at the end you see a 50-foot Oprah, and you're like, oh,
see, I saw the EFAP movies on that. The whole
yeah,
thing just came across as a fucking fever dream.
I know it is. And then what's her name? Reese Witherspoon, is a flower person, and I'm like, oh yeah, quantum physics, yeah, mathematics, sure, why not, whatever.
Everyone involved is bringing their A games in terms of just selling that this is a real place. I can't say that my mind didn't wander, that I wasn't as enraptured as I probably was supposed to be, but I wasn't exactly bored either, and it doesn't so much have pacing issues, so much as, look, sometimes there's no middle ground with these things. Either cut it to the generalities and burn it out as a 20-minute pure mood piece, or make it 5 hours long and accept that your audience is going to need some preparation H. That having been said, there is always a lot to admire in ambition, even perhaps especially when it's outsized against what may always have...
Okay, I'm kind of still back on that point from several seconds ago. 5-hour... No one is going to release a 5-hour movie in this day and age. No one.
Nope. Intermissions are not allowed anymore.
Now,
movie theaters physically will not allow that to happen.
Don't get me wrong. I would fucking love for that to happen if it was for actually good movies. I would absolutely fucking love that. I don't imagine it happening anytime soon.
They can't, because movie theaters, they need to make money. The more showings they can get, the more ticket sales they can get. There's no way they would never allow a movie that long, ever.
Yeah.
As sad as it is, this is kind of one of those. You see a lot of the not too strongly actually, but it's one of those. There's that Rotten Tomatoes binary where it's like critics like it, audiences doesn't, or audience likes it, and critics don't. And this one's more of an audience favorite rather than a critic's favorite. So generally, his take is, this is a crowd pleaser movie. This is why it's not as good as you think it is. If it was the flip side, he'd be like, "This crowds didn't like this movie. This is why you're wrong, and it's actually amazing." So that's generally his take. That's from what I've seen, at least. So this is the movie he has knocked down a peg because audiences liked it too much.
Yep.
Or 5 hours long and accept that your audience is going to need some preparation H. That having been said, there is always a lot to admire in ambition, even perhaps especially when it's outsized against what may always have been impossible odds. Who knows if Dune was ever meant to work or if enough people were ever going to care if it did, but I'm glad to see the effort mounted, and I honestly do hope they get to take their swing at the rest of it. Even if I can't in good conscience go higher than a 6 out of 10.
Oh! That ding.
God.
Yeah, that ding was fucking... I still hear it ringing in my ears.
Ding! No, we're not counting that as 0. Not allowed. No. Bad Creetosis. You're not getting a bingo.
I don't have a bingo open.
Yeah, I know how we're playing this game. You don't get a...
But I don't have one open!
He's lying, everybody!
I am
let him
not.
get a bingo.
100 rubles from Colin Archer. Thank you. Dune? More like Iraqis. Desert planet. Am I right? I feel like I'm missing...
My desert. My Dune.
So here's a great example why you don't do word salad. Outsize is not a verb. It's a noun or an adjective. So he's saying it was outsized against blah. Outsize as a noun means an unusual size.
Yep.
Outsized as an adjective means unusually large or heavy, exaggerated or extravagant size or degree. So I know what he's trying to say. I think he's probably trying to say overshadowed or outshone. But because he's MovieBob's MovieBob, we got to use a different word and sound smart.
So exactly like I said, he thinks he's making himself sound smart by using a word, but he's just using it wrong and making himself look like even more of a fucking idiot than we know he is.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe an English professor could tell me otherwise, but I don't think that is the right word for that sentence. But
I would love to see an English professor sit down and break down one of these videos and just lose their fucking mind at the insanity.
Yeah.
yeah,
£5 super chat from Xander Root Beer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ding! Robert Chipman isn't my wife in this scene cliche.
Yeah, it's the same ding.
It'd almost be impossible because he doesn't actually subtitle his videos. He just relies on Google's automatic subtitles. But if he actually had a punctuated and formatted script, I'd love to just run that through Quillbot and just condense it down. His videos would be about a minute long.
You know what? I'm gonna do it. Please script your video. Bam.
Oh.
Yeah. I still not close. I think the next video is the one that's gonna get me the bingo.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm more than willing to believe that he doesn't script at all. He just sits down in front of the camera. Well, in front of the microphone in this case, and just starts recording.
Just gesticulates the whole way through.
Yeah. And also,
might have like post notes or something, but
also thank God for whoever decided, like whatever made Bob decide to stop recording himself, like video.
It's because he kept getting shit on the entire time. When he just did this, he actually had more people that were listening to him. But when he actually was on the screen doing it, he just got shit on so much more.
Well, yeah, I mean, it didn't improve his production values that much. It's a lot more effort to do green screen. He didn't know how to do green screen. He painted his door in green screen, which doesn't work. And also, his wide-angle lens probably broke. So, just kidding. Just kidding.
No, what we've been seeing is him counteracting the effects of a fisheye lens.
Oh boy! But no, did you see when he green screened his room? He painted over his door. Was MovieBob, wasn't it?
Yes, that was MovieBob. Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
The dark brown staining around the fucking door handle or something. Because that's where it kept touching.
I've got a picture. Let me see if I can get a. There we go.
Oh God.
All right. Yeah, this is not how you green screen, folks.
You
want as little. You want the lighting to be as wide as possible. To be fair, this is a Patreon behind the scenes, so maybe he did it better for his live videos. I doubt it, but
yeah,
he painted his door green.
Yep. It's like, guys, okay, you do want a uniform level of green, and you want lighting that will make sure it stays so that you don't get that shadow effect right there behind Bob right this moment.
Yeah,
because that is where you're going to get all kinds of fucky-wucky going on from your software trying to run your chroma key and everything.
It actually reminds me. Oh, put this side by side. Oh, please put this side by side. This is from the 1984 movie.
Yes. Dude, that was a side by side.
This one's slightly more zoomed in if you're out of this one. Oh, and
all right, and while you're doing that, $20 super chat from Chris Ellinger. Thank you very much. Creetosis, you have 300 plus tabs open and you can't open one more for a bingo card? For shame. By the way, Setch, when you were in the military, did you go Akanis, love your content, Creetosis. Can't wait for the next Dark Souls stream. No, I wasn't in the military very long. I was medically discharged from the military. That's why I always tell people I was in the Marine Corps, but I will not call myself a Marine because I didn't get my Eagle Globe and Anchor. I'm very, very insistent on that. I did not get my Eagle Globe and Anchor, therefore I will not call myself a Marine. But it's also why I get weirded out when people say, the thank you for your service thing like that. It's like, can we not do that? For me in particular, can we not do that? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's ways to get around that. You can mask on and mask off things. So what I guarantee you what he did. I mean, he probably just would not have worn that shirt if he's doing green screen that day. But what he probably did is he probably just manually drew a rectangle around his door, which, by the way, eliminates any necessary the need for painting the
For
door.
green
So,
screen on your door.
yeah. But I guess I don't know if there's the danger that if you move your arms too much, you'd overreach and overlap the door. But yeah, I had to deal with so much green screen stuff for my job. And one of the big problems was somebody decided to green screen two walls that met in a corner. And if
Yep.
you're familiar with green screen, that doesn't work. So
Yep. Oh, dude.
Did you guys get Colin Archer's super chat? The $100 one?
No, the 100 ruble. I see. Yeah, we got that one because we were talking
okay.
about more like Dune, more like Arrakis, desert planet. And then I did the Baron speech. My desert, my Arrakis, my Dune.
All right. Well, let me go to the bathroom before we start the
Okay.
next one.
Yeah. People are asking, is Cree muted?
no, you weren't.
For us, he's not. He has a mute to go out to the peoples.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes
$100 one, I wish.
sometimes I mute myself if I'm like coughing or if I'm adjusting the position of my chair, because this is an old chair. It squeaks and creaks a lot when. Of course, whenever I want it to make the sound, it doesn't. But yeah, it makes a lot of noises.
Guess we should call you Creetosis, am I right?
I love that image, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it just makes you go like, yeah. At first, the obvious one stands out, and then you have a thing of like, wait a minute, what would possibly be right there?
He must have had his green hat or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it might be a hat. It looks like he is trying to hold on to something. Shame that the fucking image is resampled, so it just looks.
Yeah. Probably like from a DVD rip or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, green screen's a pain. You want it as close to one shade of color as possible.
Yep.
But yeah, I think he might have just realized that the green screen was a failure, and it also really amps up the amount of work you need to do to actually get a good product. Like, as you guys know, you just record into a mic. You can be, dressed however you want. You don't have to have any lighting, whatever, and you can actually honestly get a lot better audio in a studio without video. But if you are in front of a camera, if you either have a shotgun mic or you have a lapel mic, and you have to do that whole thing, you have to sync it with your video, worry about green screen. Oh, this day lighting was a little bit different. My window was a bit brighter, messed up all my settings. And so he probably realized he wasn't getting any advantage from being on screen, or possibly getting less views because people didn't want to look at him. I don't know, but who knows?
Yeah.
I like this comment from Proteus in chat. That woman's skinny as hell. She's tiny.
She's from RimWorld. She's from RimWorld. That's right.
Yeah. I'm super glad you've been enjoying that game.
It's been a great game. It gives me the same sort of TISM vibes I get for SS13 and everything.
Nice.
I told you my Naked Brutality one ended because of a boom rat, right?
Yep.
And the boom rat attacked the one person that had self-medicate on. So when they went down, the other guy is incapable of medicate. And I was like, you fucking... And so my medic bled to death, and my other guy was bleeding to death. I was like, yeah, well, that's a wipe.
You didn't get
Anyway.
Go ahead.
Sorry. You didn't get the Man in Black encounter?
Nope.
Oh. Fucking rip.
Anyway, I'm glad we powered through the first video. This is like, God, these videos are so painful. We should watch like a good video next time.
I agree. And I also want us to change the name of the...
Right, we were supposed to talk about that and we never did.
It's because it's been decided. It's some tangents are guaranteed now.
Yeah, I just have to update the art and stuff, I guess.
No, Daniel, that's my stream world. I don't ever do my stream. I don't touch my stream playthroughs or anything like that unless I'm on stream. But no, so Potato is still alive. Yes, Potato, the actual Potato, which is not only her nickname but her IQ level is alive. Yes.
Nice.
Metal.
I gotta.
Oh,
Sorry,
sorry. Go ahead. No, I was just gonna read a comment.
Sorry, no, I was just gonna say I have to hop off here. I gotta get dinner and whatnot and get back to my writing. But thanks for letting me on. Yeah,
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah. No
Make
problem.
sure shill, brother, shill your stuff. Go.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know what to shill. I did a month ago. I did a month and a half actually. Released my long-awaited Part 3 Cyberpunk documentary. It's now 4.5 hours long in total. Still going on, but it probably won't have a Part 4 anytime soon. But it's a really deep dive into cyberpunk culture, cyberpunk history. I think I cover somewhere between 50 to 100 video games, comics, books, movies, TV shows, all sorts of stuff. That was fun. And then last week I did another episode of my own podcast, which I occasionally do with G-Man Lives. So he's a pretty popular YouTube, mostly FPS gaming guy, but we talked about the entire Matrix trilogy and God, I just blanked it out. Dark City.
Yep.
So we talked about Dark City, the Matrix, Matrix Revolutions, Matrix Reloaded, the Animatrix, the Matrix Regurgitations, and the Enter the Matrix and Path of Neo, which you actually just did a review for. So it was all fresh in our minds.
Enter the
so,
Matrix.
Yeah. So we talked about the whole series, our thoughts on it and stuff like that. We pretty much agreed on everything, so it's not too much of a debate or anything like that, but good talk, a really cool, chill guy. I've been following his work for a long time, so if that interests you, go check that out. And otherwise, I'm working on retrospective right now for the not very well known, but they might have made some games you like. They're game company from Japan called Quintet. They did a lot of games like Illusion of Gaia, ActRaiser, Terranigma, Grand Stream Saga, Soul Blazer, a bunch of others. But I'm kind of doing a retrospective series on their origins and Nihon Falcom, which is like a long-standing Japanese studio. Actually predates like the video games of even the guys who made Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. So they came from those origins and then made their own games and stuff. So a lot of cool little bits and nice little journey through Japanese RPGs and history and stuff. So that's what I'm working on for next. Completely different from my last video, but I just needed a break from Cyberpunk because I've been doing it for like 3 years. So
Yeah, that is entirely understandable.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks so much for having me on. Hope to do it again sometime. And yeah, good luck on MovieBob 2 Electric Boogaloo here.
Oh, I am not prepared. I thought I was. I am not.
Yep.
I'm drained after one 7-minute video. I don't know about you guys.
Well,
Yeah.
to be entirely honest, we certainly got that content out, didn't we? 5 hours of it.
God. Still though, it's great talking with you, man.
Yep,
Yeah.
it is always good to have you on.
Always a chill experience. Thanks so much, guys, and good luck. And have a good New Year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have a
have
good
a
one.
happy
Happy
New
New
Year.
Year.
Happy New Year. See you guys.
See ya.
Into the Matrix was anything but dope. Yeah, I can agree with that. That was Into the Matrix was jank. Like you can redo the lobby fight scene, run along the walls and bullet time, whoa, and then you'll like run along half the walls and they'll suck you into them and die and kill you instantly. It's like yeah, okay.
It sounds like a very high quality game.
Oh, it was so high quality. Let me tell you, it was so fucking high quality. And fighting every single agent wasn't the shittiest fucking like war of attrition ever, because they could dodge bullets and everything too. So you shoot at them and they'd just be constantly doing the duck down thing, going woo 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 woo, and it'd do like a fake animation of them like.
You there? Uh-oh. Please don't tell me it happened. Please don't tell me it happened. Please don't tell. Okay, my internet's still on. Setch? You still alive? Uh-oh. Well, I know my internet is still on. I think I just saw chat move too. So, rest in peace, Setch. We hardly knew ye. You good, Cree? Okay, good to know. Type something into our group chat. Hopefully he notices. Such. Yeah. The lizards got him. I thought he was in control of the lizards. Which, somehow the Metal Gear Setch thing there just reminded me. When we got Charge Complete earlier, someone said, quoted Team Fortress 2, activate the charge, Doctor! Another person falls to MovieBob. Yeah, rest in peace, Setch. I'm just glad it's not my internet this time.
Okay, I'm back. What I missed?
Well, while you were gone, Indigo killed Setch, and we had to remove both of them from the call because one was dead and the other killed the other. So, it's just us now.
Nice.
Yeah. How about that? You ready to suffer through Film Robert's TLJ video all alone with me?
No, I'm not, to be honest.
Technically, there's 30 seconds. Oh no, it's just credits from that last video. Okay, so we should be good to switch over. Fuck, where do we... Spamming the fucking private chat with all these joke videos. I have to scroll up to find the other link. Ah! Making my job 10 times harder.
Hey, I'm just trying to lift the mood.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably binge all those joke videos, those meme videos after we're done. Just to decompress from having to deal with fucking Bob.
Yeah.
Okay. Pause. Uh-oh, it hasn't even loaded. There, pause. Nope. Okay. Yeah, it's showing Setch is offline right now, and he's not saying anything. So...
His internet probably went out.
Yeah. Well, as I was saying in the chat, at least it's not me for once.
Yeah.
That said, I don't know how long we can wait for him, because we don't know if he's actually going to come back or not, because it could just be something similar to me, where it's like, oh yeah, your internet went out for a minute, long enough to be trouble. It'll take like a minute or two to get back up. Or it could be someone crashed into the fucking telephone pole and took out the electricity to his house. So now he doesn't have power or internet.
Well, we can give him a minute at least. We can wait for a minute or two. We could just talk. If he's not back by then, we can start.
He said no and left. Yeah, he was like, "Oh shit, hit the eject button. I don't want to cover another Bob video." Predict how many tangents we are going to have throughout the video. I do expect to get through this one faster, hopefully. It's just that there's a lot of good conversations to be had, especially when Indigo's around. He knows a lot about these different series and games and everything, so yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Pagan,
also-
you screw up. Hey, my internet's not the one that went out, okay? I didn't screw up nothing. I'm the one who's still here, god damn it.
You're laughing, Pagan. Such is dead and you're laughing.
Hell yes, I am. Did you see what he did to my kind on fucking RimWorld?
I was going to say something there, and I forgot what it was. Oh, fuck,
Well, then
what
that
was
just
it?
means it wasn't important.
It was important, though. It was. Have you seen the classic pics of MovieBob dressed as Great Value Mario? You probably missed it earlier in the stream. I put fucking tiny versions of that picture in all four corners as they were talking about fucking Prey and Dishonored and other stuff in around that time. And that's actually what I was going to say. People were saying I was being quiet earlier in the stream. That was because I've never played Prey. I've never played Dishonored. There's nothing I can say about those games.
Net died, restarting PC. Okay.
Such as coming back. $5 from Bentastic197. Thank you. What's Creetosis' favorite type of owl? Hooters. Ah. Apparently, chat knows me better than I know me. We noticed, Creetosis, we noticed. I don't know how many people noticed. That's the thing. There had to have been some people who noticed.
Is there a Fallout Equestria audiobook? Yes, there is, by Crazed Ramblings. It's really good. I highly recommend it.
I was actually waiting for one of you guys to point out the mini Mario Bobs in the four corners. And none of you said anything, and I was trying not to laugh.
I was watching the watch together. I wasn't looking at the stream. I was just looking at chat and this, so I never saw it.
No, obviously it's a great horny owl. Why that? You absorb Setch into a tab? Yes, he has become a tab.
Horse team. We win.
No, Flaming Inferno, you are wrong. Wrong! Oh, Setch is on his phone until it restarts. So, yeah, we're just waiting on Setch, I guess.
Yeah, it's fine. Honestly, we need a break. You can only take so much MovieBob before your body rejects it and tries to kill itself.
Well, that's what I was saying before stream. I know EFAP has covered MovieBob a few times before. Those entire episodes are just blank spots in my memory because my brain is just like, okay, it's MovieBob, it's just worthless. Get rid of it. Delete.
Yeah, me too, kind of. Like, I can't really remember them, even though I know I've seen at least a few of the MovieBob ones.
Yeah.
But I'm having a real hard time of thinking of anything that happened in those. All I remember is the memes.
All
Like the
I
more I
rem-
think about it, all I think of is the memes, like the art and stuff, and
Yeah,
the fucking
Diabeto and all that,
yeah,
and the quiz. And the
yeah, and the
only other
quiz.
thing I remember is just that he says insane stuff at a very fast speed.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, that's what we got in this video. Shit, my PC is updating too. Shouldn't be too much longer. Ah!
Of course it would update. It always fucking does.
Again, I'm just glad it's not me this time, because that interrupts the stream and we have to start a new one.
Man, I'm tempted to post the meme for Setch of like the guy.
Uh-oh.
you know the one where the dude's PC keeps restarting and he goes on like this tangent and he says it made him racist. He starts screaming.
My favorite is actually a 4chan post. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Let me see if I can find this image very quickly, because this image is unreasonably fucking hilarious to me. And I think you'll like it if you've never seen it.
Okay. Yeah, welcome
Hey,
back.
can you hear
Setch.
me?
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're
No,
kind of
I mean
loud, though.
the PC's not restarted yet. It's still restarting. I'm on my phone.
Oh.
Oh,
Well,
no.
yeah, your mic is quite a bit different now.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, chat gets it.
Dude,
Obama.
It's so weird. It was so weird. It just did the a network connection not established. I was like, what? Just out of nowhere. But the rest of the internet worked for everything else.
The fucking chat. Look out, it's a scale. The property is back scaly.
I can't see it. How do I see it? No.
Now,
The app takes up the full phone screen. I'm not allowed to see it. All right.
I don't know.
Oh, see, this will probably boot me out here in a second to be like, hey, no, you're already on there. Get out. So we'll see. The PC's starting up now.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Press any button to continue. Press the power button. PC turns off.
First time I saw that, I fucking lost my shit.
The face makes it.
It does.
Damn it, I will hopefully see it soon. I hate the fact that this was like perfectly timed with like a Windows update has just come in. I'm like, no, why? Hate it. Hate it, hate it. Oh,
Instant jiggling, y'all. I know what you're referencing. And it gets me every time.
oh, cool. I can do it like that. Okay. Press any button to continue. Press the power button. PC turns up. Nice. Wow. It's fucking dumb.
It is. That's why it's funny.
Yeah. How do we get back in the screen we're in?
What?
No, I don't need to do that. Oh. Working on updates. Oh, I hate you, PC. I hate you.
Oh, man.
You know, it's weird how it happened right as Indigo left. Coincidence? I think not.
Well, when Pagan got back, I said, oh, yeah, Indigo murdered Setch, and I had to remove Indigo because of that, because we can't have someone killing another host on the stream.
Yeah, exactly.
And then chat criticized me for laughing about it. And I was like, well, I was like, you're damn right I'm laughing. See what he did to my kind in RimWorld? He deserves it.
Hey, to be fair, your kind went mad and attacked. They just happened to attack the one that had the combat chain shotgun. They did not last long. Oh.
Guests can be sacrificed, though, right? Yes.
Oh yeah, guests absolutely can be sacrificed.
Scoop Master with $2. Commence the jiggling.
Cree removed.
Oh, you know what
Indigo.
sucks?
What?
I'm gonna have to make a new bingo card.
Oh!
No.
That was a legendary bingo card layout. This second video would have easily got me it.
Victory has been taken from you.
All I needed was the fanboy argument and the nostalgia argument, and I would have had it. And it's The Last Jedi. Of course, he's going to talk about the fandom menace, right? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Cinema Roberto
Dude.
is cursed. I mean, look at Lindsay Ellis. I don't think I've ever seen any of her stuff. But I heard she's...
Well, she did it to herself.
Yeah, I heard she's, like, leaving the internet or something, but still, that image of her telling MovieBob to fuck off was goddamn hilarious.
It is. It is very, very funny.
Creed destroyed such as bingo card in front of him. Yes, he had to watch it burn.
Yeah.
These are 5x5
Yeah,
bingo cards, Proteus. The link should be in the description.
Okay. Well, at least I can fill back in whatever new bingo card I get.
She killed her channel because it was her baby? Oh my god.
Yeah, she was trying to throw a pity party, and she was looking for people to like, oh, it's so hard to do this. Like, you still get tons of stuff from this. You can still make a living from this. Your life isn't over. And she's like, no, but I'm not growing anymore. It's like, oh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo. Oh, fuck off, OneDrive. Yeah, my thing still says no internet connection.
Why?
I don't know. I don't want to have to reset the whole router. If I do that, the voice call will go down as well.
Rip. But your computer is up and running now, right?
Yeah, my computer's running and everything. I'm going to see if I can... I'm going to try something. I'm going to try and ping my router. Just to do that and have a good old time.
This one is relevant, Cree.
Like the whole one.
Oh, what'd I do there? I think I just... Okay, everything should be fine still then.
Yes, I want to close it. You fucking... Ugh. Alright.
Man,
What if
Fennec
it's
foxes
just
are so fucking
me?
cute. Why do they stack like that?
I don't know.
Is that something they
Uh,
often do, or is this just like a once in a lifetime thing that you like never see again?
I don't know.
I think it's just my connection. I think it's just my my wired connection is just not working.
Oh. That's not good.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Sorry, everyone in chat. We're experiencing some technical difficulties, I assume.
Well, yeah.
Only once every 10,000 years do they stack like that.
I'm just trying to figure out how the rest of the network. Hey,
Oh, are you
hey,
back?
hey.
Because,
Well, I was able to get to my router now because I wasn't able before. So let's try and get into my router. Hold on.
Alright, I'm just trying to move it along here a little bit because, yeah, we're kind of on the clock.
Oh. No, I can get to my router, but my router says I cannot get to the internet. So how am I on my phone, the internet? It's using the same network. What? Okay. Well, let me restart my router real quick and everything.
Recipe sets
And,
we hardly
yeah.
need.
Well, it says it shouldn't have an internet connection at all right now, so I don't know how I'm currently on here with you, since my phone uses the same network. So that's weird. But
Man,
yeah, give me 1 second.
I deal with shit problems like that all the fucking time.
Oh, this is the first for me, so we're gonna go down and
You
check my
dare
router.
delay the humongous Bob.
Are you guys gonna end the stream? No, we have a second
Was.
video to do. It's just that Setch's fucking computer committed Sudoku right before we were gonna do the next video.
Oh, it wasn't my computer. It was the router.
But you said your computer restarted.
Well, I did that because just in the off chance that was what did it. Oh.
So you're restarting your router? I was expecting you to go offline again and get disconnected.
All right, chat. We're going on a journey.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Should we start the video without you? Because,
Oh no, that'd be horrible. Oh no. I don't have to experience it.
that's the joke, Flaming Inferno! That's a joke!
Film Robert put sugar in such a CPU.
Okay, here we go. Holy crap, it's cold out here.
Why is your router outside?
It's not. I gotta go through the garage, though, to get to the basement.
What?
Oh!
Is that a normal thing in your country, Pagan, where you have to go through the garage to get to the fucking basement?
I have to go outside.
Oh, no.
No, I'm kidding. No.
No,
I just go through the kitchen and then I go downstairs.
well, that's what I did. I had to go to the kitchen, and then I went out into the garage, and then I went downstairs.
Yeah, I don't have a garage that's connected to my house. It's like its own thing outside somewhere.
Oh, I'm down here. Should I lift some weights? Oh. I'm just doing the wait thing. You gotta wait 20 seconds after to make sure it purges the memory, then tries to reboot.
Then how are you still on the call?
I don't know. That's what I said. That's the mystery of life right now.
Are you sure you're not just using your phone's like data?
Probably. Which is fine. It has unlimited, so it's fine if I am.
Yeah, I think that's just how you're staying connected.
Oh, man. What's a topic we can discuss while I try to work out these problems?
Guns.
Guns? Okay. What kind of guns do we want to do? Oh, how about a funny story about the United States in World War II? And while the U.S. had a lot of really good ideas, and a lot of like great innovations for warfare, just in general. Like the Sherman tank, probably the best designed tank in the world. M1 Garand revolutionized combat rifles, and as we talked about earlier, paved the way for the AK-47. Let's talk about one of the biggest failures. So, during World War One, U.S. Navy really didn't get a lot of action. There wasn't really much to do in World War One other than ferry troops to the mainland and let them fight. Well, with that, there wasn't really a need to upgrade the Navy. So we only upgraded to get submarines and everything late. And our submarines got these new and improved torpedoes. Massive air quotes on that. These torpedoes were, well, let's just say the first time they were used in combat in World War II against Japan, the first submarine that fired on a Japanese tanker noticed that the torpedo bounced off of the Japanese tanker. Like, well, that was weird. Okay, fire another one. Tube number 2 goes. It bounces. Like, okay, reload both tubes. Fire the entire salvo. So they fire 4 torpedoes. Every single one of them bounced. Well, they then took the last torpedo they had, and they went back to the naval base. And the joke is that the captain of this submarine shoved this torpedo up the ordnance officer's ass. Because it turns out these torpedoes, these new and improved torpedoes, had a 90% failure rate.
Oh.
90% failure rate.
That seems like very bad odds, I'm gonna say.
The ordnance office said that, no, it's just human error. You're doing it wrong. Then they tried testing it themselves and they couldn't get a single one to detonate.
Wow.
Yeah, so all the submarines got recalled because obviously you ain't gonna do anything if your torpedoes don't work. So they had to come back and they had to hurriedly design new torpedoes that could be used. I think these torpedoes were the Mark V or something torpedoes. They were absolute dog shit. And those two are reading. Okay. Up we go. Oh my god, it's cold.
Yeah, this is why you test your stuff before you put it out onto the field.
Yeah, because if things run a different way, all those people could have died because their fucking weapons were non-functional.
Yeah, because it didn't work. Let me check. Oh, I hate that all the plants are now in the way. Oh.
What?
The switch box has no power.
The
microwave has no power. So that's what happened.
Huh?
Okay. Hold up. So it wasn't the router that was the problem. It's the switch, the point of presence.
Okay, so how long will that take to fix? Because we've been...
Well, I'll find out if I can turn it on right now.
Okay, because we have been stalling for like 20 minutes now, I think.
Yeah, that's fair.
And
that's fair.
it kind of... Yeah, it's not fair to the audience.
If it doesn't turn right on, we might have to... If it doesn't turn right on, we'll just... we can call the stream there. We got through the first video, at least.
Yeah. It's a decently sized stream. Not every stream has to be 9 hours. MovieBob 1. Yeah, we can always do the other video another time.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to try and push this.
If it ends up being the case, chat, that Such can't get his internet working again, and we do have to end the stream, I do have one small video me and Pagan can go through that, it's like 5 or so minutes long. Yeah.
Mm.
Do you know the one I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
unfortunately, there's no power going to it. So
Oh, it's dead.
yeah, the power strip is dead.
Oh. So we have to end the stream soon then, because you can't get back
Yeah.
online.
Hang on.
Huh?
I might be able to do something funny.
Okay, well.
What's the video you wanted to cover?
Well, it was posted into the server the other day, and it's someone responding to me.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Do I even want to know?
Oh yeah, that video. You do know that video, Pagan.
What?
What? I do?
It was the one video.
The one that looks like it's filmed by a serial killer, like he's covering up his camera because he has no
Yes.
footage, and he
Yep.
kind of
I
like
know the one.
this, and he's not making any points. That one.
Yeah.
Stop telling
Ooh.
people they can't like what they like.
Was this the one that I was like straight up like we should not cover this guy because he is straight up like
Insane.
not all there? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was one and the same.
Yeah, I think
No,
it is.
I don't see your comment anywhere on that though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay,
This
maybe
was-
it's not the same guy.
This was posted in there like yesterday.
Oh, well then I haven't seen
I
this
have
one.
to. Oh boy, do you. Oh, my cat decided he wanted to go in the garage. Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to take a bit, so I'm going to have to get a new power strip and everything like that. I have to go out and get that now.
All right.
So-
Well, we'll do the other MovieBob video another time, and me and Pagan can take care of this other video right now.
Well, I can sit here and just chitty chat with you a bit, but if you guys want to do the video, because I can just laugh, I guess.
Well, it's kind of not fair to chat if we're just sitting here talking about nothing.
No, I mean if you want to do the video,
Yeah,
because there's no video for me to see.
that's fair. But will you
Oh
be
wait,
able
no,
to...
I can't hear the video though. Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, the hearing
Ugh.
part is the important part, usually.
Yeah, I can't hear it. That's right. All right. Oh well. Well, that's a big old bummer.
Yeah.
Fallout 3 is better than you think. Oh god. Yeah, no, I haven't seen this. I have not even previewed this.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in for a treat. I watched it already.
Oh no.
It is literally the diary of an insane person.
Well, I saw someone else comment on it. It could have just been someone who was up at 3 or 4 in the morning and maybe didn't want to wake their parents up, so they've just recorded a small little rant quietly and then uploaded it to the internet.
Yeah.
Why you wouldn't wait
Could be.
is beyond me, but who knows what goes into these. You guys see pretty much on a daily basis the insane comments I get from people, so yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I guess I will have to bow out for now then.
All right.
Alrighty.
Hey,
Have
just
a
tell
good
people
one.
to come by my stream tomorrow.
You're streaming? Oh yeah, tomorrow is Monday.
Yep.
Where are you streaming tomorrow?
Every weekday. Sorry, say again?
Where are you streaming tomorrow?
Twitch.
You're streaming
Streaming
Twitch.
on my Twitch page tomorrow. I don't know what I'll do.
Oh.
I guess my priority is first off, it's going to be getting the point of presence turned back on.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll get that handled first. But yeah, other than that, tomorrow, I guess we'll say RimWorld for now.
All right. No guarantees I'll make it, but I'll try.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. Love you, chat. Peace out, everybody.
Have a good one, man. $5 from McDingus. Thank you. Something I always found odd about Megaton was that they built a city from scratch instead of using the town right next to them. Yeah, Bethesda writing. It's fucking dumb. Artemis asked me the other day if Vault 87's thing was super mutants, FEV testing, then why do they have a GEC? Because fucking ML. Fucking world-class master writer ML. So you ready for this other video, Pagan?
Yep.
Let's do this then.
Well, this video is the response
Oh,
to
no.
this video. Fallout 3 isn't better than you think. And in this video, he proceeds to like paint it in brush, like a wide brush stroke, to justify New Vegas's features.
Okay, so my Fallout 3...
I feel bad. I don't know if I want to do this.
Really?
This is awkward as fuck, dude.
Chat is freaking out. It's not worth it. What the hell is this video? I don't know. It's someone who's apparently critical of me. So painting in wide brush strokes that defending New Vegas's features, literally 0% of my Fallout 3 response to Miniature Nerd, literally 0% of that is trying to defend New Vegas from, like, criticisms about its features. The only things
There's
I'm defending...
nothing to defend.
The only thing I have to say... New Vegas comes up for two reasons in that video. Miniature Nerd brings it up as an example of something that New Vegas gets criticized about. That... No. I fucked that up. It gets brought up because Miniature Nerd is saying New Vegas gets away with this, while Fallout 3 is criticized for it. The other reason it gets brought up is for comparison because, hey, this is what Fallout 3 is doing wrong, this is why it's bad, here's a comparison of something better and why that works. So, yeah. I was telling him it's not worth killing whoever he has in his basement. What? Are you talking about this guy? Oh, are you still viewing the video slowed down? You know what? We are. That doesn't change. That does not change much. Trust me.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say this. This is. I don't like this. Maybe it'll be better once we speed it back up. But yeah, as it was, I was like, oh no.
It won't be. $5 from Bedtastic 197. Thank you. This guy sounds like the type of guy who's obsessed with feet in the worst way. Ugh. Or it's, like I said, someone who's trying to be quiet because they're recording a video at 4 a.m. so they don't wake up their parents because they're mad that I was critical of something.
And detail. But what many a true nerd is saying is that most of you love to paint in wide brush strokes and say that New Vegas has absolutely no problem and is better than most games.
Okay, so
that's just not true, for one.
Yeah, I think, well, I don't think. I know all three of us on stream usually have said New Vegas has problems. It just does everything a lot better than Fallout 3 and 4 does. Like, obviously, Fallout 4 does shooting really well, but, like, we've never said New Vegas is perfect. I don't even think I've said it's better than most games. I mean, statistically, it probably is. And that's not, like, New Vegas superiority type thing. It's just, like, you know how many fucking asset flip garbage games there are out there? Action 52, it's 52 games. I guarantee you, New Vegas is better than those 52 games.
Yeah.
Fucking Fallout 3 is better than those 52 games. You could take it off 0.025 speed now. It's not. This is on normal speed. You can see on
this is
here.
on
I
normal
put it on to
speed now.
normal.
Oh my god.
Because it is. But you hate us saying that. So
That skipped for me there. I'm
just because it is Call of Duty, but you hate us saying that.
What? Is he saying Fallout New Vegas is Call of Duty?
No. You don't understand the majesty of this argument. He's
No, I
saying that we think it has no flaws and it's better than most other games because it's Call of Duty, even though we hate people like him saying that it is Call of Duty. Where the fuck do you get Call of Duty from us? How?
I don't get this argument. I don't get where the Call of Duty thing is coming in.
I don't either. That is fucking bizarre. Unless, is he referring to the Frontier? Oh my god.
Maybe, but that's not Fallout New Vegas.
It's a Fallout New Vegas mod.
It's a mod, but that's not Fallout New Vegas.
No, I know that. But that's the
I know, but
that's the only thing we've ever said is, like, in any kind of relation of New Vegas to fucking Call of Duty is, oh yeah, the Frontier? Fucking crazy guy on their team ripped off, like, a campaign from Call of Duty for the shitty mod.
yeah, it's the only thing I can think of because New Vegas is the furthest thing you can get from Call of Duty.
Yeah.
We'll present another.
Sorry, that skipped for me there.
Call of Duty, but you hate us saying that. So, we'll present another problem. New Vegas is very linear.
What? What game are you playing where New Vegas is a linear?
It's an open world RPG, my guy. You could go anywhere. In fact, you don't even have to go the way that the game tries to direct you to go. It's like Stalker in that regard. Stalker does the exact same thing where it tries to lead you somewhere, but you don't have to go that way.
Oh, welcome back.
Hi.
Yeah. It was a loss. I did some redneck
Seth.
engineering.
Seth, you have to save me, please. I don't feel good. I don't feel good.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
As soon as it started, we were still playing it in slow mode, so it was way worse than I didn't realize that we were still in slow mode. So I was just like, I immediately was like, Creed, no, we can't.
Why not?
But then people said that, like, oh yeah, you're still on 2x speed, and we fixed that, and it's a little bit better now, but not by much.
And let me see the time thing. So, if you look on the stream, you'll see I have the time thing up. There's 1.25, 1.5, 1.75, 2. And then in the other direction, slowing down, we were one tier down. We were on 0.75. That's what Setch set it to.
Yep.
I moved us up to 1. And it barely changed.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know this video. I've already seen this video.
Oh,
$2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much. Such, save yourself. Well, I mean, the wall socket tried to save me, but no.
So should we just switch back to the Bob video, or do we want to fucking...
Yes.
Yeah, we might as well go back to the What About Bob video.
Oh, God. Oh,
Holy
God.
crap, guys. Holy crap. Talk about a Hail Mary play.
See, I didn't actually get much further just now with that video than I did before, because, holy shit.
I will say Discord's running really badly, though, right now. Hold on.
No, stop! Ah! I hate this fucking video thing that pops up at the bottom.
Yeah, I do too. We can watch that video after the stream all the way just to see like what he talks about, but yeah, I'd kind of like to go through it first before we cover it on stream.
That dude needs to edit his videos or use text-to-speech or something. Or maybe stop taking fucking horse tranquilizer before recording a video.
It's my new bingo card.
Uh-oh.
Well, psychic damage from stupidity. I can cross that off. Please script your video. Gun tangents.
We have a 13-minute video to get through, and it is 8 o'clock for me. I need to order dinner soon. Let's get this rolling.
So I need... it's worse than you think. Yeah. Wow, I have a bunch of them. Okay. Yeah. Let us begin.
All right. I don't know if this music is copyrighted or not, but
just mute on your end. I'll let you know when we get through it.
all right. Muted.
Still waiting.
I'm actually hearing it through your microphone. The Last Jedi is a love letter to Star Wars fans. What? How? Now, obviously, that's the title of the video, but how?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, come on.
Recall that the specific...
All right.
Yeah, I've got it.
Cool. So, let me change one thing.
I just want to point out the chat, too. That is 32 free seconds that we've gotten through this video. Completely free. Be thankful that that is just empty space. We are praying for as much empty fucking space in this video as we can. Like, I'm hoping the entire video is empty space. Because it's fucking Bob.
Well, he said previously thing, so here we go. So he said previously on this stuff, whatever. So here we go.
This probably goes back to his review.
Luke Skywalker resembles...
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker resembles most, largely by design, is King Arthur. You know, common bold, meets a wizard, finds out he's of noble lineage. This isn't news to anyone, right?
You're an idiot, Bob. That's incredibly stupid. What a reductive take on that. Okay.
For a second, I thought that was Mundane Matt he was using. I'm like, what? Oh. That's just Bob.
Yep, alright.
Right?
Oh,
and,
God.
well, how did things end up for King Arthur again?
Blow me to Bermuda!
Once again, I get not liking it, but this idea that it doesn't fit with the franchise or it doesn't make sense in the narrative, yeah, that's a lot harder to justify in my opinion.
No, it isn't. You're an idiot. Also, stop doing this, Bob. Nobody likes seeing your face.
Yeah, the cartoon faces were bad. They're still better than your actual face, Bob. That's the stuff you should, like, never show.
Oh, God.
Acknowledged, I do think there's another level of resentment.
$10 from JD. Thank you very much. What do you think of Andrew Sapkowski's plagiarism of Michael Moorcock's work as laid out in Razorfist's Witcher plagiarism video? I haven't seen his plagiarism video. I would have to say you're gonna have to do some pretty hard work, considering that Andres, his whole thing is based off of Polish mythology. So you're gonna have to do some crazy work to convince me it's a plagiarism of somebody else's work that is about Polish mythology.
He looks like Mundane Matt 5 years from now. Yeah, that's why I kind of went, oh god, there, because I just realized Mundane Matt and MovieBob look so similar. That's actually kind of fitting. Worst face ever, Soy Bob.
All right.
Yeah.
Projections that's coming more from a place of misreading what people think they're saying in the film. You see, a lot of the readings, amusingly both for and against The Last Jedi, frame the film as a kind of anti-nostalgia or anti-fandom treatise, mainly...
Which it absolutely fucking was. It literally destroyed everything that we loved and held dear. And what it added in was nonsensical car chase in space with gravity in space with an idiot literal purple hair or blue hair?
Purple.
Purple hair admiral or war hero so stupid and full of herself that she causes a mutiny on her own ship because she won't just reveal what the plan is to other officers.
One of the first things she says to Poe is, you're reckless and I think headstrong and something like that. And you're the last thing we need right now. So, if you know he's reckless, then why aren't you going to tell him the plan? So he'll be like, okay, yeah, we'll go with this plan. Because you know what a reckless person not knowing the plan is going to do? They're going to do something a little reckless, aren't they?
Yeah.
You fucking idiot. There's the whole thing about Luke Skywalker being a pathetic, like, old man now. And keep in mind, too, the movie is constantly tearing down everything from the originals. The point where I stopped watching the movie today, again, I was watching it in preparation for this video, Luke says something to the effect of, at the height of their power, the Jedi allowed Emperor Palpatine to rise to power and trained one of the most notorious Sith in the galaxy. He was trained by a master Jedi. Like, treating Obi-Wan like he's a fucking idiot. It's like, okay, but you didn't see, like, it's completely discounting everything that happened. The actual good parts of the prequels and the entire original trilogy. It's just writing it off as, yeah, it's just... The whole thing, too, saying that the light dies if the Jedi are wiped out. That's not the argument. The argument is, without the Jedi, there's no one to stand against the Sith, who are the ones who will bring the darkness. It's not that the lack of Jedi will lead to the light dying. It's that the Jedi aren't there to fight the bringers of darkness.
All right.
Mainly Kylo Ren's monologue about killing the past, for good or ill, on the idea of its story as a meta-narrative about the new Disney-owned Lucasfilm inheriting Star Wars legacy and what that means, and The Last Jedi's overall arc seems to be very much about setting up the starting point of a major status quo shakeup. That's definitely what the final shot with the kid is about, and it feels like the logical place Disney would want to take the brand long-term. It just frees up a lot of possibilities. It makes sense.
No, it doesn't. Oh my god. Again, this movie ruins everything about Star Wars. Like, it literally shits all over every little detail.
Yeah, and let's talk about Broomboy at the end there. So many people fluffed up that scene that, oh, it's a sign that anyone can be a Jedi. You don't have to be a Kenobi or a Palpatine or a Skywalker to be a Jedi. Motherfucker! There's only one Kenobi that we know of in the movies.
Yeah.
Where did he come from? You know, it's like, you don't, it's never been established that you need to be a part of a bloodline to be a Jedi.
It wasn't until the prequels.
Well,
In the original trilogy,
even
it just showed as somebody who needed training and guidance if you just listened to the Force.
even then, even in the prequels, them asking about Anakin's father doesn't necessarily mean all Jedi are descended from other Jedi. It's
No, I
simply
mean the midichlorian thing. The midichlorian thing. was
no, I
added.
know. But the whole thing that it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what the movies are, and Ryan Johnson's entire movie feels like he's trying to respond to every fan theory out there. Like, you know how he has that stupid post-it note, your Snoke theory sucks? It seems like it was his intention to disprove every fan theory, and that's what resulted in the pile of shit we actually got. We good to continue?
Yeah, I was trying to read some of this other stuff that's here.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We just need to get through the video now.
That's true. Let's.
Makes sense. What I feel is happening as well is a lot of people are extrapolating out from Jedi wants to erase everything that Star Wars used to be and shit all over the mythos in this specific case. Somehow say that Luke was never great and that the Jedi suck in order to hold up the new paradigms and new characters as being superior. And I don't...
It literally does.
Which is what they do. Yeah. They literally do that. The sacred Jedi texts and everything and burning. Yeah,
well,
it 100% does that.
Luke has his whole, the Jedi have to end. And when he finally agrees to train Rey, it's not actual training. He's like, I'm going to teach you 3 lessons and prove to you why the Jedi need to end. And that's his whole thing. The entire thing he's trying to prove to her the entire time is that the Jedi are fucking garbage. And this is from Luke Skywalker, legendary hero, and they even said that, and you turned him back from the darkness. You turned Darth Vader back to the light. Yeah, and I became a legend.
Yeah.
You know?
It's so fucking stupid. It absolutely does that, Bob. I get that you're stupid. Like, you're one of the cultist members that is literally so dumb you can't... When somebody literally says to your face that this is what we're doing, Ryan Johnson literally told us this is what he was doing exactly. You're like, no, that's not what he was doing.
Before we press play again, I do want to do something quickly. Where is it? Oh shit, I missed the eugenics one earlier. Okay, I could do something here with what's on screen right now. Give me a second. Give me just a second. Oh, why didn't that, uh-oh. Copy link. Paste. Done. There are days when my fondest wish is that eugenics hadn't been tainted as a science by racists and Nazis. You call them weekdays. I just gotta juxtapose that next to an image of his face. Where's the other one? Where's the one about robbing me from my... There we go. Copy link. And... Oh, not what I meant to do there. Done. Let's put that there.
Yeah, this is what I mean. This is the loser right here. This is MovieBob for you. This is Diamito.
I'll never forgive the troglodytes who stole the future I earned to prolong their worthless existence or whatever. It's kind of small on my screen, so I have to prolong their worthless existence, yeah.
Yep.
That is this. Fucking right here. he earned the future on a fucking starship with his mind in a robot body because he does terrible videos talking about movies.
Where he can't even get basic facts and logic right.
At Creetosis, can you please take Bob off the screen?
If only. Alright, let's go.
Actually see that at all. In fact, I'd argue that the entire Rey and Luke story is really nothing less than a very deliberate, earnest, and sincere love letter to the idea of fandom and Star Wars fans in particular.
Well, it's a good thing you're a moron.
He has a lot of work to prove this point. I don't think he can do it, as usual.
As has already been established afterwards, nobody else thought this, Bob. Nobody. You and your delusions of grandeur and your little, I earned the future by being a fucking lefty cultist.
Well,
yeah, you're the only crazy person that believes that, Bob. Even Disney didn't believe it and kicked him off the fucking project and don't want him around ever again because they realized he literally shat all over the entire fandom and ruined everything for them.
Well, that's the thing too, though, is some people do believe that this is a love letter of Star Wars. There are people out there.
Well, there are crazy people. Again, Bob exists.
Okay.
We have a crazy person in front of us.
Yeah. Just a conversation I had with my brother when I forget what it was we were discussing, but somehow it came up. I said, "Oh yeah, and people like The Last Jedi is like an example of people liking something dumb," and then my brother was like, "Well, some people love shoving hamsters up their ass too." That was his comparison.
Yeah, basically.
That was his comparison for liking Last Jedi.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does Bob not think he would be one of the first people killed off if we started practicing eugenics, or does he just